shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Hello everybody. Hi Leslie. Thanks for being here. So let me just put it in the comments here. So just a few things I want to talk about. I've had a lot on my mind since yesterday. I realized that the video I made about Pavarotti and I keep saying Pavarotti and Jay Embry like they're two different people. About Pavarotti and A.R. Hayes was, my opinion, was an unpopular opinion. I definitely took notice in the comment section. But what I appreciated the most about it was people were respectful about it, which is fair. I mean, I don't expect everybody to agree with how I feel about things. And, you know, maybe I missed some of the things. I'm not sure, you know. Regardless, I don't want to focus on that anymore. Hopefully those two will make amends somehow and move forward, because I don't think it's really something that most of us are here for, right? Like, we're here because we're interested in what happened in this case, and we want to make sure that the right person is prosecuted. So I've been watching, you know, I watch other creators. I watch Jules' True Crime Reaction. I watch everybody's, like, I watch Harsh. I watch Swamp Rose sometimes. I watch Forensic Frenzy. I mean, I watch a lot of different creators, and there's so many good creators in this community, and they all have their own take on things and present things a little differently. Come on, Winnie. So it's nice to I think it's nice to look around and see what other people are saying and what they're focusing on and that sort of thing. So one of the things I wanted to talk about was Bryan Kohberger's federal indictment. You know, I get lost a lot of the times on these theories or conjectures or rabbit holes that I have, but there's a lot, you know, that we can look at that's in the documents and in the facts that, you know, I haven't focused on in a long time, like since the beginning. And Jules had a video the other day, and so I'm giving her credit for this because she's the first person I heard talk about this, but it sort of got my mind going. And then Forensic Frenzy did a video on it as well. So this is what I wanted to bring up. All right, so here we have so I know that's tiny. Let me just see if I can do it. Yeah, it's still going to be tiny, unfortunately. So this is a order that the current judge put out there. Judge Hippler is the new judge, right, in the case. We all know that the case has moved now, and it's in Boise. And this is a order that the new judge put out there, and I just wanted to read it because I think it's kind of interesting. Venue in this case has been changed to Ada County pursuant to order of the Idaho Supreme Court. The order is intended to clarify how records in this case may be accessed or requested. Pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule, ICAR 32, records that are available to the public may be accessed at the Idaho Supreme Court's cases of interest, which is where I got this document and where you can find all the documents that are in this case. Requests for audios of hearings are to be submitted to the Ada County Transcripts Department. Even if those hearings took place in Latah County, now you have to request it from Ada County. And then here's the interesting bit that Jules brought up and I wanted to talk about. Requests for sealed records are to be submitted to the Ada County Clerk's office. The sealed records request form is available and you click on it here. And then the completed sealed records request form may be emailed to here. Sealed records can only be disclosed with the permission of the presiding judge, Stephen Hippler, who is the presiding judge. So I'm just thinking, like, you know, she mentioned this as well. It's like, what? Like, this is weird. And why? Why is this judge, his latest order stating that, hey guys, like anybody who's following this case, which is like a ton of people, media outlets, people on YouTube, just in general. Hey guys, like if you want to know how to request records, here's where you request them. And if you want to know how to request sealed records, right? Hi, Lisa. How you doing? Thanks for being here. So this guy made a specific order, which fair. Okay, now request the regular records from here if you want them, but the sealed records, right? And so it made me think back because here is why I think he did it. Okay, because you know Jules was kind of pondering on it too, and I think this is the reason why. So let's just go back to here. Let me just see something. Stop that. And I just want to show you guys something. And I think that this may be why he did it. All right, hold on. So I'm just going to pull up any document here that's sealed. Let's see. I mean, look at all these documents here. All right. Motion to temporarily seal. Motion to unseal. Ordering seal. I want to go back to the beginning because there's a lot of them sealed in the very beginning. Megan Marshall. Order granting state's request, all this stuff. I mean, you could get lost in these documents for days, but all right, here, let's just pick this one. Order to seal and redact the Coeur d'Alene Police Department Forensic Lab, which is, I looked it up, and that's the lab that I guess does for the entire state for IgG type stuff, I think. But if you look down here at the bottom, it says disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. It says it is hereby ordered that the record herein shall be sealed until further order of the court. Until further order of the court. Okay, so that's that one. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but essentially any of these records that have been sealed, if you look at the bottom, the way that it's worded is, this will be sealed until this date, which by the way has passed for all of these sealed records, or until, you know, the judge says so, whichever comes first, basically something like that. And so I remember a while back thinking, oh, cool. Like on this date, like the Verizon records are going to be unsealed. And on this date, it says this order expires. So those will be unsealed. But it turns out, I think the way that it works, the way that the process works is that the judge has to unseal it, specifically unseal it. He has to go in and say, okay, we're going to, even though the date has passed for many of these sealed records that they put on in the beginning, the judge needs to go in and then say, okay, we can unseal it. And he signs off on it. And so the judge, instead of the judge going through all of these things, because why should he care if it's sealed or unsealed? He's got other things to do. He's letting all of us in the public know, hey, if you want me to reconsider any of these things that have been sealed, make a request, and then I'll decide if I want to unseal it or not. And so I think if a lot of people request different things that have been sealed, we're going to find that these things will become unsealed. Okay. I mean, maybe, right, Leslie? Is that possibly, right? But I don't, this is my theory, okay? Like, not a lawyer, not a judge, whatever. And in terms of formality, I'm not, I mean, fair, that's what she thinks, but I'm not entirely, I feel like it would be a big waste of time for him to put something like that out there. And then, because right? I mean, Jules True Crime, she put it on her channel. I don't have a ton of people over here, but I'm putting on my channel. And then other people that just follow this case religiously, they're going to see that, including the media, including media outlets. So they are going to get a shit ton of people requesting records. And if it's for a formality, they just create a lot of work for themselves, in my opinion. And I think it's probably required that, in some way that you let people know. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know the rules. I'd really love to ask a lawyer or a judge in the state of Idaho what that's about. But this is my theory on it. Okay, so my opinion, whatever, right? I'm just curious what you guys all thought about it. Because if this is the case, we may end up getting a lot of records that we want to take a look at unsealed, and that would be awesome. I mean, I'm sure they're going to keep informant records sealed. That would be probably a dumb request, right? A waste of time in a sense. But some of these other records, why are they still sealed? Like, what is the point, And it's just hiding a lot of information that people like us really want to know. So, hey, hi, how are you? Woke up. Glad you can make it for a live. Nice to see you. So, yeah, so I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought it was kind of interesting because if we go back and we look at these, let's just see, I'm going to put it back up. Let's just look at some of this stuff, some of these warrants here, or I'm sorry, some of these records. Hold on, I'm going to stop it again. Getting a little better at StreamYard. Okay, here we go. So if you guys remember, look at all of these things that they got warrants for. Amazon, American Express, Apple, obviously their phones, AT&T, somebody must have used them. Bank of America. I don't know what Banner, Ban, and Block is. Blue Ridge Knives. That's a whole, rabbit hole down there in terms of K-bars. Charter Communications, which is cable, I think. Dropbox, eBay. But then down here, Meta is just Facebook and Google. Match. These are interesting to me right here. This Match. I think that's, Match.com when you're looking for dates and stuff. I could be wrong. Snap is very interesting to me. Verizon Wireless. But the other ones, more Snap. And see, these are the ones that are even more interesting because they're asking for, for example, here, let's see, what's this one? Okay, they're looking for this is a order or a request to look at, what is it? I'm just looking for whose TikTok or Twitter or whatever this is. This is Mallory here. Okay, here we go. Oh, so they're not even saying who it's for. It's just giving us a Gmail. But regardless, what I think is interesting about it is they go in and they look at certain Twitter accounts or TikTok accounts or Snap accounts or Match accounts. And then they go back and request records from another person's Match or Twitter or Snap. And so a logical next step would mean that they saw some connection, right? Like if you go on someone's phone and you see that there's a bunch of messages from, Detective Payne or something, then the next thing you want to do is ask for a warrant for Detective Payne's phone. They can't just do a blanket warrant because they call it a fishing expedition. So there's steps that they're taking to go into these other people's accounts. Now, the victims probably are fine. You ask for those up front. But when you go after other specific accounts for people, say Bryan Kohberger, it may be because in those things that they uncovered, they found something that relates to Bryan Kohberger. And so it's just a thought that I had. And, because what evidence do they have against this guy? Hey, Kelly. I was just thinking how the whole time, like it was important. Yeah. Yeah. And remember when she took that photo, like she was standing there and she was pretending to take a photo, but she was really taking a photo of the person behind her, which everyone thought was Jack Showalter, but I don't think it was Jack Showalter she was taking a photo of. I think it was somebody else, maybe standing in the background or something, but that's, Yeah, and then they go back and expand the dates. Exactly, Kelly. And so so when we're sitting here saying, because I'm just, Delphi starting. I love Andrea Burkhart, and she basically is going to Delphi to witness this case firsthand because they're not televising it. And if you followed anything about Delphi, you'll see it's just that case may be flimsier than the evidence that we've been given about this case. And so, and the fact that they're not televising is kind of scary. So the point I'm trying to make is that, with Bryan Kohberger, if I'm trying to take the other point of view, right, which is hard to do when you think somebody's probably innocent. But like I said, I'm not attached either way. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what exactly do they have on this guy? Like, what is it that they have on him that, that they're going to present at trial? So I don't know what you guys all think about it. I'm very interested in, those records, the TikTok records. I mean, the girls all had TikToks and we've all seen those. So did Bryan Kohberger have a TikTok? Did he have a Snap? Did he, one of the theories is that, maybe he was following them from across the country and became obsessed and then went to graduate school there because of them. I mean, that's a reach, obviously, and this is just a theory, but I mean, it's just one of those things, right? There's still so many other holes, like how do you do in 9 minutes, et cetera, et cetera. And, there's still a lot that doesn't add up, but I'm just trying to sort of look at the other side a little bit to see, what they can possibly have, right? Yeah, they haven't even given a motive, right? Like that's the thing. And we know, legally, you hear from all the law tubers all the time, they literally, you don't need a motive in order to convict someone of murder or a crime. But that's the part that we're all most interested in, because the why is really what interests us the most, because we don't, like I said, I mean, if I'm being honest, like we don't want it to happen to us or people we love, right? And then the other interesting part about the why is that's when you get into the victim blaming, because if you can say, well, it happened for this reason, so now we can start looking at the victims and say, well, and then they shouldn't have done this, and maybe they shouldn't have dressed this way, or they shouldn't have been that way. And so, the why is a huge piece of the sort of psychological fascination with any of these crimes, but particularly in one like this, where it seems like it doesn't seem like it was just sort of just a psychotic rampage through the house. Like Bryan Kohberger does not strike me as this type of person, and maybe he is, and he's fooling everybody, but it's just, there's nothing that makes sense there. So yeah, I mean, and this, and I understand where you're coming from with that, Leslie. And that's part of the problem with media. And, when they just sit there and they keep hounding on, oh, he's a creep, and all of his friends said he's a weirdo, and he's a loner, and he's this and he's that. And none of that makes him a killer. None of that makes him a killer, right? Okay, so then I was watching somebody else. I think, it was Forensic Frenzy. She was talking about the federal indictment. So here's the other piece that's interesting. So Bryan Kohberger, we know, because we were all anxiously waiting for the preliminary hearing, because we were hoping that, like, we're going to get some information. Just like, I don't know if you've watched any of that sheriff case, the sheriff that shot the judge. We're all anxiously waiting, like, why did this guy do it? And we did get some little bits of information that maybe gave us a little bit of a clue. And we didn't get that in the Bryan Kohberger case. We didn't get the preliminary hearing. They did the old, secret grand jury. But what they did is a federal grand jury. So you can have either a state grand jury indict someone or a federal grand jury indict someone. And so what would be the purpose? Why would you, why are you going to indict someone with a federal grand jury versus a state grand jury? And, I looked it up, and honestly, I think the reason it's a federal grand jury is because the crime crossed state lines. I think it's really that simple. If they're charging him, if this is him, they're charging him. He is the accused. He was living in one state. He crossed the line. He committed the murder, and then he went into another state. And so that is one of the reasons why they will use a federal grand jury instead of a state grand jury. Now, here's the other interesting part. If a federal grand jury indicts you, guess who has to prosecute you? Like, actually prosecute you in the courtroom. It has to be a U.S. district attorney, which Bill Thompson is not. Bill Thompson is not a U.S. district attorney. The U.S. district attorney on this case, he's CC'd on all of the court documents, is I have it in here. I have his name. I think it might be Nye, but I'm not entirely sure. So let me just check here. I know I have it, because I was like, that's interesting, because Bill Thompson is the only person that, and Banfield, I guess, is the other lady's name. But let me see if I have it in here. Yeah, like Ashley Jennings, that's her name, not Banfield, sorry. Ashley Jennings is a senior deputy prosecutor. She is not a U.S. district attorney. And so I understand now why he's carbon copied on all of this. If it wasn't a federal indictment, he wouldn't necessarily have to, maybe they would do it anyway because of the nature of the case, but in general, they wouldn't have to add him on to all of these court documents. He wouldn't be involved, but he has to be involved. And if I read it correctly, he has to try the case. And so is he going to be trying the case and not Bill Thompson? Because that would be interesting, right? So this was an article I found, and I thought it was interesting. It says, state prosecutors in the University of Idaho student homicide case relied on a federal grand jury to obtain dozens of subpoenas to build their case against suspect Bryan Kohberger. It was revealed for the first time at a hearing Thursday. This part I didn't know. As many as 71 sealed federal subpoenas produced potential evidence. Latah County Senior Deputy Prosecutor Ashley Jennings disclosed in court in the case against Kohberger. Bryan Kohberger's public defense team said it wants the subpoenas themselves and demanded that the judge in the case order the state and federal government acting on its behalf to turn them over. So they had 71 subpoenas. So when they had the federal grand jury, they had subpoenaed 71 people that showed up at the grand jury to, that were, whether they wanted to be there or not, they had to testify and answer questions from the state. And I don't know who these 71 people are. I don't know if anybody else figured it out or has talked about it, but I can tell you who one of the 71 people was, because in this article, let me just find it here, they mentioned one of the people that was brought up. And okay, so oh, this might not be the part, but I remember it was somebody that it was one of his teachers from his high school in Pleasant Valley High. So they subpoenaed one of Bryan Kohberger's teachers from high school for this federal grand jury. Now, that's probably, trying to build a case as to like maybe something that happened in high school that we know there's some mystery around why he got kicked out of that Army Rangers program, and it's alluded to it has to do with some female or something like that. So I'm guessing that's what it was, but I really don't know. But who are the other 70 people that they subpoenaed? Like, who are all of these people? And so here's the bit that's the most important. Eliza Mazoff, his new attorney, the one that's the rock star, right? She says they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case, and they know that, and they are going to use that. The fuck is she talking about? What is she talking about? Does anybody know? Hi, Mark and Betty. How you doing? Oh, let's see. Can a subpoena also be to produce documents? Good point. It's a good point, right? I don't know. If somebody wants to Google it or whatever, I can't do it while I'm doing this, but it is a good point. I feel like, I don't know. I'm not even going to guess. I really don't know. So, she said, Kelly is asking, can a subpoena also be used to produce, or can a subpoena also be for documents? What's the difference between a subpoena and a search warrant? I think subpoena, I'm going to guess that a subpoena is for an appearance in court. That's my guess. That's like whenever I think of, if someone's been subpoenaed, it's a person that's being subpoenaed. Now, they may have to bring certain things with them to court, but I thought that was really interesting. So I'm going to guess you wanted me to repeat this, what Eliza Mazoff said. She says, after they find out that because, when they do the secret grand jury, nobody really knows what happened in the grand jury, because really it's just the prosecution that's there and the jury members. And, and then apparently these people that they called to testify, 71 of them, I'm guessing. And so, yeah, I'm getting to that, Leslie. That's what I see right there with you. Hi, Nina. How are you? Okay, good. So that's what it is. So a subpoena is to require someone to come to court, right? You have to come to court. You're subpoenaed. You have to come to court. So 71 people were subpoenaed for this federal grand jury to indict Bryan Kohberger. That's a lot of people. I'm so curious, other than his one teacher from Pleasant Valley High School, who else did they subpoena, right? Like, we want to know. Maybe we can request those things be unsealed, right? Because I know certain parts of a grand jury proceeding can be unsealed. And, the judge, Hippler, gave all of us an invitation. So Eliza Mazoff said this when they found out about all these subpoenas. The state used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And they know that, and they are going to use that. Mazoff did not specify which piece of evidence against Kohberger that may be, and declined to provide the date of that federal subpoena in the public hearing. What I can tell you is that for the majority, we did state search warrants, and we've received many of these records that way. The prosecution contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office about the subpoenas and was told they won't be turned over. So how crazy is that? The prosecution contacted the United States Attorney's Office, because remember, they're in charge of this prosecution. And this is what's so confusing to me, right? And the U.S. So we've got, I mean, yeah, I'm guessing if they're subpoenaing people, that many people, the prosecution feels, because remember, the defense is not part of a grand jury. It's only prosecution. So these were all people that were showing up for the prosecution to present their case against Bryan Kohberger and why he should be indicted for these 4 murders. Also remember that if you are federally indicted, the person who is prosecuting you has to be a U.S. district attorney. It cannot be somebody in the town like Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings. They're agents of the U.S. district attorney in this. So they're even though they're going to court and they're doing this work and they're saying these things, at the end of the day, they don't make the big decisions about this case. And in fact, I don't even know that they're going to be the person that's like up there presenting the case, and that's why I'd really curious if anybody knows that. From what I gathered, it has to be a U.S. district attorney that presents the case in court. So that's really strange, right? Because so I guess they have to do all the scut work, driving back and forth to Boise and all this other stuff. And then the day the trial starts, the U.S. district attorney shows up and he starts doing the trial. Is that how this works? He has to at least be in the courtroom. I mean, I'm just so confused by this. And so that's why I'm bringing it up, because I hadn't really given it much thought. And so it's really kind of interesting. Yeah, we know that Dylan was there. And I remember Steve saying something about how the grand jury felt like that her testimony wasn't very helpful, right? So, yeah, and so I don't know if this part, I just want to read this one more time too, because it's just weird, okay? The U.S. prosecutor's office, so the prosecution, meaning Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings, asked the U.S. District Attorney's Office for this information, and they wouldn't give it to them. So even Jennings and Thompson were not given some of this information that was used to indict Bryan Kohberger. What? That is just so strange, right? Like you are trying to, I'm just trying to pull that back up one more time because it was just so bizarre. I still can't believe that's what it said. You have these 2 prosecutors in this town, Thompson and Jennings, prosecuting this case, and they don't even know some of the information that was presented to the grand jury, nor are they allowed to see some of this information. Why is it so secretive that you're not even turning it over to the prosecutor's office? So bizarre. So bizarre. So bizarre, guys. It's too much. It's too much. So, all right. So yeah, I just wanted to read why you would have a federal grand jury versus state. Federal grand jury is jurisdiction. Federal grand juries handle cases involving federal laws and offenses such as immigration violations, federal drug offenses, which is another possibility in this case, right, that we've all talked about, and crimes that cross state lines. That one we know. That one we're positive of, that the person they've accused crossed a state line in the course of this crime. And so that's why it had to be a federal grand jury that indicted him and not a state grand jury, right? A federal grand jury typically consists of 16 to 23 jurors. Federal grand juries operate under the federal rules of criminal procedure. The prosecutor presents evidence and the jury determines whether there is enough evidence to indict. Apparently, some of these federal grand juries can last up to 18 months. And I think that actually happened in Donald Trump's case. Secrecy. Proceedings are generally secret to protect the integrity of the investigation and the insights of the individuals involved. I'm sorry, but I think these grand jury things are complete and utter bullshit. right? It's all in secret. Nobody knows who the jurors are. How do you even get picked to be on a grand jury? I have a feeling it's just not like a regular jury pool. I think these people are somehow, who are these special people that are jurors on a grand jury, right? I'd really like to know. And then they keep everything secret. And the defense doesn't even have any opportunity to come in and say, hey, like, what's going on? They can't even listen or watch or participate in any way, shape, or form. And then here it is. If a federal grand jury indicts someone, which is what happened in this case, a federal prosecutor is obligated to try the case. Prosecutorial obligation. Once an indictment is issued, the federal prosecutor, known as an assistant U.S. attorney, which Bill Thompson and Jennings are not, must proceed with the prosecution. They are responsible for presenting the case in court. While the prosecutor is required to try the case, they may have some discretion in terms of how to manage. So, I mean, are you guys like with me on this one? Is your mind like blown like mine is? And maybe I'm just reading what I looked up on a legal website. If a federal grand jury indicts someone, a federal prosecutor is obligated to try the case. An indictment from a grand jury is a formal accusation that charges an individual with a crime. And once a federal indictment is issued, the federal prosecutor, known as an assistant U.S. attorney, must proceed with the prosecution. They are responsible for presenting the case in court. What? That like totally blows my mind right now. Because Bill Thompson, that means Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings, if this is true, and I looked it up in the state of Idaho too. I didn't just look up general. I looked up in the state of Idaho, how does this work? And this is what it's saying. So that means what? Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson are not presenting this case in court. They're doing all the dirty work in the background, not getting enough information, not even able to get some information about the grand jury. Maybe they have since that article was written, because that was in May, a few months back. But they're not even going to present the fucking case against Ann Taylor and Eliza Mazoth and Jay Logston. It's going to be a U.S. district attorney. And I know the name is in there. I'm blanking on his name. Somebody might know it in the chat. There were 2 grand juries. Okay. What do you mean? If you give me some more information, I'm curious about it. There were 2 different grand juries. Well, I do know that they had a grand jury in Pennsylvania, another federal grand jury in Pennsylvania that Bryan's parents apparently were subpoenaed and a part of. And that gave 0, no indictment. And if you're not going to get an indictment from a grand jury, you're not going to get an indictment, right? It's not going to happen. So, okay, federal and state. Interesting. I'll have to read about it. I don't know anything about that one. I just knew about the federal one. Okay, well, I'll have to look into that. Thank you, P. Fox, for that information. That maybe makes things a little bit. Well, the interesting part about that, and I'll take your word for it, the interesting part about it is, why did they need 2 grand juries to indict Bryan Kohberger? Like, is one not enough? Is one grand jury not enough to indict someone? I'm pretty sure it is, right? The lawyer said this case is a cover for another case. Interesting. Okay. Federal failed to indict. Well, I know they failed to indict anybody in the Pennsylvania case, but Bryan Kohberger's federal case in Idaho, I believe, was an actual indictment. Interesting. Interesting, P. Fox. Thank you. Just putting this up here. Yeah, I've heard these things that like I've heard these things where people are saying there's like parallel investigations going on, like that there's somebody else in the background or there's some other case in the background that they're following. I don't know, this type of thing. So it just adds to the intrigue with this case, right? So that was the one thing I wanted to bring up, just sort of talk about it because it's just another thing that I really didn't look into. And now actually that this was brought up, that there was a state grand jury as well, I'm going to have to do some more research into that and take a look because I really hadn't even thought about it. I really hadn't even thought about it. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was, I mentioned this yesterday in one of the lives and I was getting tired towards the end and then I just petered out, but it was Brat Norton. You guys all remember Brat Norton? Brat Norton is someone who, I mean, she's mostly a TikToker. I've seen her on some lives over here on YouTube. And I know she was connected with Rory from Thou Shalt Not Kill at some point. And then I think they had a falling out or something. I'm not entirely sure. She definitely, from what I gather, she was heavily invested in this case from like day one. And she was purporting to have a lot of insider information in this case. Right. Who could forget the whole dot thing? Right. Exactly. And then, hello, odds. So here's my question. Have you guys seen the Brat Norton texts with Steve Gonsalves, the alleged texts? Have you guys seen those? Because granted, okay, I'm just putting up some stuff here. Granted, you saw them, Kelly. They're kind of interesting, right? What did you think? Do you think they're legitimate? What, to me, they look like they could be legitimate, they could be all fabricated as well. We just don't know. But it does seem like, she was in contact with Gonzo, also known as Mr. Gonsalves, and some of the stuff in there is pretty interesting. So I thought we could go over them. And I just want to see what you guys thought. All right, so let me just bring that up here. Okay. So I'm just going to scroll through these and see what you guys think, okay? It's a lot of fakery. Yeah, exactly, Nina. Yeah. It's a lot of work people are putting in on this Linda Lane and these Facebook messages. It's a lot of work for just not really a whole lot of clout. I mean, Brat Norton was popular on TikTok, but I mean, like, it's not like she's making millions over here by fabricating this shit. Although, I will say that she was, from what I remember and from all the stuff I've gathered, she was a big part of Howard Bloom's source for the book that he wrote, that I read a couple chapters from and reviewed on here until my dog ate it. And then apparently she had a falling out with Mr. Gonsalves, and so she doesn't have that source anymore. Right. And you know what, Kelly, though? Here's the thing. He does do that. Mr. Gonsalves was messaging with people, especially in the beginning of this case. And I think their communication lines were open, because I know somebody personally that messaged him and had a conversation with him. And so I believe but I agree that it's strange that they're doing that. That being said, I think they were so desperate. They're so desperate to understand. They're so desperate to understand. Here you go, right here. Yeah, so people do it, and I think what happened is they're just they're like us, only like it's a million billion times worse because it's their child that was killed, and they're not getting any more information than we are, so it seems. And so they're just kind of like, what the hell? And so they're just trying to find anything. And I can only imagine when you're trying to figure some of this stuff out, you know, and you're grieving and you don't know anything, people can really take advantage of you. And I personally think that's what happened in the case of Brat Norton. That's my opinion. That's what I believe, but maybe she's just a really great, good-hearted girl. I don't know. Yeah. So, I just wanted to see. Yeah, I mean, Linda Lane will hold up in court. So the Linda Lane thing is like, that's the whole weird thing in this case that like got a lot of us interested if we weren't already. But I mean, the Linda Lane footage. So there was Linda Lane footage handed over to the police, I think the next day or the day after, from Kane Francetic, who owns the Linda Lane apartments where there was a camera. Now, that footage, from what I remember when I read the newspaper article from him, was the camera that picked up people going back and forth on Taylor Avenue. And so that footage is going to that's already been sort of handed over. And as long as there's a good chain of custody, I'm sure they'll use that in some way, shape, or form. This other footage that we have, right, that doesn't show us Taylor Avenue. I don't believe it shows us Taylor Avenue, right? So I don't know where that footage came from. And somebody said in chat the other day, it was Claire Mack. I have no idea who that is, but I do feel like Brat Norton was involved in a lot of that in the beginning. So anyway, let's just take a look at some of this stuff. Okay, so this is Mr. Gonsalves for sure. That's his avatar on Facebook, and it's Gonzo. And then it says, "Hey, Steve, someone on my TikTok told me you wanted to see the screenshots of Pinterest for Costas. Yeah, some pages that were deleted. I'm unsure why people aren't seeing all what I saw, but I find it extremely disturbing when looking at the whole picture, a lot about wiring and cloud security. I feel this is some type of form of communication." And here is the guy that she's sending him a picture of, Costas Alexandropoulos, who is a local Idaho businessman. And I'm not entirely sure how he got onto somebody's radar. So apparently she's sending this to Steve, just showing him what was on this guy's Pinterest. And I guess some of it's kind of disturbing. But I mean, people have poor taste, and I don't think that's illegal. This is kind of gross. I mean, for a grown man to put stuff like this on his Pinterest is a little creepy, but it doesn't mean he's a murderer. So do you guys remember this guy being brought up at all? So then he writes, "Gross. Thank you for sharing this. You're welcome. And I'm so sorry what happened to Kaylee. I cannot imagine it. This man needs to be looked into. From what I found, he has businesses all over the world. He's got fronts for everything. His brother's boating company at the port in Alaska is a huge flag. Also, I'm working with someone who has personally interviewed a lot of the surrounding people, and Demetrius is tied to this new fishing company that they're starting up north. I'm so sorry, Steve. I just know these poor kids shouldn't have passed, but I want the big picture to come out and these people to be taken down. I feel there's a much bigger situation going on. I'm so sorry for saying that to you. I just know in my soul and from research that BK may have only been a small part. I want to see real justice and you sue that town. The fact that they told me the town it was safe when they had no suspect or any lead and let all the other kids feel like it was targeted while all these people were on the loose. Some still are, in my opinion. That alone, you get your money back because it's such bullshit. And so she's just continuing to like message him. And then he just says, we're looking at this for sure. And then she contacts him again. Good. That makes me feel better because I've debated calling the FBI myself, but it seems like maybe they were already there trying to solve drug problems in the area. As of late, a lot have been busted, but I ponder if they have looked into the guy. Hey, Steve, I hate asking you this, but I feel I should ask the source instead of speculate on it. Do you know if Kaylee and or Maddie were at a pool party? And this is where the whole pool party thing comes in, right? I'm just going to check the chat here. Hey, Wimmer. So, all right. So let's see. Oh, you need my glasses? I got these. Where did I get these? I think I got them on Amazon, actually. All right. So let's see. All right. So let's just jump ahead. Okay. Then she says, oh, she gives her phone number. Okay. I'm not trying to dox the girl, but have you seen the whole Linda Lane footage? I'm assuming you have. And then she forwards it to him. Go watch at 4:05 and 4:07 a.m. and 4:22 a very important something running from the residence on the far left at 4:22 and jumping in an SUV and pulling away. All right. And then Steve comes back and says, yeah, but that SUV was there hours before. At least it matches up with the white car being seen at 4:04. All right. So, all right. Yeah, I definitely think BK is involved, she says. He goes, what have you heard about the protected witness? We're trying to find the connection with BK in the house or Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan. Well, we don't know exactly whom, but lots speculated Brent Kopaka. We can't find his death certificate, and that whole situation is just odd. He says, it's all on camera from what I've been told. His car, Murphy freaking out, him taking off at 4:21. So here he's saying that he's been told that everything's on camera, including Murphy freaking out. So let's get back to this here. I agree that something with BK and Kaylee, I always feel Kaylee knew something more about something more about something she wasn't supposed to. I was going through the warrants and they seemed to hone in on Kaylee and the timing before BK, but I could be off. That's why I wanted to chat with you because I don't want to speculate wrong things like, so you think this was about BK stalking them? So, Mr. G says, I have to keep the witness under wraps. The FBI warned me they don't play games with protected informants and they could be monitoring everything I say. We've noticed some quite odd communication behaviors. Why did you stop working with Bloom? Some other author wanted to work with us, Peterson, I think. Well, he wanted me to do all this digging, and I was kind of on a different trail. He was more about the mainstream, and I'm after the truth. Nothing bad happened. I just got busy digging. I think he expected more. He says the Peterson true crime guy helped connect us with a grand jury member. So that's interesting. I don't know who this Peterson grand jury guy is. I'm not familiar, but he just gave it up that guy probably wasn't supposed to, connected them with a grand jury member. And we know that he has spoken about, this grand jury member. And in the book with Bloom, or maybe it's here I read that he had a meeting all set up with the protected witness, and the FBI contacted him beforehand and said, you better not do that. You better not do that. So whoever this protected witness is clearly still alive. They're not dead and not in jail, I would imagine. So who is this protected witness? But Steve knows who it is. He knows the name, if you're to believe this and Howard Bloom. Which book, Leslie? The Peterson book, or because I don't even know about the Peterson book, but the Bloom book. I'm kind of curious about that. True. The only reason why I suspect the grand jury member wasn't a fake is because they gave Steve information about a protected witness, and which is really bad. And this is my logic, but again, could be wrong. And this protected witness Steve had some communications with, and in fact was about to meet, like was driving there or something, and the FBI basically like pulled him over and stopped him and said, you're not allowed to do this, you better cut the shit. Basically, he almost got in big trouble, from what I gathered from Bloom's book, and I might have even read it in here somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's who he meant. Patterson, not Peterson. He's saying Peterson, but it could be, yeah, that makes more sense. No, I agree. This seems sort of bizarre, right? It seems bizarre. But if it's made up, it's a lot of made up messages, because this shit goes on for a long time. All right. So let's see. I don't know Peterson. I don't know who he is, but that's awesome. I want you to get all the info, like legit info. I'm sorry because it's hard with all the speculation. But back to Dylan, we're on it. I can't believe her and Bethany were out together for the 4th. And then and then Steve sends her this picture. Have you seen this? He spelled seen wrong though. And this is the picture that we've all looked at. I mean, I know I've looked at and tried to figure out who this is. Oh my God, no, I haven't. And then I believe this right here. Hold on for a minute. Whoops. Well, that one there, right? We've all looked and tried to figure out who the heck this is. Does anybody know who that is? I feel like I saw these 3 at the grub truck, but I'm not entirely sure. And then here, whoops, this one. This is where that came from, I guess. And we've all watched this over and over again. This person looks like they have a limp a little bit to me, but I don't know. It's just the way they walk is a little weird. And she goes, oh my God, no, I haven't. And then this is interesting too. He says, what about this sick bitch working for BK? Have you guys seen this? I don't know who this person is. this lady, you know, let me enlarge it a little bit. Again, that's as big as it's going to get. So this person right here, are you saying that that person is an EWU professor? This is defense witness. That's who this lady is with the blood all over her face. Huh. It's one of the defense expert witnesses. Okay, yep, you got it right there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I could be wrong, Firefly. Like, don't, you know, you perfectly valid point that this seems preposterous, right? That this guy is, that Mr. Gonzalez is texting back and forth with this person on the internet who I still don't understand why she's so invested in it. Not that I need to know why, but I'm curious why, because I think it's important to know. You know, I stated when I started my channel why I was doing this, et cetera, and people don't have to do that, but I'm interested in knowing when I'm listening or reading and stuff like that. Okay. Interesting. The thing about it is, I can't. I'm sorry. This is like, so just so you know, if you want to see this for yourself, this I'm taking, there's a lot of people out there that have these screenshots and screen recordings. This is from Thought Riot's recordings of it. And so if you go into Thought Riot, you know, I'll put a link under here after this so that you guys can see it yourself and kind of look at the pictures. But the one picture to the left there of the woman with the bloody face, you know, for Halloween, that looks like Helena Bonham Carter. So I don't know what that is. I guess that was just maybe her. I don't know. Maybe that's just her screen thing. But anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's pretty low. All right, so let me just go on here a little bit more. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Okay, so he's Amani AE. I guess that's maybe that looks like Helena Bonham Carter to me, and obviously it's Jack Nicholson. So, but I don't know. Okay. Okay, here you go. There's a better picture of her. Whoops. Of course, I just backed out of it. Sorry, guys. All right, let me try it again. Okay, I can tell you want me to go down this rabbit hole. Is there anything you want me to post and we dig? Is that stuff public or does it need to stay private? What kind of woman would protect a monster? Another kind of monster. Yes, we think BK was working for someone. I don't think she's acting like she knows what he's talking about, but maybe she doesn't. I don't know. Is that footage of the cameras public yet? And yes, some weird twisted shit we have found is bizarre and gross. And then he writes, I don't think so. So he's given her some footage from cameras that wasn't public. And then he says, there's another camera here that is way better that isn't public. Okay, so here's where this picture comes from. You guys remember this picture. And he says, she says, I know Verita got her stuff from somewhere if there are things that you need me to. So glad to see other camera. I believe that's BK's car. And now I know it would have been caught nicely in that camera. And then he says, we had access to, well, there's that picture, guys. Hold on. It's still not great. I'm sorry. That's as much as I can blow it up. But you guys all remember this, right? Oh, woke up. You know what? I'm going to give the link to this video that I'm showing, and then you can look at it yourself and you can scroll through it and you'll be able to get a better better picture, a more close-up one of that. Yeah, this one is just sort of like even on my screen, it's hard to really know. And this has the date up here, November 13th at 1:56:45 a.m. So the thing about it is, the interesting part about it is he's saying something about the car, but this is when the girls would be arriving home, right? And this is the neighbor to their left. And I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out the way this is facing, because there's so many cars parked there. It's this balcony. So anyway, all right. So let me get back to this. I mean, what do we see here? All right, we had access to a few cameras, and it's why we did the interviews. People wanted to help us. And then she writes, I want to help you. I know it's hard to trust anyone, but you just got to tell me what's private and what's public. And yet here we are reading their private text messages. So clearly she wasn't to be trusted. I need to go find who those kids are. He says, we even had FBI agents reach out. She goes, in that video, I don't doubt it, Steve. I really think this may be a little bigger than some obsession with the girls. I'm desperately trying to find the motive or understand why. He says, yeah, I hate this gag order. It makes it so hard to know what is real and what is fake. I agree. I remember when Fry would just say both Jacks have been cleared. We don't get that information anymore. Okay, this was the part that I wanted to bring up here, because the whole Jack decor, because people are still discussing that he got cleared too soon. So it says Jack has kind of re-entered the chat, if that makes sense, but we all want to respect your family. And if y'all say Jack's not involved, we believe you. He says Jack did a lie detector and he gave his DNA. So I just wanted to highlight that, right? So assuming these are real texts, assuming this is real, Jack did a lie detector and he gave his DNA. Now, DNA, I don't know how much that really matters in the sense of if he was, I think he was seen with her the night before in that club they were in. But the lie detector, I mean, they're not admissible in court, but the fact that, I mean, they really believe he's innocent. And I'm going to have to say I do too, based on that. Yeah, the girl right. So Kelly, I think that is that. If you look at the porch picture and I think that is that same house. It's not facing the road. I don't know. I don't understand it. But that house is really weird because it has a back part too. So oh, it's 11:12. Okay. All right. Okay. You would imagine, though, other cameras are around there, right? It's interesting. And what we get leaked is that Linda Lane stuff. All right, so let's go back here. All right, so Adam and Jack's whole story was always suspicious from the start. I am 100% following you. Those cameras also show him entering his house and going to bed. Okay, so there you go. So Jack's cameras, they have Jack on film going into his house and going to bed. But the next part here is kind of interesting too. It says he could get to their house without being on camera, or at least not very easily. I agree. He was never there physically. So now she's agreeing with him. BK is toast over the cast viz cell, Traces the grand jury member said. Okay. You asked about Dylan. Do you know if she left that night? They said they shouldn't have even called them as witnesses. They didn't help at all. That's interesting because Dylan plays what seems to be the only role to the time frame, I guess, now, besides all this footage. They created more questions than answers. That is really interesting to me. That is super interesting. Those two created more questions than answers, and they didn't help at all in the grand jury. So that's really strange and interesting. Most grand jurors don't understand the first thing about CASVIS. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of woods and paths behind that house. And the way that the house is set up with the upper level by that street, if it looks like somebody could just like jump onto that upper porch there. She says, that makes sense. Yeah, I 100% agree. They talked the whole time the shit was going down. And this is where we get the whole thing about the texts. So annoying. It makes me enraged. I've heard things and not call 911. It makes me sick. I don't care if they're not involved. It makes me ill. Murphy was barking and growling for about 10 minutes. Then he stops and the white car takes off. That part's weird too. I mean, I know I talked about this last night, but the whole thing about the dog is barking and growling for 10 minutes and then he stops and then the car takes off. But, you know, he's saying right there, if this is true, that the dog's barking and growling. So why is nobody awake? Like nobody's waking up to a barking, a barking, a growling dog. Apparently, especially in a house like this where the wood is supposed to be pretty flimsy, right? Different footage. It's a white 2022 and it got Kaylee Murphy and supposedly Ethan in it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Puppy games. Yeah, right. So, all right, here we go. Can you hear from the footage you have? Can you tell from the Linda Lane footage if we're hearing them? And then she sends him this picture, which I remember this picture in the beginning. Who remembers this one? Nothing big here, but we notice the time. Okay, so do you guys, I know you can't see this picture. I know you can't see it. It's super small. But this picture was posted on, hold on, let me see if I can. It was posted on Visco, which is like Instagram. And it's the night that they died. It's the night that they were murdered. And it was posted at like, I feel like it was like posted at like 3 a.m. or something. Do you guys remember this? That's my favorite caramel frappuccino. What are you guys talking about? What won't she put back up that's too dangerous? That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like there are some creators out there that got some footage that nobody else got. And that's so interesting to me too, because I wonder why and how, right? I know you can't, it's impossible to see it. The pictures are part of this text thing, but oh, I see. Okay. But yeah, this was but you know what this is? This was the night they were killed. This is dated. Now, I don't know if the picture was taken at that time, but it was posted on November 13th, which is that the next morning past 12 midnight. And it was posted at something like 3 a.m. or some time frame around there. And people kept saying, oh, that's because it's a time difference. And it's really not 3 a.m. because in Idaho, it would be 9 o'clock in the 9 o'clock at night or whatever it was. Right. And I'm just like, that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. I went and tried to figure that out, but I just got tired of it. But they're on this time frame and they see the time frame. They're out and they think it's weird. All right. So they told the author they wanted to go inside the house and hear things firsthand. This book will be released before the trial, and he's putting that in the book and why he said he wanted to speak with us. They told the author they wanted to go inside the house and hear things firsthand. Okay. So we've been going back to the beginning and looking through socials and the times. Let me know if Jenna was a part or you have heard anything about any of the girls. We have been fighting to keep the house. I think he's just talking about from them taking the house down. The house should stay. I agree. And then he says it right here. That is odd on the timestamp. So he agrees. Steve agrees that picture I showed you, and I know you can't see it, but if you go, I'll put the link in. If you go and you look, you'll see the picture of the 3 girls, and it was posted on Visco November 13th, which means it's after midnight, right? And it was posted at like something like 3 a.m. or 2:45 a.m. sometime around there, where supposedly like everybody's like all bundled up ready to go to sleep, right? And so it was weird. She posted it at 12:30. Okay. I remember differently. I remember it being later than that. But I can't see the timestamp. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like the house being demolished to me is such a miscarriage of justice. And I understand they're saying, oh, it's just a scourge and people walk by it and they feel terrible and stuff like that. But like I said, this is not the first massacre to occur in the United States. And I don't even think the first one on a college campus, because you've got the Ted Bundy, that sorority house, right? I don't think they demolished that before the trial. And it's probably still standing, just like John Benet Ramsey's house is still standing, and Cielo Drive and a lot of these other places. I get it if you want to get rid of it after the trial, but before the trial, it's just a really shitty thing to do to the families, I think. Yeah, I mean, like even the Karen Reed trial, they had the jury view. They got to go to the house. It's a big difference when you're standing there and you're seeing everything right there and trying to figure these things out. You can talk about it all you want. You can show 3D models all you want. You can even do a virtual reality all you want. It's not the same as standing in that house, getting a sense for how far apart these bedrooms are when people are saying they're not hearing people being slaughtered. Could be random, just wanted your feelings on other girls surrounding her. Anyone sketchy? I don't know if you can answer that. We pick up on your codes when you speak publicly. I find AC to be interesting. That's Ashlyn Couch. I just found the Couches are close with the Lees. We have no idea Kaylee dated Graydon, correct? That's just a random thing and not connected. So this is the whole James Curtis Leonard thing and Graydon Lee, which I had looked at Kaylee's Instagram and Visco and went through all that. And, that's a whole other interesting thing. It's a whole interesting thing. Well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Of course, the defense agreed to it. It helps them. The only person that's going to help is the defense would, of course, they would be like, sure, knock it down. We don't want the jury or whatever. I mean, there could be other things in there. The part that concerns me is the prosecution wanted it knocked down. And then the other thing is, with this type of thing, prosecution and defense agreeing on things, it's kind of like in politics. When Democrats and Republicans both agree on a bill passing and it's super easy to go through, it's usually because it's really bad for the rest of us. That's just my opinion, but I'm just saying, like, when the two parties come together because they want to donate billions to, say, I don't know, Ukraine or Israel. Yeah. Nonpartisan. And this is one of the things that Steve G had brought up, that he's very suspicious whenever they agree, which I get. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what this is. There was at least 3 comments about the jury wanting to see it. Who cares? People can say what they want here. The thing about it is, the jury hasn't been picked yet, right? Are you talking about the grand jury? I don't know. But regardless, the jury hasn't been picked yet. But I can tell you, as a member, that I was on a murder trial, like, a jury, the option to go there and see it made a big difference for me. And that might not be everybody, and some people may be able to do it without it, but I think it's important to at least have the option. But everybody can have their opinions. I agree. I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't like making new laws. Like, I hate it because we have so many laws already, and like most of them are just ridiculous. Like, we don't need laws for half the things. But I agree that there should be some sort of ethical violation or something that you're making when you do this. And, it's kind of weird that we'd have to even make a law. Like, hey, don't demolish the crime scene before the person's been tried. Can we just wait until the trial is done? And I get it. It's going to be a couple of years and you're going to have this house here. I get it. Right. But like, shit happens. And I don't know. I would have been pissed if that was my family member that got killed in that house and they took it down. I do feel like the Gonsalveses sort of gave up at the end. They really didn't push as hard for it as I thought they could have. But that's just my opinion. I don't know. That's what I got from it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I'm not shitting on your idea. I think there's something that it needs to be done about that sort of thing, right? It's like, I don't know if it's a law, but it's just sort of like, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I just don't even understand how and why they did that. If it was dangerous, right? If it's dangerous, and by that I mean it's going to explode or something, fine. But like, nobody's walking in and out of the house. Like, what was the problem? They said, oh, we have to pay for security 24/7, right? They had to pay for security 24/7. Remember that? You saw the JLR video. Remember that? The guy with all the flags chasing him down. It was hilarious. Oh my God, Kane. Kane. Holy shit. When I kicked you off last night, okay, I was still hearing shit in the background. It was so wild. It was scary. It was scary. I was just like, holy shit. Hey, Tinsel. Hi, Christy Nevada's in the house. All right, so we should have, Wimmer. Now you're talking. Wimmer. We would have ended up on national news. Can you imagine? It might have been worth it, honestly. It might have been worth it. Yeah, this was crazy too, right? They couldn't just demolish it, right? They had to demolish it, collect the pieces, and then go bury it somewhere. Like people are going to go and try to find the pieces. That's weird and sketchy. I'm sorry. All right. So anyway, let's get back. All right. So this is the Graydon Lee. So Graydon Lee is a guy that Kaylee dated in high school. And man, I went back into her Instagram and Visco, and I'm just saying, like, for as much as they said her and Jack were in love and they were going to get married and that was her boyfriend forever and ever. I mean, I saw her in pictures with a lot of other different guys, just saying, which is normal, right? You date different guys and stuff like that. So Graydon Lee is one of the guys she dated. And it turns out that there was sort of this interesting connection here. So it says, we have no idea Kaylee dated Graydon, correct? That's just a random thing, not connected. But when looking up James Curtis Leonard, no, the guy she went on the date with was an ex-classmate from her high school. Okay, so remember when Christy made a comment, something about, she was missing Jack because she went on this date with this guy and he was like, make me a taco, bitch. And everyone was like, who is this guy? Like, who did she go on this date with? He could be the killer and stuff. Well, apparently Steve is answering this question out of context. That guy was someone that she used to go to high school with, that was a jerk to her on this date. That's what I get. So, all right, so let's see. So then, Brat sort of gets him back on track, and she says, no, I'm referring to her high school boyfriend. And then immediately, Gonzo says, we know about James Leonard. And she goes, it's random, I know. And he says, we talked with his girlfriend when he was still in jail. Good. How did that go? And then here's a picture. This is Kaylee with Graydon Lee, one of her high school boyfriends, or maybe junior high, I don't know. And she goes, that's Graydon Lee, correct? Very cute photo. She looks so happy. And then the next picture here it says him now. His mom is sisters with Tyler Pace Lee, who Leonard killed. That's weird, okay? So her high school boyfriend, Graydon Lee, has an aunt, and James Leonard Curtis killed that aunt. What are the chances? Really, really weird, right? When did they move to Idaho? I feel like, yeah, because they were originally in California, right? I don't know. Yeah, another coincidence, Wimmer. Exactly. Just another coincidence, And he happened to get like arrested like right around the time of the murder too, but it had nothing to do with the four getting murdered. Just another coincidence, right? It's just like, what? He goes, yeah, they dated her freshman year. Just found this out last night. This whole rabbit hole got started because Nathaniel Rosendahl, who was the investigator on James Leonard's case. Anyway, it's probably just totally random. It's just so hard, Steve, because I think you just live in a small town and some of these connections are either incorrect or maybe just small town coincidences. True. And if it wasn't for the FBI, we would still be looking. So he's, convinced they have the right guy. Yes, we're looking into the cops as we speak. They figured out who it was for them. So Steve is saying basically the local cops didn't do anything to help the case, that the FBI found out who this was. That's how they, how they got to Bryan Kohberger. Walking to the grub truck, does he say, we got to get you to Orange County? I don't know. Anybody else hear that? This guy, yeah, this whole Charlie up more, read up more. That's very reminiscent of 1122 King Road Clue. Flew to Coeur d'Alene before. Did he flew? No, please don't tell me that, Kelly. Don't make me go down that. Oh my gosh. All right, so let's get back to it here. Okay. Okay. Look at this timestamp. He says this camera is way closer and shows the girls getting dropped off. No one was getting killed at 1:56. So this is him showing her that picture again. I don't see the girls getting dropped off, but okay. And then it says, what car was the DoorDash? Or can you see the DoorDash car? You probably can't tell me, but it's separate than the Elantra. Something was going down on that audio for Linda Lane. It wasn't just at 1122 King Road. So he is admitting that there's something going on at Linda Lane. He just said it. In his opinion, there's something going on in that audio at Linda Lane. She goes, yeah, we can hear. We're trying to decipher. He goes, I can check. Also, Jack D helped us get this footage. It was a friend of the girls. Okay, so I know the cops regarding traced him on camera to the drive-thru. In that video of the trash bin, looks like someone is either putting something in or picking something out. Yes, I agree. It's also the same road where the white car with the sunroof turns around. It's a white car with a sunroof, which BK's car is not a car with a sunroof. But the timing is 12:55, I think. Yeah, maybe random. That's what's hard. As I look at all this stuff, I have to remind myself not everything we see connects. They retraced a friend of girls through drive-through. P.S. Does her journal entry mean anything as far as this case goes? Remember the whole journal entry? There was a whole deciphering of Kaylee's journal entry, and people were like, when she says she loves these people, they're good and whatever. Remember that whole thing? Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, that's the sad part about it, which is why he's talking to this random person, Brat, on his Facebook, Thoughts on overlays. I don't know. I'm just, it just seems like an awful lot of work to do overlays and sounds and all this other stuff. It just seems like an awful lot of work, to what end? I mean, if I go down that road, then I'm like, the whole thing's a psyop, and I can't do that because I think these 4 people died. So, all right, so let's see here. Look, my girl Alyssa can read code and is a graphic designer. She may reach out. Okay, she goes into all this stuff. That photo of the kids walking at 12:28. Are they all in masks? Here's that photo again, guys. Can surveillance go? So here's that photo again. They don't look like they have masks on to me. Can the surveillance go on TT? He says, TT, what is that? Social. Oh, TikTok. We're trying to find out who these kids are and if they've been interviewed. Hunter Johnson possibly in the middle. Isn't that a shame? He doesn't even know who these kids are and if they've been interviewed. The father of somebody who lost a child there. I don't know if you guys think that's Hunter Johnson, the center. We have been keeping track of the prosecution and making sure they don't drop anything. Hunter, pretty tall. I guess so he doesn't think that's it. Got it. Okay. Can I post? Yeah, this does. I agree with him. That looks like a bow tie in that photo up there of that kid in the middle. Like he came from a party. I sent it to Chapin's to see if they knew. Mom and dad said no, but would check with their kids this weekend. Okay, I'll figure it out. Makes me nervous because they could be minors. I don't want anyone threatening them. They're not involved. I think they live right there. Okay, got it. We just want to make sure the cops are doing their job. You got it. We'll keep them in line. We're shining a light on this case. Make sure they know they're not involved and they would be witnesses to the facts in terms of time, date, location, etc. Okay, she's clear. My entire life is turned into this case. I'm dedicating to getting you and the family's justice. So she's looking into it more. Also about, oh gosh, here we go with the whole Scott Cleary thing. Can you settle this for me? Not sure, but people in Idaho stopped using masks pretty early on. I don't think those people look like they had masks on. All right, let's just jump ahead here. Oh, look at this. It looks like they're wearing Saw masks from the movie, and that's why that guy is in a white shirt with a bow tie. Oh, okay, that's interesting. More horror movie references. Great. And what is this? Side note, that is the address when James Leonard was staying when he got arrested. I found it interesting looking like BK's route home. I can't even go into that. I can't tie in somebody else. I just got off a live and had someone in there. We named her Dot. Oh gosh, here we go. Dot's making an appearance because her screen name was literally a period and said she made a fake account just to come share some info on the case. She said she has an Instagram live video of that night and wants to send it to me. I'm still waiting, but says it matches the audio everyone thinks is fake. Also, she said a lot about Dylan and Bethany, a ton of people. I can send you everything in the morning. I truly believe she's telling the truth. They never went to the police with the Instagram live. Come on. I think the audio is real. It's just picking up a fight. That is one of the large apartments that are much closer to the camera. It's over a football field away, and the footage we have is like 40 feet away, and you don't hear any of that fight at 155. So that's fair. That's fair. So he's clearly listened to the Linda Lane audio, and I mean, his assessment is fair. How do you know who you are really chatting with? What's going on over here, guys? My husband just saw it. They bushy eyebrows, though. Exactly. Honestly. Dot. Yeah. She definitely was. All I've ever said to you are, where are your receipts? What are we asking people for receipts for? The audio only partially matches other recordings. What up, Kane? What up? A sock puppet of Van. Okay. I don't know who Van. Oh, Van Life. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Everybody's accusing everybody of being different people in the chat. Hey guys, be nice. Everybody be nice. Remember what we're here for. 4 kids got brutally murdered. And not everybody, nobody knows all the shit that's happened. Nobody has all the answers here. Nobody does, especially me. So let's be nice. Anybody want to come up on panel? I found it. What's this? This short. It's in the very beginning. The diesel truck covers most of it. I remember seeing something like that, like some kids coming out of a car or a van or something. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I just want people to be kind and respectful. I don't care if people have different opinions. In fact, I welcome it. Tamara Terry. I feel like I've seen something recently about Tamara Terry. Hi, Tamara. Let's see. All right, here we go. So let me oh, this is that's what it was. Tamara is a sock puppet of Van. Tamara, are you actually Van? Can we settle this once and for all? All right. Let's see. Let's see. Reading their comments, people can't see the truth. I can't with stories of some. I'll refrain. Okay, let me find a link here, guys. Let me find a link. Hold on. Invite. Copy. Control. There you go. Enter. Anybody can come up except for Kane. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That was crazy town. So more drama, of course. More drama in the GoFundMe world, you know. And I understand with my take on the Gonsalves is probably an unpopular one as well. But I get it. I mean, people have their opinions. Oh, here we go. Whoops. Uh-oh. All right. Sorry. I'm coming back. There we go. And we're welcoming Wimmer. Let me just make myself less. Hello, Mr. Wimmer.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good, actually.
So what do you think?
I was just going to crack a joke. I would say I feel like I'm Captain and you're Tennille.
Oh, there you go. I remember them. I'm in that age. Obviously, yeah, Captain Tennille was cool. What was that song they used to sing?
Oh, a couple of them. Muskrat Love and
Muskrat Love and Love Will Keep Us Together, right?
Every time I hear her on the radio now, I'm just like, she's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's so good. That kind of music isn't around anymore, I feel like.
We don't have music anymore.
No, we don't. We just have like 808 beats with demonic rap overlaid and stuff. It's just like, it's pretty bad. But what do you think about, were you here earlier when I talked about the federal grand jury?
No, I joined late. For some reason, my thing from YouTube isn't telling me when you're on. So I just kind of stumble across you as I'm scrolling.
No, well, I'm happy you're here. I'm happy that anybody is here participating, listening, conversing. So no, I'll just make it really brief because I went into it in the beginning of the live about the federal grand jury and how, you know, he was indicted by a federal grand jury, and the likely reason for that is because, you know, he's the accused and he crossed state lines during the course of this crime that he allegedly committed. And one of the rules with federal grand juries is that the person who has to do a trial, you know, who presents the case in court is the U.S. district attorney, is a federal prosecutor, which Thompson and Jennings are not.
So that was done as well as the Thompson grand jury?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Somebody else in the chat said there were 2 grand juries. There was a
Yes.
state grand jury and so okay, so maybe you can fill me in on this, because that's the
Well,
part.
what I was told was the federal grand jury returned a negative to not indict.
Really?
Yeah.
That's even more interesting.
Yep. And that tells you a little about the ego on Bill Thompson.
Wow.
So
That's actually very interesting. Go on.
Yeah. Well, you combine that with the FBI telling them not to use certain evidence. I really think they have a circumstantial case, and that's it. And then maybe some IGG weirdness, like we talked about last night.
So that actually helps a lot, because here's the thing. I was reading from an article. The whole reason I got into this whole federal grand jury thing is I saw a video by Forensic Frenzy, and she brought it up, and I forget the whole thing, but then I just went down the rabbit hole. And so then I found an article from May of this year where they said that the federal grand jury they subpoenaed 71 witnesses to come.
Gosh.
Yes, 71. The only one that they mentioned in the newspaper was a former teacher of Bryan Kohberger's, or some sort of administrator from Pleasant Valley High School. And I can only assume that has something to do with maybe why he got kicked out of the Army Ranger program or whatever it was. I don't really know. But Eliza Mazoff made a comment, which was, they wanted these subpoenas. They wanted the grand jury information. They wanted these subpoenas, and that one of the subpoenas in the grand jury, the federal grand jury, was the most critical proof that they offered in this case. And when they asked to elaborate, she didn't elaborate on it. So I thought that was really interesting.
See, I'm feeling like we need to get a hold of some of this information, because we're kind of spinning in circles. Everyone's talking about the same stuff and watching each other's shows. So that's what I appreciated about 1122 King Road Clue, is that he did his own research and he verified a ton of stuff, and he's very logical.
So I have an interesting story about 1122 King Road Clue. Actually. There's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's just that when he came out, I was very much interested in everything. I have nothing. And when I said his name, it wasn't meant to be in any derogatory fashion. Like, I have a lot of respect for him, but I spoke with him a few times on the phone.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So he's not an FBI agent, or?
No, one time when I spoke with him, it was at it was always late in the morning. It was like at 2:00 in the morning. And there was some older woman in that apartment that he was in, and she was yelling at him because he was on the phone. So he had to go outside and talk. And he was just telling me some stories. He was a real character. He was very much a character. And so, the picture that I have on one of my shorts of, I said, is this Bryan Kohberger's doppelganger? And he's a former university president, University of Idaho, Melvin Brannon.
Yes, Melvin Brannon. Yes.
Right. Well, that picture. So I found that picture.
You did?
Before I'm the one who found it. Now,
cool.
It's because of him though that I found it. Okay. So what happened was he and I was very deep into researching the whole history of the town, the generational, things that go on there. We were deep, I was really, I talked to him every day. I had a lot of communication with him. And then ultimately we ended up talking on the phone a few times, but, he told me to look in one of these yearbooks, the Gem of Idaho, whatever it's called. I forget now. And so I started looking through one of them, and I saw that picture. And as soon as I saw the picture, my heart dropped, because I was like, what the fuck? This guy looks like Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah.
So I sent it to him, and he didn't respond for an entire day. That's how I know he was like mind blown. And all I said was, does this look like someone? And he had seen it before and he had thought so, but he was just so happy that I saw the same thing he did, you know?
Oh, great.
And
That
so,
is
yeah, it was really
validating.
interesting. I have other stories about him, but he was cool. He was a cool cat and he put a lot of work into that video that he did. Like he's a very talented person.
Yeah, I subscribe to a lot of the stuff that he said because some kind of the things I was thinking, then he filled in the gaps for me. But I did a lot of TikTok stuff, and I tried to credit him all the time. Not that he wants credit. I mean,
Yeah.
he wants people to, say that it's his work, but it's not like he's wanting to monetize or anything.
No. I think it's more of like an art. He's an artist. I think he does photography and stuff too. So it's just more about like integrity. Like if you're gonna take someone's work, at least acknowledge them.
Well, yeah, and he, I don't think he wants to do an actual movie, but I think there's too much stuff out there that's anti-Bryan. So we need somebody to publish a book or something, that's the other side. But I would like to see some new stuff. Did you happen to read in The Gem of the Mountains that poem from the early 1900s?
That sounds very familiar to me. In fact, I think he sent it to me, but you have to refresh my memory on it because I don't remember. But I think it had to do something with the Vandals, or was it something like that? I'm not sure.
No, it has to do with the murder cult. I think it's called. The poem is "Echoes of the Hall."
Yes, that's right. Yep.
The guy is describing a similar event that had happened, and they've been doing this since the early 1900s. So I think that's where some of the Masonic stuff comes in, which would be the Hall. But I almost started weeping because the girl's name is Maggie, the victim, and her little red shoes. And all I could think about was Maddie's pink boots. And
interesting.
It's so, her boots are so focused on in a lot of the early photography.
Correct. I agree. And you look at media like I do, the symbolism, because you can't ignore the G and the 201 and the little, when you look at Bryan, it was so focused on, you can't ignore the numerology, the 1122 and how that crosses with King and Queen Road. Like it's too much, and when they start throwing all these things up, it's hard to not think that it's some sort of Masonic play that they're putting on, that I'm not that it didn't happen, but that, there's some sort of larger ritual at play.
Yes.
And that's what he brought up in a lot of that, what he did. And that I was very interested in that because that's how I look at a lot of the media now anyway. Because I think it's just been proven over time. That's kind of like what they're doing. So.
Oh, I totally agree. And I did some research myself into Melvin Brannon. He was quite a researcher, and he was in Florida for some time, kind of in the Tampa area. But interestingly enough, it was around the time that they industrialized brick making, and he felt like Florida.
Wait, they industrialized what? I'm sorry.
Brick making.
Oh, okay. Oh,
which is
Mason.
You could piss off a few Masons if you were, manufacturing bricks. So I thought with land grant universities, which he worked for, he may have built a lot of those buildings and didn't include the local Masons.
Yeah,
so
because we know he got fired, right? He got fired from the university, he was forced to resign, right?
Yes. So it really could go back to, which lands were taken for the grant, which agreements didn't get fulfilled. And I think that's where Clue was going with the family tree assault on Kohberger. And
Right. Like these are warring families of and bloodlines that go very far back. And I agree. I found all of that very fascinating.
yeah,
And when he just kind of disappeared, he just up and like, left. I fell off on that, but I was very much interested in that whole line, and I was going I did a whole deep dive on Melvin Brent. I mean, on my own, because I was looking to see his offspring, and it's really hard to know if he has any, because back then a lot of times men, he had one assistant. I remember I think she was also a student. And I remember reading that she had discovered or created one special breed of flower. And this flower only grew in this one spot in Indiana. And I'm like, really? Indiana? Like, we're back here?
yep,
So it was really interesting.
yeah.
And
I'd like to learn some more of that. I was thinking about. I mean, that whole other case is in the news about the two little girls, and
mhm.
I'd like to know what the heck is going on with these.
With the
You know,
Delphi case.
yeah, Delphi and the whole Viking cult or whatever.
The Odins, yeah.
I mean, it's really kind of scary. I mean, last night was the 13th, or
Hmm.
I was freaking out.
Yeah. Well, no, it's actually a really interesting point you bring up, because I know they kind of touched on some like Odin type stuff here, or some other type of cult, and people are always like, "Oh my God, that's not real," and Satanic Panic. Satanic Panic was real. That really happened in that school, that nursery school in California. I forget the name of it now, but where the kids were coming forward and saying they were being molested, and people are saying, "Oh no, that was disproven." But Ted Gunderson went into that pretty hard, and he also they found, if you go on the CIA website, you can find the blueprint of that school, and there were tunnels that were found and all that other shit, just like the tunnels in New York City that they didn't want to talk about. Remember, just recently, like in the
Yep.
past year or two, in the synagogue, and they brush all this stuff under the mattress, because they don't want us to recognize this evil that has existed since the beginning of time and continues to exist, and it's becoming more and more obvious,
Yeah,
I think, right?
yeah. Well, and I wasn't very keen on tunnels in Idaho because there was no proof. They kept showing the steam tunnels, but
Hmm.
I do, and partially because of Clue, I
Hmm.
do
Yeah,
think there's.
I'm not. Yeah, the tunnels in Idaho, I'm not necessarily agreeing with, but anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I do think there's a secret room in the old 1122 house.
Hmm.
And I watched them tear it down. Maybe I said this to you, but uh, there's definitely a stairwell on Xana's side of the house. There's stairs going down, and that's not. It's like below the kitchen
Hmm.
kind of thing. So it may be nothing. It may just been an old storage area or something that somebody built. But Clue went to great extent to talk about the architectural plans and what was really going on there.
Yeah, he did a lot of really good work. Hold on one second. I'm trying to add Kane here, although I against my better judgment, but it's not adding him to the stage. It's kind of weird. I don't
I
know if
think
he's still there.
that's a message from the universe to you.
Kane, are you there? Oh, there you are. Welcome, Mr. Purge.
How you doing?
Good. Don't try any shit this time, all right? No more shenanigans.
I re-listened to that. I was saying in the chat that you were like losing your mind. You're like, what's going on? And everybody in the chat's like, echo, echo. You were
I was laughing so hard. Did you see that, Mike Wimmer? Did you see that?
Yeah, on my end, it didn't really do the echo. I just saw it all kind of fall apart, and then we all signed out, and then signed
Yeah,
back.
just me sort of like laughing hysterically, saying, "What the fuck is going on?"
I've got to
But
do big movements to be able to see my. I'm frozen. Am I in frozen shock face to you guys, or is it?
No, but is that it? Is that a UFO landing pad behind you? What's up with
Oh,
that?
that's a good question. I'm glad you asked. That's the memorial healing garden for the people that have passed away that went to the university. Did you not catch the video that Bubs and I kind of commingled on?
No, I didn't see it. I'll have to check it out, but that's wild.
While we're at it, if you don't mind, I'm not trying to interrupt him because he was very interesting, actually. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Mike.
Mike. Okay, nice to meet you. Thank you for having me in the chat. But I was trying to say in the chat that I have a new thumbnail, and I think it was Tony was talking about the Amityville house, and so my thumbnail is, check it out. Can you?
No, I'm not going to your stream right now. I'm not playing.
It's a future show. It's just a thumbnail, just to show the picture.
Okay.
I promise not a dick pic or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's on my page on YouTube. But yeah, this is the healing garden. So while you're looking at that, it is, if you didn't see the dedication, I feel, and a lot of us felt that they sort of disrespected the families and friends that showed up to it by monopolizing the microphone between the Dean of Students, Eccles, and Dr. Greenlove. And a whole group of girls showed up in these cute little summer dresses that were with tennis shoes that were very reminiscent of what Maddie and whatever would wear.
Yeah.
And I felt they were paying homage to it, and they got no attention at all. And then they kind of paraded the people with just to give you a synopsis of it, the people that sold the little black bracelets or whatever, they paraded them up there, like, these are guys that dedicated their summer. And it was like, okay, can the family talk now? It's like, we've heard you enough.
Yeah.
Mr. Green. And so if you guys ever want to check that out, it's called Are You Kidding? Are They Kidding? That's the video.
You know what? I remember seeing that, and I was going to watch it last night, and then I don't know. I think I just passed out. But no, I'll check it out. That's interesting, and I think it's me personally. I'm just going to say I think it's totally fucked up that they're making this memorial for everyone that died by demolishing that house. I'm not saying other people don't deserve a memorial, but a lot of kids die in college for all kinds of, not a lot, but there are kids that die from suicide and all kinds of things. But that house was demolished before the trial. And, I just think it's a bizarre way. Like, they're just,
you know what I like about you and your show? Nothing. No, just kidding. That you're humble and you act like, oh, I just kind of dabble around in here and I'm not trying to take it. But you've done a lot of really cool stuff, and it just is obvious that you do your own research and you take pride in that. And
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's just an observation. Obviously, you know that. But I'm trying to turn my camera off because I'm frozen like a teen werewolf right now.
Yeah, look at his face. His face is funny. All right, so I want to ask Wimmer something, though. I want to ask Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Mike, you were talking about Delphi, right?
Yeah.
So I find that case very disturbing for probably the same reasons that you do. I don't know if you follow Andrea Burkhart, but I love her. I just think she's, number one, she's a goddess, and number two, she's brilliant, and she's a great attorney in my opinion. But anyway, she's going to that case. Did you know that? I don't know if you follow her at all, but she's going to Delphi because they're not publicizing the trial.
Oh my gosh. I don't follow her. Perhaps I should. Is she on YouTube or?
Yeah. She's an attorney. She's a law tuber. I follow a lot of the law tubers, and she's one of my favorite. But she just did a little spiel. If you go onto her channel, she says, basically, this is why I'm going to Delphi. And she, for about 6 weeks, give or take, she's got, there's his thumbnail, the Amityville. She's going to Delphi because she lays out the case. And the truth is, with Richard Allen, I really don't think, I was saying this earlier in the stream, I think they have even less of a case against Richard Allen than they presented with Bryan Kohberger, you know?
Is that
And
even how could you have less? Oh
it's
my.
yeah, I mean, it really is pathetic. And it's a highly disturbing case. And again, it does seem like some type of a ritualistic type of murder. And I know that people get all whacked out about, oh my God, like this, you know, this stuff doesn't happen. But if you've watched any of the P. Diddy discovery, we know that crazy, weird, bad shit has been happening, is happening as we speak. And they cover it up and they cover it up and they throw it in our face and they laugh at us. That's what I think of it, honestly. You know, and I'm just disgusted by all of it at this point. I can't listen to any of the modern music, any regular movies I can't watch because all the actors and actresses are all, you know, it just most of them are prostitutes. Okay. They prostitute themselves when they're not acting. This is what's going on. And, you know,
it's a
it's
tragedy.
culture.
And
it is.
So why do you think everyone, like, I can't understand the judge. I didn't follow Delphi that much, but I do know the judge is really hard-nosed about keeping the Odin stuff out. Like, why would someone be that way?
So Andrea discusses that when she presents the case, and she does it a lot. She does it much more eloquently than I'm doing it right now, and in a way that's pretty brief with such a large topic. But the short answer is when the defense was kicked off the case, in Delphi, they took it to a higher court to be reinstated, which they were. And then they laid out, that's when they laid out this claim about the Odinism and all these other things. And Andrea even thought that they went a little too much over the top with those claims, and that really pissed the judge off. And so it was the way that they laid out the case against the Odinism and the things that they said that made the judge very upset. But this judge seems worse than Judge Bev in terms of any kind of bias and stuff. She's just very, I mean, they're not allowing this to be publicized. I mean, and there's a great public interest in this case. And you know that Richard Allen, he wasn't even arrested until like several years after this happened. And then it was just, he actually came in and gave them a statement in the beginning. And then when they arrested him, it was really such flimsy evidence that they had. He's a pharmacist. It was just a really bizarre, they don't have any really good hard evidence on this guy. And,
well, and I guess I did see the thing about the bullet. Like, apparently it was knives involved in the murders. And then they had a bullet show up.
Right. They after they arrested him, they did a search warrant. They went into his home and they found, I don't know what, I'm just going to say it was a 9mm, right? And then they found an unspent round of a 9mm at the scene. And they're trying to tie these two things together, which makes zero sense because that could be any unspent round from any 9mm. It doesn't make any sense. And so that's part of their evidence against him. And then the girls weren't even shot. So they weren't shot, they were stabbed. So it's just.
Does the PCA in that case say a 9mm bullet was placed at the scene?
It should if it doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
It should if it doesn't, because it's just it's unbelievable. And then they say he confessed, but this was only after he was in this like maximum security jail where he was kept separated because he's a child killer allegedly, and he was basically just losing his mind. It's just the whole thing. It sounds like something that would happen in a country like they want to say Russia is, which I think Russia is even better than that. But they want to say the way this case is being run is like in some type of totalitarian state. And I think, when we look at these cases, I feel like truthfully, it's always been this way. We're just seeing it more now. What do you think about that?
I agree 1,000%. And I don't know why, because it doesn't make any sense to me that media attention would be hurtful to people like Bill Thompson. Like he acts like, oh, it's like, well, what? It's a contradiction. He's in one sense he's trying to be Mr. Hollywood, in the other sense he's talking about I don't want it. So I, I
Yeah.
just I just don't understand. I mean, you don't have to become Judge Ito overnight, but um, I just don't understand.
Well, you
I
know
think
who I think Judge Ito is, right? Did you see my face smash up on that?
no, I didn't
Bruce Lee.
really. Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
did see that. You think that that's Bruce Lee?
I mean, people are going to think I'm nuts, but the thing about Hollywood and actors, most of them don't die when they say they die. They just turn into something else.
Yeah, I've often
I mean,
wondered.
this is my opinion. Call me crazy, but a lot, and
You don't have
I
to.
can't prove
You
it.
don't.
I'm just saying his face lights up. And if you look at some of the histories of some of these actors that look alike,
Yeah.
and you start looking at some of the histories, I'm trying to think of one. Who's the guy who leads the black supremacy group? He's a pastor or whatever. What's his name? Oh God, I'm blanking on his name right now. Um, not Malcolm X, but he's part of that group. Oh my
But he's
God,
part. He's part of.
Farrakhan, Louis Farrakhan. Okay,
Yeah.
Louis Farrakhan. All right, he looks a lot like. This is gonna sound crazy. He looks a lot like Herbie Hancock. Okay, nobody thinks about Herbie Hancock anymore. He's back in the '80s playing the music and shit, right?
Yeah.
But then you look into their histories. You look at this is how like this works when you start going down this type of thing. You start looking into their histories, you look into their spouses who also tend to look alike, but not always. And then you look at their special talents, and it turns out Herbie Hancock and Louis Farrakhan both play the violin. And it's like, that's weird. They never talk about it. I know this sounds completely outrageous, okay? And I don't expect anybody to believe this, all right? I'm just saying, when you do this type of research and you look at this stuff, you see these connections, and it just shows you all the world is a stage. All of this stuff that they put on TV and all these actors and actresses and politicians and stuff, they're all just playing a part. And it's just really it's fucking scary after a while. And that's why, like, it's not scary anymore to me, because I just realized, like, you have to come from a different perspective. Like, I look at things differently now, I guess. I don't know if I sound like a nut or what right now.
Well,
But
no, it's all gotten so ridiculous. I wanted to throw in about these judges. Um, I'll never forget. I went to this discussion group a lot way back in college, and it was actually very fascinating. They had writers and movers and shakers from all over the world, and it was very small. You could ask a lot of questions, and well, they had this one woman who was on Phil Donahue, and she was one of the first satanic ritual child abuse people.
yes.
She'd written a book, and I was just fascinated by what she said. Everybody else seemed a little maybe not.
Kathy O'Brien, was it Kathy O'Brien?
It may have been. I can't. I'll look it up and see. But they ran a like a cult awareness thing out of that building, and it was just really a blessing. Almost everybody there had advanced degrees, and I was a bachelor's candidate at the
That's
time.
really interesting.
Yeah,
Wait, you saw her talk?
yeah, but she wasn't anybody back then. I mean, she was
Wow.
well, she'd been on Donahue, but
Okay.
but the thing that stayed with me is she said that the cult activity around her home included like the chief of police and the head of the Mormon church and all these people that no one would ever believe. And I thought, that's just crazy. And they were all kind of in on it together. And she was probably, they didn't have the word human trafficking back then. So, but she was trafficked and abused. And she said the missing person list in the USA should alarm you. if you don't believe me, how often it goes on, and
Right.
so
You know, what's interesting is I just saw something about that last night about like 100,000 kids. There's tons of missing kids, and this trafficking, all this trafficking stuff has been going on, you know, for so long, and they hide it. You know, they hide it, and a lot of people in like local governments. I mean, if you look at like I think I Googled one time, like politicians that have been charged. I'm just going to take this off because this is distracting me. I don't know what he's doing over here. If you look at politicians that have been charged with pedophilia, you forget. But when you go and you look back, do you remember the Bush administration? Do you remember when they got caught with the male prostitutes in the White House? Do you remember that?
oh yeah, I'd forgotten.
Yeah. And then the guy who was in charge of it, one of the guys, he like mysteriously ends up dying. Like these things have been going on and on and on. And, you know, the media is so much more controlled now than it used to be when we were growing up. You know, I think there's like 4 or 5 major corporations that literally run everything, like BlackRock and, I forget the other ones, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like these corporations are all owned, they're conglomerated. So there's no choice for like what we're doing on YouTube, right? And that's why they hate these platforms, because people can get on here and talk about stuff like this, and they don't want people to talk about stuff like this.
Yeah, I coming back around to Idaho, I couldn't believe that Captain Lanier, or whatever his title is, said, "Oh well, you know, you have to get stuff from reliable sources." And I thought, I don't know anyone other than maybe um, punctuation mark or whatever her name was on TikTok. I don't know anybody that is fraudulent. I mean, most people have good intentions. They have disagreements, and we can certainly report stuff that ends up not being true. But that's compare that to the regular media. But I really wish he wouldn't have said stuff like that. But it may be that they're just overwhelmed and incompetent more than completely corrupt. But every time you mention another coincidence in Idaho, I'm like, oh my God, there's another one. Um, it's just creepy.
Yeah, there's too many of them, and it's one of those things where you just keep seeing them over and over again, and that's when I start to think these things are orchestrated. And I don't believe that this is a false flag or a hoax. I don't. I think there have definitely been a lot of those that I'm not going to mention right now because I don't want to get that would ban me, and I don't want to be banned. But this one does not seem like that to me. But when they come up with all of these different coincidences and everything, and the Masonic symbols and all this stuff, it's like there's another story there, a different layer that we're just seeing glimpses of. And some of us see it more than others. And the ones like us who see it more are the ones that are called, you know, conspiracy theorists or nuts or something. But I'm not stopping the way I think. I see the world the way I see it. And I can't ignore this shit. I can't ignore it.
20 minutes ago, somebody was asking in the chat what we thought about the overlay on the Linda Land footage and the Banfield body. Well, I tried to type this, but it's hard to have a discussion in the chat.
Yeah.
And I think that is the film itself. It's been rumored since day one that they filmed it on purpose.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and I think all 3 cameras. I think you can see stuff at the food truck, you can see it at Linda Lane, and you can see it at Banfield. So different creators are trying to improve that. So I don't think that the overlay is fraudsters.
Right.
I think it accidentally came out, or maybe if it's on purpose, it's by the hit squad itself.
That's actually a really fascinating theory. And it kind of goes along with this whole putting it in our faces type thing, right? It's like it's right there, because I've always wondered why it was leaked. I mean, the Grub truck, it's weird that a Grub truck has a live feed, but they still have it. It's just one of the things they have, and there's weird shit on there too. But the Linda Lane footage in particular, where did it come from? I know somebody said Claire Mack. I don't know who that is, but why? That was my biggest question.
The most interesting thing tonight when you going through all those texts was Steve G said that Jack D had some friends find the Linda Lane stuff.
Oh, that's right. That's right. See, I forgot all about it. There's so much in those texts. That's why I wanted to go over them, and I didn't even finish it. I mean, that could take hours, but I got that. That's on Thought Riot podcast. And I will, after this, I'll drop a link for people who want to go there. But there's other people too who have screen recorded the text messages. And there's a lot of interesting little tidbits in there. And again, I think it's sad that,
that has a ring of truth to it, because assuming that Jack D is not involved, and he said that too in the text that you read, that they can tell from the 1112 camera, which faces Jack's house. So it's pretty easy to discern what they're saying. They saw the car come by. They know the private driver, so they saw his car come through that intersection right by Jack's house and up to the house. So but the thing I was thankful to Clue Dude about was he did some audio enhancement on Linda Lane, and you can hear some screams right before 2 a.m. and he says that's Kaylee. And before he said that, I was like, it struck me that was Kaylee's voice, because I've heard it 100 times now. So it's possible to come to the conclusion that there was a group of people that did it. They were around the areas of the house, and I'm even getting to the point where I think they moved the bodies inside, and that's why there's no blood and no cleanup story,
right?
No bio evidence.
Yeah, because that's the other part of the story that, people sort of whitewash, but it's just too bizarre that there wasn't more evidence inside the house. How does how do you not leave any evidence, and then the latent shoe print, so clearly somebody tried to clean something up, and then because they didn't see that shoe print the first time around, they went back and looked, and then they found they tried to clean this up, right? And so
it totally makes sense that there was something. Well, going with what I was saying, rather than a cleanup, I don't know how you clean up the nightmare that Kathy Maybutt said was in there, and that may be complete police falsehood, So
right.
I think it's easier if you're a hit squad. It's easier to do the deed outside, wrap them up in plastic bags, like Tommy Jude says. Body bags are $17. Move them inside and stage the crime scene and leave. And Dylan and Bethany could very well not be involved. They could have drugged them. If we think
right, yeah.
And Maddie, why, I think
the Dylan and Bethany thing is interesting to me. I know a lot of people, and I've speculated on that as well. And it's interesting, but they just seem like they don't want anything to do with this case. And in my mind, to me, that makes them seem scared and not guilty, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can assume the best about them. The whole world is crying for that. And I think that, the police would have to be complete morons if they were involved and they have cleared that are protecting them. I mean, it's easy to get conspiratorial about that. So,
is that Kane coughing or laughing in the background?
Did he say they're complete morons?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I was just starting to agree with him. Go on.
No, I mean the cops. I mean, it is a small little podunk town. Like, let's be real here, you know. But
Yeah, but they are intelligent. They're just not as advanced as like a big city set of attorneys and cops. You
mhm,
know, Moscow, Idaho is a bit like Boulder, Colorado was 25 years ago, 30 years ago.
okay.
So they're not ignorant. There's a lot of business and innovation and billionaires and
Yeah,
billionaires.
I mean, they've got the university right there, so they're going to have a lot of academics and intellectuals and stuff. Um, so it's just, I don't know. The whole thing is wild.
For conservative Idaho, I think it's very progressive there.
Yeah, it's like a liberal, you know, blot in the middle of this like conservative town, and then you've got the Kirkers there, who are just they're based as fuck. Like, have you seen some of those videos that guy puts out? The lead guy from that church. I can't remember his name now. Do you know who I'm talking about?
The Church of Christ or what?
Doug
Yeah.
Wilson.
Yeah, Doug Wilson. Have you seen that like No Quarter November where he torches like the social media post that he has in his yard? I mean, the guy is based as hell. Like, I'm just like, wow. And I was like, that's kind of cool. Like, some of those ideas I resonate with, because in the world that we live in right now, I really feel like it's just it's like Babylon or Roman time. I mean, it's just like a free for all, people freaking off and doing all this crazy shit. And so these conservative values I resonate with, but they take it too far, because the way that they treat the women in that tribe is very bad. And then it turns out there's some pedophiles that have been arrested in that church too. So they lost me on that one.
He performed a wedding for a convicted sex offender that wasn't even allowed to be near his 4-month-old baby, because he readily admitted that he had feelings for it.
Yeah, and so that's where they lose me. Like, you know, it's a shame that, you know, you get like because I'll be honest, like, I miss strong men. Like, I miss masculinity. I'm not the person, and it's my generation, I'm sure, but I don't believe that the patriarchy is evil, and all men are evil, and toxic masculinity and all these bullshit buzzwords. Like, I'm so tired of that. That's why things are getting worse. I think women should be feminine and men should be masculine. And I don't have any problem with anybody in between. Am I getting kicked off?
Really?
I don't have any problem with anybody in between, like homosexual, transgender. I don't have any problems with that. But what I don't like is the way that things are portrayed, as if all men are bad. And, you know, that's what I don't like. I'm very open-minded about who people want to be, and I respect anybody as long as they offer respect, you know. That's not even a question for me. And I think Gen X is a lot like that. But the world we're in today, where they're taking men's power away, you know. That's my opinion. I'm talking to two men, so you can tell me what you think, but that's how I feel about it.
I'm in agreement with that and resonate with that. I feel some of the oppression even online. I'm like, I don't even want to explain myself to some people. And yeah, you can't be accusing. Most of the men I know, they feel accused everywhere they go. And it's just a general feeling, you know, of being under suspicion of something.
Right.
Oh,
Like, I'm glad that I don't have a college age son, because basically I would have to tell him in this day and age, you can't fuck anybody. And don't take a girl out on a date and buy drinks, because you might get accused of raping her and then you're expelled. I mean, that's literally the world we're in right now.
So when you're talking about Moscow, Idaho, is my audio okay? Am I yelling?
No, you're fine.
You have to look at what at least we've come across to finally see it. I think start to see a little piece of the puzzle. Is that you have with the Christ Church, you have with Scientology, you have with the LDS Church, which is the Mormons, and you have with the Freemasons. Is okay. When you say a secret society, you have to wonder, how does it stay secret? And it stays secret pretty good. I mean, there's stuff out there, sure. But now we've seen the rituals and we've seen what they do. So literally what I say is the prettier the face, the more evil the body, the mind, and what's behind it. Okay. So when we talk about a secret society, like just say, for instance, the Freemasons and the Church of Christ with Doug Wilson. You have, okay, what's secret? Well, all their members are the owners, quote unquote, of whatever part of the business transaction that is being made. For example, the houses, thank you, Criminal Confidential, for that information. Around 1122, all sold, I think it was the next day, 6 houses or whatever. And every step of the way is handled by somebody within the community. You have the mortgage broker, the realtor, the buyer, the seller. They don't work outside of the circle. That's why Doug Wilson is trying to buy up downtown Moscow. He wants to be able to, now his next step, oh, I'm going to buy the donut shop from parishioner Bill. Okay, no problem. Boom, boom, boom. So something goes wrong or something that's actually a nefarious activity never gets released to the outside world, because the puppet master pulling the strings at the top is made sure that all his ducks are in a row. So every single, and this goes the same for the Mormons, it goes, which by the way have more wealth than you would imagine. And within the city of Moscow, you have the legislature. The guy who said to the Native American girl the other day, go back to where you came from.
Wow.
Tom, what's his name? Morgan or whatever. He's the Latah County state legislator. Okay. And we were trying to figure out if there was a Mormon connection.
That's ridiculous to say that to a Native American, because they were there way before.
Everything they do is ridiculous. You have to think about, okay, why did they put Payne as the lead detective on his first case as a detective on the biggest, most horrific crime that's more or less happened in Idaho ever? A man with complete lack of experience. Is it because his higher ups wanted to retire and didn't want to deal with it? Or is it because they were shocked when the defense turned against them? Because if anybody here has ever had a public pretender, that's what they call it, because they've already made a deal with the prosecution and the judge and decided what your outcome is going to be without you. There's no, oh, I think this guy is innocent. My crew thinks he's innocent. We're all going to make a stand here. No, you go along before you get along.
Yeah.
And so that's the game. And she was trained by Bill. Like he was her boss. And so for her to dispute anything he says is why he lost his mind. He was freaking out. This is the team. What are you doing? And so why would a public pretender go out on so much of a limb that they had to disassociate with their job and pretty much leave their job to do it, and then take it on and continue to take it on with all the headache that it is in a private practice? That's very telling. And you have, when you're talking about the Gonzalez, why do they have so much against Anne? She is literally doing her job and alerting them that this is not the dude. Don't they care beyond that? Oh, they got the guy. When did that story change, and what made it change? And that's a huge thing, because if you remember, he had his own private investigator. They weren't telling him anything. They're this and that. And somewhere along the line now, he goes on the prosecution line.
Yeah. It's almost like they were hoodwinked. You know, they're vulnerable.
I don't buy it for 1 second, bro. I'm sorry, Mike, but Steve G ain't no dum-dum. All right? He is...
Wait, what are you saying? Who was hoodwinked? Who was hoodwinked, Mike?
He was saying that the victim's family.
Yeah. So what explains the change then?
Exactly. That's one of the, I call them the missing links that we have between the secret societies, between the university, between, because Fry's wife was the notary public on one of the houses, right?
Clerk.
And then the other one, you may, if you saw any of my shows, that Lucifer Morning Star is one of the notary publics, which
that's
is
the name.
Oh,
that's the notary public, yes, with either the
that.
house or one of the adjacent houses. I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, that I did see your show about that. That's creepy that he has that name. Well, what in the world? So, do you think that that Steve was bullied by them or tricked by them, or you think that he? Because
I honestly, I don't. I had one theory that Heather and I had sort of brewed up that he was trying to get the victim impact $168,000 to be able to travel to, but he's not qualified for some reason. The family's not qualified, possibly because of a criminal history or something like that. But we're like, in the documentation of the qualifications, you have to go along with what the prosecution is presenting. So if they brought a suspect in like Kohberger, then if you're the family and you want the money, you have to support that.
Oh,
but it didn't pan out. So that's really the only thing that we can't. But it's obviously odd. It's obviously hugely odd.
Yeah, because for a while there, many of his interviews, he seemed like, I mean, Chrissy was adamant that it was BK, but he seemed more open to the idea that there was something else going on, right?
Steve did it, to my opinion.
Yeah, I thought before Bryan was arrested, they were very, hardcore. Think about the things, not just the 1112 camera, also the grub truck came from Olivia.
They did more investigation than the police in the beginning, remember?
Yes. It's like the cops sat back and said, we need everyone's help. And they just fielded phone calls and took notes.
That's funny that you bring that up. If you don't mind me interjecting, the things that Heather Fitzgerald has posted, and I hope you guys get a chance to check out her. She's
been in chats for a long time, and she's always popped up, and she's got great information, and now she has her own channel. So anybody who hasn't gone over and looked at that, Heather Fitzgerald, she's always got really great insight there. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no. One of the recent ones she did was one of the interviews with Olivia, and she literally says some stuff. And the main thing I remember is that she's a fighter, and I hate to say it to you, but it's starting to look to me a lot like this was some kind of just like games or antics or a boxing match or something where it was a competition that goes on, a fight club. And if it comes down to something that's stupid, whereas like with Kohberger, we had this evil villain and you could make a movie about it and you could, and if you believed it, whatever they were saying, and, more or less they've retracted everything they said in the prosecution, or it's been proven pretty much wrong already. And it was what Michael was saying earlier is that the information they presented to the grand jury was falling apart right there. And it is now. And so if you look at it, when you have all these secret societies, now you have to remember also a fraternity is a secret society. And there are, now it's not as high level as you'd have with the Freemasons, where as you go up the levels, you are threatened with a more and more violent ending than you would like to get to the top level. That they'll cut out your tongue, they'll do all kinds of stuff. But you have that
family.
And so I played a video yesterday, and I don't know if I got the point across as well as I wanted to, because it is a 2023 Sigma Chi recruitment video made by the on-site students, maybe they're juniors or whatever. And we watched it a bunch of times, and we looked at it, and we saw all kinds of stuff, and we noticed the number 13 at the beginning. It's one of the dorm room numbers, which, okay, whatever. And then they showed Loach, and like in it, like he just won something, and we noticed that. But then I looked at it again because I got a copyright hit for it, not a strike, but a hit thing, and it was the song, and it was the song that was playing over the 2023, the next year. The recruitment video was "Keep Your Left Hand Free." Are you familiar with that song?
No, but it sounds creepy.
I'm sure you've heard it a million. I can't. I'll sing it because I have a beautiful voice, like an opera singer.
Let's go.
Keep your left hand free. It's from 2014. Anyway, and it struck me as odd. First of all, I'll read the lyrics. I'm pulling it up right now because I had it closed. And I can share the page if you want, and I won't move it around too much. But it's it's a band called All J, and if you want to get a copyright strike, if you don't mind, you're welcome to play it. And I'll share the page, but let me pull this down. It talks about it's basically a story of somebody that is tied to something with his right hand. Your right hand is clenched, and your left hand is free to wander. And he talks about the prodigal son. I'm not the prodigal. I'm like the prodigal son or whatever. Let me. Where'd it go now? I lost it. But it was an odd choice because it was 9 years ago, and all the kids that would be listening to it were 8, 9 years old. So how did they pick that? And it was like a detailed confession of what happened, like revenge or and then the violent side. It's a very aggressive song, but it's like with this happy beat, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what a fraternity is. They have, and it has a very homosexual vibe there.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of that in the fraternities, I think, that we're finding out with this sort of like buck breaking going on. I mean, the rap industry, right? It's been exposed at this point. But I think this is something that men have been doing, unfortunately, in these societies for years. And if you watch the Menendez documentary, the father discusses this to his sons, the theory as to why he's raping them as young boys. It's obviously not an act of love. It's what he said the Romans did during Roman times when they were out at war and there were no women around. And what they would do is rape the younger men. You create a trauma bond, and then you fight harder with each other. And I think that's what they do in a lot of these societies and have been doing, Skull and Bones, for example, and those kind of things. And it's a perverted mind, and then it's a groupthink type thing. And then they create these people who don't know, they turn sex into an act of violence and control, essentially.
That's terrible. That's so awful.
Well, yeah, that's been going on since the Greek days,
times.
for sure.
Yeah.
1,000 years. But I don't have to tell you. And the point of it is that somebody in the chat last night was saying that perhaps the police arrived there earlier than 12. Now, if you do the Idaho math on it, you have
Idaho math.
you have the an alarming number of students knew that something was wrong at 1122 that morning. By what was it, like 9 o'clock? People were already gathering at the house. Don't we have a witnesses saying that they're walking by and there was people gathered around the house? Well, before noon.
The door that was open, a neighbor saw the door wide open at 8 a.m. when he was walking his dog. That was an actual news broadcast. So that happened.
What she was saying is that perhaps the cops were already there. Now, listen to this. Okay, so you have millennial society. You're talking about the Generation X, but a millennial society is so connected. What are the chances that all these people that sent out texts and TikToks and memes by 9:30 that morning, that maybe there was, let's say only 30 of them contacted, or, you know, of the 2 or 3 people that were there contacted 30 people. What are the chances that if somebody heard something bad was something happening, they would have told one of the campus police officers that was probably already at their house for a sound violation? What are the chances that somebody said, hey, and they got there and they checked out the scene, and perhaps, my theory allegedly, is cleaned up at that point before noon. And of course, at that point, to stay out of trouble, you're going to contact Fry or your supervisor or whatever and say, we're at the house. We are doing, you know, Satan is good. Satan is our pal. And, it's just like, let's just say, I'm not trying to say it's him, but let's say it was Jack DeCourt. Okay. And they walked in the house and they're like, oh yeah, we know. And because when you see cops, and that's why I play the stuff on my show that I do, the shorts, is that you see cops, unless you're that guy that says I don't answer questions and puts his license up against the window, you're more or less going to tell the cops what they want to know. So regular people, right? Right or wrong. And so
true.
The cops are good at finding stuff out. Let's be honest. That's their job. They walk up to somebody, they ask a billion questions, and they get to the bottom of something within a few minutes. Okay, if they have to choke somebody out, they're going to do it. So let's say they had 4 hours.
Real talk.
Right? And so let's say they had 4 hours between them and then in noon. There's no report taken because it was the report of an unconscious person. And we see it over and over and over in the police logs. Unconscious person, no report taken.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's really fascinating because I do know this. The Moscow Police Department has a campus office. So the first registered officer on the scene, he talked about there being a sea of people and a horrible smell. So, but he was
good
the first,
point, Michael.
He was sort of the first lead detective until they assigned Payne. But I think you're right. Why wouldn't the cops, especially if some were involved in the group slaying, why wouldn't they be there earlier? And that could explain a lot about, you know, Bethany and Dylan as well. They may not have been involved. They may have made them go somewhere else. I even heard stories from Clue and others that the Alpha Phi girls were all over at the AGR fraternity, you know, in the wee hours of the morning. So, yeah, it may have gone down as a result of a Fight Club, but I kind of think the Fight Club thing has died out because, I don't know, maybe it was more like a cover story.
Well, I think a lot of the Fight Club, to me, and you guys tell me what you think about it, but the Fight Club theory all started on 4chan, right? I mean, that's where I think 4chan is not what it used to be, unfortunately. It's been taken over by censors and people who I don't want to badmouth 4chan though, because there's still some like autists on there that I don't need hacking me or whatever. But like, you know, 4chan is not what it once was, right? And, you know, and even in its current state, I would not be commenting on 4chan. But, you know, there was a lot of interesting information in the very beginning of this case on 4chan. And a lot of it was painting the frat brothers and this Fight Club type scenario. Is that what you guys remember?
Yes. And it seems like Sigma Chi is a bit of a red herring, because there may be some people, and this is kind of what I was going to comment when you mentioned Skull and Bones. Are you guys aware that I was in a fraternity, when you get older, there are sort of, I don't know what to call them, like a supra fraternity. I mean, it's not as high as the Masonic Temple, but like in Austin, Texas,
it's one step over supra.
It's like an ultra fraternity.
It's like Austin, infamous. It's better than famous.
Wait, which fraternity are we talking about?
we're talking about in Texas, they call them the Cowboys.
Okay.
In Austin, and they got suspended recently. And there are really a lot of leaders and some athletes, but very respected guys get tapped to be in the Cowboys. And
You get
almost all of them,
chosen. Yeah.
yeah. So they do all sorts of stuff, philanthropy, but they do have a lot of power. And the hazing was unbelievable because my friend had a fraternity brother who was in the Cowboys, and it was crazy. Uh, and they in fraternities they ride you, they take you out. They sometimes they blindfold you, make you drink, and they'll drop you off on some ranch out in the middle of nowhere, and then you have to get your way back. So you're allowed to bring a quarter. You kind of know you're going to get ridden. It comes down through your big brother in the fraternity. So the riding that's done on an organization like the Cowboys is really severe. So in Idaho, I learned this from Clue. I talked with them about it. Um,
Are you talking about when you say Clue? I just because we were talking about 112 King Road Clue,
Yeah.
but then there's Get a Clue. You're talking about 1122 King Road Clue.
Yeah.
You talked to him too?
No, we exchanged a lot of texts, and
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I call him Herman sometimes because he produced that stuff and was calling
Yeah.
himself produced by Herman, but I don't know his real name.
Yeah, I don't
But
know his real name either. Yeah.
but
But anyway, go ahead. So you were talking to him about this?
well, he calls them the pirates. He says that
Yes.
yeah, and Reed and those guys are all in the pirates. And
Reed is a
so
scary dude. Reed and the other one, the other Upmore brother.
Ben.
Yeah, one of them's more imposing and intimidating than the other. I think it's the one with the mustache. He's a good looking guy, but he's very intimidating. Like he's a real man. Put it that way. Like that guy is like a man's man, right? But I don't know.
All of those guys in the AGR house, which is right next door to Sigma Chi, are really tough, kind of wood cutting, aggressive Idaho.
Right. And that was the big thing that Herman got into was the difference in that fraternity versus the other fraternities on campus, because that campus, they were known as the guys that you would want to walk you home after a party. Like they were, like I was talking about earlier, where have all the Cowboys gone? Where have all the real men gone? They were real men versus the Sigma Chi's and stuff with the rich guys who just did coke and drank and screwed girls all day long. These guys were more of the old school, but they were tough as I mean, they, like you said, cutting wood and shit like that. Like I saw some of those videos from those guys and I was like, oh man, I like that. I remember when men were like that, not that you two aren't, but you follow what I'm saying. The way society has gone right now, it's not like there are a lot of men out there like that. I feel like.
Well, after I pick up my male ego off the floor here,
not you. You know what I mean? It's the way.
Totally. I'm kidding. So, but yeah, so Reed is the only male connection to Kaylee. Like if we're saying that Jack D is innocent, and he very well might be, and you want to look at boyfriends, everyone was looking for a boyfriend or someone that Kaylee went on dates with. Reed is that person.
That's the thing. I could never find that proof. Like I couldn't. So were you able to make that connection somehow?
Herman, when I first met Herman, he sent me texts with photos.
Okay.
I have them somewhere, but there's no doubt in my mind that he's a leader in the Masonic Temple and in the Pirates. So, and Herman goes as far as saying he parked his car, one of his cars, at the Masonic Lodge, and walked over to the grub truck, and then you can see him in the grub truck. But every time I try to tell people, like more on TikTok, they don't want to hear it. People don't want to research the video that much or accept it. But I think that we all should accept that there is some organizations other than the Mason that are there and even more highly secretive, because you can find all sorts of stuff about the Texas Cowboys. You can't find anything about the Idaho Pirates.
Right. No,
No.
that's an interesting point. And remember, Herman also mentioned that he felt that the whole bushy eyebrows reference that was made in the PCA was a nod to the Joe Vandal,
Yeah. Oh,
the
yeah.
mascot, because he has
Yeah.
those huge bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, and there's a connection to Reed's father.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right,
both.
right. Yeah, that's where Joe Vandal, I remember that. And
Yeah.
some cannibalism involved or something.
Oh,
There,
yeah.
cannibalism. Do you remember that woman in Idaho? She went on the state floor and was like, we need to make a law against cannibalism in Idaho. And I'm like, what? Why do you need
Yeah.
to make a law? But apparently it's a thing. I did a lot of research on that as well. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Idaho's the only state that has a cannibalism law. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, what?
Yeah,
Why would you need one? But
right.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they do.
Well, that was part of it too. When I was looking into those farming communities, et cetera, et cetera. And a thing that I like to research, and it's a really cool resource, is, you know, they haven't memory holded or turned it all, just gotten rid of it, is if you go into it's a free newspaper archive, and you can look, it's all the way from 1873 to now. I like to look up things about Antarctica on there and all kinds of great stuff. But I did some Idaho research, and there were a few articles back in the day about farmers settling disputes, and threats were made that, if this person doesn't back off my land or whatever, I'll be having them for dinner type thing. And that's kind of what they did. I mean, they, would kill and then eat their enemies. So this is,
Wow. That's frightening.
Yeah,
Well,
and this is a cultural thing. I mean, this is, I don't live in Idaho, but that's a cultural thing that's in the soil of that land and its people. And so those things last for generations.
Yeah. It's like the Hatfields and McCoys on steroids.
Yeah.
And maybe literally. But, coming back to just frats in general, I don't really think that it's kind of a joke after you get out of college. I mean, nobody sees their fraternity brothers that much anymore. Maybe the Cowboys and the Pirates continue in relationships. But I do know that Ben Upmore became a master mason the night of the murder. He was inducted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's like third degree mason.
That's really fast for someone that young.
Yeah. Well, and I think what Herman was saying was Reed had something with Kaylee and Ben had something with for Xana.
Okay.
And but I don't know. I think Ben in the Grub Truck video, Ben is upright and depressed. He chimes in on the Twitch stream.
Okay, yeah, and that's Masonic language, so yeah.
Yep. So it was it was also his birthday. So on the 13th.
No, that's right. Yeah. Well, this is something that kind of freaked me out. Okay. Back when I was like first going down that path, this was like, gosh, a year and a half ago. I was on TikTok and I was just searching for Idaho 4 stuff. And this logger came up, this logger that didn't even live in Idaho or Oregon or Washington. I forget what state he lived in, but he was a logger. And most of his videos, I clicked on, I listened to the video, and he said, man, I got to start looking into this Idaho 4 case. There's some questions here or something. And that was it. And it was weird. And I was like, that's weird. And I looked at the rest of his videos and there was nothing about crime or anything. It was just about him logging in his truck and his girlfriend problems and stuff. And so then about a week later, he said, I have it screenshot somewhere, but he said something about how, he really wishes he could talk to someone. He's feeling very depressed and suicidal and all this shit. And I'm like, that's weird. And so I commented underneath it because I felt when I see something like that, I comment to people because I just want to reach out and say, hey, like people care, you're valuable or whatever I said. And then the next day, how you can see who looks at your profile on TikTok?
Yeah.
The next day, this fucking guy viewed my profile, not him, another guy who lived in Idaho, who had a cap on that was the same cap that Ben Upmore wears. It said something like Snake River Club or something. And it scared the shit out of me. I was like, why is this guy looking at my profile, right? And so, like, I blocked him. I deleted my TikTok. I was like, what the fuck is this about? It was so creepy. It was so creepy, you know? So, yeah, that freaked me out a lot. I was like, I don't want to know what this path is leading to, but this is weird shit over here. So,
yeah.
And then that guy never posted again. The one that said he was suicidal, he never posted again. So,
He may have been instructed to not post anymore because they're all woodsmen in that.
Yeah, and those guys are scary, man. Like I said, like I'm not trying to shit on. What I'm trying to say is I don't believe there's any such thing as toxic masculinity. Okay, like men are masculine, women are feminine, and sometimes vice versa.
The toxic stuff isn't true masculinity.
No, and then I get it. There are men that are abusive and stuff like that, 100%. But I don't buy into this whole thing, like because a man is assertive and confident and powerful that equals toxicity. I mean, like it's we need our archetypes to survive, people. Like this is how civilizations grow, And
so why do you putting some of this together? Why do you think that if there's any integrity in the police force and the state police and the sheriff's department out there, doesn't somebody know what's going on with these groups and the cover up? And
well, yeah, I of course they do, and I think it's just like the world at large, the world as a whole. They can't speak up because if they do, they get blackmailed with some shit, or they get killed, or maybe their family member gets arrested, or there's too much control over these people. In my opinion, you can't advance to these sorts of levels without controls in place so that you don't break out of the matrix, and scratch the surface off the Truman Show entrance. You can't be in those positions unless you're compromised or you've grown up in those families and you know the rules. And every once in a while we get a glimpse of somebody who tries to break out and something really bad happens to them, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, like there was one chick, she was getting her master's degree and she was on TikTok a lot and she ended up dying in a car accident in Moscow. And everybody, I didn't think that she said she had gone to some of the cases and she met with different people at the Mad Greek and all this, and she was a little bit wonky.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't respect her that much. People on TikTok liked her a lot though, and she died in a head-on collision on one of the roads just outside of Moscow, and I was freaked out. I mean, it may just be an accident, but
another coincidence,
But the semi driver was helicoptered away, and I thought, is it really that big, or am I losing my mind?
Mm-hmm.
Like, would they actually, unalive her?
Don't say that word on this channel.
Would they actually kill her and then?
No news speak here. We use old speak only.
Would they actually kill someone and then, get a guy away from a semi and helicopter him away, even though he's fine? I mean, I was just like, this is like a bad movie over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, depending on how much she knew or whatever, if it's a coincidence or whatever it might be. But it's just the power structures that are in place. I mean, Skull and Bones, to go back to that, I lived in Connecticut. I went to, there's another fraternity too that's super old that doesn't get any press. I can't even remember its name anymore, but it's just as old, but it's not as prestigious. And Skull and Bones, I mean, we all know that like a lot of the presidents have been members of Skull and Bones. You have to literally be invited. Like you get an invitation. You don't try to rush the fraternity at Skull and Bones. You either get an invite or you don't, and then you take your medicine to get in. But I went to the building. I went to the actual building of Skull and Bones. I have pictures of it on my Twitter, but I of course me, like I would end up getting offed or whatever in some of these situations because I just do it, And so I go right up to the entrance of Skull and Bones, and it's this huge black door. I mean, like the kind you see in like Game of Thrones that like these people walk through and stuff. And it had this like funky little box on the outside with a lock, and then somebody had spray painted an eye on the bottom, and they had cameras, 3 cameras, and I was like waving at the cameras. I'm knocking on the door, nobody's letting me in, obviously. And then I went around to the side and I took some video and stuff, and then you could see there was like a cellar, and then I saw that it connected to the art museum right in front. It was 100% connected to that. It's just a wild place and a wild building, and we've all heard the stories of how there's like a coffin, and you have to have, they do the sodomizing rituals and stuff there too, but it's just a really weird place.
That's frightening. Well, coming back to AGR, there is a text out there. Maddie didn't like the AGR frat at all.
Okay.
Maddie Mogan. And,
that's interesting.
I have those texts somewhere. Well, actually, it's like one text or maybe 3, like a short exchange. But I was just really...
Yeah, the whole fraternity sorority thing, and there's a lot. I had to go through it and like list it because people would say, "Oh, this person's Sigma Chi," and that. Like Jack Showalter is not Sigma Chi, and he's I can't remember his frat, but I did a whole video on that because people were saying he was.
Jack's Delta Tau Delta.
Okay, there you go. And he didn't go to Africa afterwards because they have a picture of him the following week on the front lawn of his frat. There's a picture of him. He didn't get kicked out of his frat. He didn't go to Africa, So like there was a lot of stuff like that being thrown around about Jack Showalter. And he's a little guy too, from what I could see. I'm not saying, I mean, I just felt it was interesting the way I understand he was hoodie guy and he was like the first person we all put our eyes on, but so he's a different fraternity, and then you've got Hunter Johnson, who's also a different fraternity than Sigma Chi, and then the guys that were walking across Banfield, those guys, that fraternity is the one that had somebody overdose with Demetrius and Emma. I'm pretty sure that's that fraternity that he was
Sigma Chi. Hudson Lindau.
No, not Hudson Lindau. The one that I'm talking, I think his name was Caden.
Okay,
the one, yeah, I think he is the same fraternity as those 3 guys that got the alcohol offense.
Yeah, Caden was in that fraternity. That's I think it's Kappa.
Yeah, Alpha Kappa Lambda or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the girls, they were all. That was always a mystery too. Is like, are they in a sorority or are they not? Like there were these rumors that like Kaylee had left the sorority. And she was in a different sorority than all the other girls in the house.
Yeah, well, she was going inactive. But weren't her and Dylan in the same sorority?
No. Dylan was in the same sorority as Bethany and Xana.
So that was Alpha Phi?
I can't remember. It's like I intentionally block it out because I can't stand sorority. Sorry to any sorority members. Alpha, yeah, there's Alpha Phi, and I forget the other one, but yeah, I thought it was interesting because I was like, they kept trying to say that Dylan wasn't in a sorority or Bethany. They were both in the same sorority as Xana and Maddie. They were all in that same sorority.
Well, some of them are Pi Phis and some of them are Alpha Phi. Is how that.
Okay. So, but that's what I'm saying is the only one that was outcast in terms of sorority was Kaylee. She was in a different sorority than those other girls in the house.
Yeah. Well, she, but Kaylee was just going inactive, is what they call that. She was graduating.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
You
and
might
also, I had
do.
read that her sorority, Kaylee's sorority, was like the primo sorority, like
Yeah.
all the like pretty girls or whatever. And it was like if you weren't in that one, the other ones were all second best. Apparently, that's
Yeah.
what I got. Anyway, I don't know if that's
Yeah.
true, but
No, that's true. It's kind of like Tri Delta at the University of Texas, or Farrah Fawcett was a Tri Delta in Austin.
okay, there you go. Yeah.
So there's always Tri Deltas are kind of big time everywhere, but it's not always Tri Delta is the big one at every university. But you're right. There's usually sort of a leader on every campus, but the I think one of Herman's points was that AGR, even though they have that reputation of we walk the girls home kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
was also he was being sarcastic. It's like here's the guys that want to be known as the safety dudes, but they're not safe at all.
Right.
And
Well, I mean, some of those guys look pretty harmless, though, right? I mean, you saw the videos of. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them look. But I guess looks can be deceiving. So.
I know I was watching some of Herman's Act 3 the
Mm-hmm.
other day, and I looked up some of the guys that are in the video part about the frat itself,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, there's like two sides of them.
Yeah.
Like you see their sweetness and gentleman behavior in the video, and then you go look at some of their stuff online, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, they get a little. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to have more breakthroughs. You know,
Yeah.
if Jack D had the courage enough to pass, I think what I was told, it was the Powerpuff Girls. That the Powerpuff Girls were the first to have the video, and two of them went over and got it from the Linda Lane apartment management. So if that comes out of Jack's efforts, then I think we should cooperate and try to get some more fresh data, some new stuff. Because I don't
Yeah.
think court's not going to put anything out.
Well, actually, that's what I talked about too earlier in the live. Kane, were you here for that, or did you hear any of that?
I came in probably in the middle. No.
So I got this from the first person that I heard this from was Jules True Crime Reaction. And she mentioned that if you look at the most recent order from the court, Judge Hippler, the new judge, he put out an order stating basically, you know, if you want any records, if you want to request any hearings or whatever, even if it was done in LATA, you have to transfer now, ask from Ada. But the more interesting part of it was at the bottom where he says, if you want to request any sealed documents, and then they give you a link for the form, and then they give you the email to email it. And so she was kind of like contemplating, why would he do this? And there's all sorts of reasons. People are saying it's just procedures, this and that. But I was thinking that if you go back and you look at all of the documents in this case that have been sealed, always at the bottom after they seal them, they say something like until this date, or, you know, where the judge says okay or whatever, right? And many of those dates have passed, right? And so, you know, there's some of them are from Meghan Marshall, they've been sealed, you know. So I followed some of them for a while, and then I got tired of it because they would renew it. But at this point, many of them have passed. And so my thought was that maybe, you know, in order to unseal them, you simply have to ask, and the judge will decide at that time which ones he's willing to unseal or not unseal. And so it's a possibility. I mean, I don't know why else you're going to advertise this, knowing that there's tons of people out here like us in mainstream media who really want to know what's in some of those documents.
It's interesting, Michael, that you were in a fraternity, and my brother was in a fraternity at Loyola in New Orleans also. And there are serious factors to it, as you know, even after you graduate, I realized, you know, they were drunken days, and you're now an adult, you got kids and whatever. But there are also, like, influences on what you'll make. Usually over 6 figures associated with some of these fraternities is almost guaranteed. And they use it as a selling point. Now, that connection, when you're going to play those connections, you're finding brothers, right? And when you go for a job at, say, Dell or something, that's going to be a feather in your hat, okay? So, to the parents of Hudson Lindau, that him being out of that fraternity is a very serious matter, okay? It's not like most people, it was fun and giggles. Now it's somebody's life. And whether you want to believe that was BS and covered up or not, look at Timmy Reed. Look at Timmy Reed, the way that they just completely squashed the case. And if it had been a law enforcement officer's son or relative, that person that did it would only not have been not identified and not prosecuted. They would have been unalived, murdered or killed for some reason because of high-speed chase or whatever by the end of that night. The case wouldn't have been pushed under the rug like they did.
Yeah, that was awful what they did to that kid. And you're right. Didn't his parents donate and everything too? I saw those pictures. I did a video on that. That was horrible.
Yeah, Nick Reed is a 5th generation vandal. He owns a pizza restaurant, and he donates heavily to the athletic program, mostly football. And those were the guys that attacked his son. And he also has a music festival, which, if you remember, he canceled that year after the thing happened to his son. Okay. Now, whether you want to believe that on Hudson Lindau it was a cover-up, and the hundreds and hundreds through the ages of odd unaliving kills or deaths at the fraternities, and they've gotten better at covering up. But whether you want to believe those or not, that they were covered up, look at Nick Reed. And so you have a university that they showed who they were in that case. The police showed who they are owned by, who the puppet master is in that case. Their job is, that's more or less attempted murder, what they did to that kid. Right?
Oh, yeah, it was a whole group of them too, right? There was like a whole group in masks.
People in ski masks with pipes.
Yep.
Showing up to your house at 2 a.m. And Viviana was trying to say, oh, well, he used the N-word, effed around, and found out. And that was leaked in the press by, I can only assume, one of the perpetrator's associates. And they more or less said, well, that's why he got what was. And I was like, you better have a receipt for that, because she's always asking us to prove everything we say. Always has a contrary, ridiculous argument.
Who are you talking about?
Viviana, OFFS.
Oh, okay. And so that was that set me off, because that's so like the Nancy Grace answer, right? Right, exactly. It's like the authorities and those in power are always right, and everyone who thinks otherwise is wrong and idiots,
Right. So the point of it being is that the university wants any event like that, and they will do whatever it takes. We didn't even find out about that case until 2 months later. As much as we have our noses up the rear end of that university at all times, 2 months, they managed to keep it out of the news. And then it broke as a story, and it was already being squashed. We'd already known that they had a voluntary investigation going on at the university. And the police said these things take time and blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, it was the end of the semester again, and everybody's gone. Oh, we're just going to drop the case. That just, all I'm saying is that shows you who they are. So if you have something like this, and say somebody got there before a report was taken, and they called their upper ups and said, listen, it was one of these wealthy families' kids, or it was all of them, and now let's put it in it is verified that there is a fight club, and it's what it is. It's the alpha from each different fraternity and sororities also that fight each other to be the alpha, to say we beat up Sigma Chi, we beat up Theta Alpha business, blah, whatever. And it is vetted 100%. And so let's say they walked in and they have this whole situation, and it's the worst possible look for the university. In the history of these fraternities, they will lie till their dying day just to be like, oh, because I thought it would hurt the fraternity and the university. They'll finally admit. Okay, so let's say somebody walked in there, called their upper-ups, and said, hey, listen, Chief Fry, this is a situation. All right, this is what we're going to. And they had time to change things, to cover things up, and to make up this weird story that doesn't fit.
No, it doesn't fit. None of that made any sense. Yeah, I was disturbed, highly disturbed by that. I did a video on it, and I didn't get a ton of views, which is fine, but I thought it was really fascinating and important, that case, because they bashed that kid's head in. I mean, he looked horrible, and there was no accountability whatsoever. And I don't know, I didn't hear that he had said, a racial slur, which I don't condone whatsoever. But to just throw that out there as a reason for why this happened and why it shouldn't be investigated, I think is
it's still not a reason to try and kill somebody.
No.
More or less.
I mean, you could kick his ass if you want, but you don't need 50 people showing up with pipes to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a personal beef, maybe.
Well, the fact that they were wearing the ski masks.
Yeah, the masks were scary.
This is not a university that is in mourning and sad over this event. At least this portion of it, that's their riz. That's the riz they were using to scare, the same MO as the person that perpetrated this crime.
No,
2
it's
years
a good
later.
point. It's a good point, because I remember, there's so much in this case to focus on different things. And, I forgot at the time. I felt it was very important, and then I just kind of forgot about it. So I'm really glad you're bringing this up, and hopefully people who hadn't heard about it or forgot about it can think about it too, because it comes back to the frats. You know what I mean?
Well, what, how do we go from fight night, which I had forgotten that the creepiest thing Chief Fry ever said in my mind was, in that first press conference, he said, we won't be pressing any charges against people about the night's activities. And just the way he said it seemed like coded language to me. Everyone will listen to it again and say, oh, he's just saying if you were out partying and smoking weed, that kind of stuff. But I don't know, it just bothered me the way he used that phrase. So I thought there was, if you're familiar with land-grant universities and Aggies, like Texas A&M and Idaho is a land-grant university, but they have a thing called the Aggie Yell, and that is what's mentioned in that poem in the Gem of the Mountains. It's they used to get together, Texas and A&M do it before the football game. So everyone's drunk and they show up and they yell, cheers at the other team, at the fans of the other team. So it's like a tradition. So I thought maybe they were having some sort of Aggie yell that weekend. But that's before Herman started saying that there's this crosstown rivalry between Pullman and Idaho, and that was all news to me.
Yeah, that's an old rivalry too, that Pullman Moscow.
But do you see my point? How do you get from Fight Club to 4 people dead?
That's the crazy part of it that scares me the most, that it's something silly and then all of us, I don't know, bro. I mean, I can't say that it wasn't something else. But you have the fact that you have the people that are ready, willing, and able to cover up at a moment's notice anything that will badly represent and that's going to cost everyone their money, their jobs, etc., etc., etc. If they can find a different story, and they've just done it hundreds of times over the years, all across the country, and it's just like I think Elle was saying in the chat that it's happening every day across the country, and that's a lot of the cases are coming to light now because of this, bail them out of jail crusade thing with the DNA. That this has been going on for so long that when somebody questions it, Bill Thompson loses his mind. Like, he can't believe, and then all of a sudden everything that they presented is BS, and now it's out there. And even Nancy Grace said, yeah, we realized that the stalking was BS, but the car was definitely behind the house. And it's like, how do you know that? You know what I mean? And it's they not only have, they have, again, every level of protection. Like I said, with the real estate transaction, you have the insurance company, the mortgage broker, the realtor, the buyer, the seller. Now you have all the same parties involved in whatever needs to be covered up at any given time. Even all the way up, FBI, CIA, legislature, every single one of them. And it's if it was something like some kind of game or whatever it was, if it was broadcast on the potato password thing or whatever, that's even more horrifying. But if it was something just so stupid like a box match or whatever, but you have to think, okay, so if you want to still continue to make yourself believe the story that we're given by the law enforcement, is what you said, Michael, was really, really cool. That there was the awful smell. Okay. And you're going to wake up to that if you had been sleeping through it and you're in the house. And so you're not like going to be like, oh my gosh, there's an unconscious person. No, it's like, holy, any woman that I've ever met, that I've lived with or whatever, if there was a bad smell or something was dead, go take care of that right now. Get it out of here. Get rid of that smell. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna wake up and be like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, I need to know right now. This is horrible.
You're gonna get on your phone and call.
You're not gonna call somebody and ask somebody to come.
You're not gonna call your fraternity sister, as much as you might hate the cops or whatever it may be. You're gonna be like, this trash needs to be removed. I mean, figuratively speaking, but the story is BS. They've lied to us. They've changed the story, and now what they're doing is, with what you were talking about, Post Woke, was they're dividing and conquering within our own investigation of the internet detective sleuths.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have even well-known creators at each other's throat that more or less
boxing matches.
I mean, that just cannot happen. That can't.
Oh my,
that's
yeah.
it's embarrassing.
Fight club. We got our own fight club.
I said we've become exactly what we hate.
Yeah.
And so anyway, they did that with the police and the citizens through the drug war. Is what they did is now it's a law enforcement community, a law enforcement family. Okay. So when you're in law enforcement, you get all these great benefits and people bake you pies and all this cool stuff. But guess what happens after you're out? You're a citizen now. If say you were arrested or charged with something or whatever, and it becomes now they're going to pay the price for all the Fourth Amendment crap that they've broken. That's the thing they don't realize. They're about to be replaced by robots anyway. For the most part, it's going to be people sitting at TVs, just like you have over in England. Okay? And so it's called real-time crime. And they have different networks that they use for. Anyway, so that's another divide and conquer. Now it's us against them. And you'll hear the police saying it all the time. It's us against them, the citizens against the police. And I'm not saying there's not great cops that help people out there, but it's like you say, they are under the pressure of their job, their family, and their lives to shut up, because I've heard people that, yes, my husband was a sheriff for 30 years. He retired, and he always said the dark side was right there. And everybody knows about it, but you go along to get along.
Well, guys, sorry, I got to take care of chat here. I've been neglectful, and there's some drama going on. So, can somebody give me like a brief synopsis? Like, everybody right now in chat, write down 3 names of people that are irritating the fuck out of you in chat. Just write down 3 names. Everybody write down 3 names. I'm not bullying anybody. I'm picking anybody. But if we have people in here stirring shit up, derailing, respectful conversation, then, I'm not dealing with that, right? This is about don't be a dick and show some respect. You can have differing opinions, totally fine with that. But I just don't want any name calling or any of that garbage. So I don't want to waste any more time on this. But I'm just asking people if you, normally it's usually a group of people that, we all can agree on that are being assholes. So if the same 3 names keep coming up, then I'm going to call you out right here on the live and ask you what's going on. You're welcome to come up on the panel and tell me what's going on. But this kind of bullshit, we're not in high school. We're not in junior high. This is an adult conversation. If you don't like it, you don't need to be here, right? So sorry about that. I just wanted to kind of just say that. So sorry, guys. This is some feminine energy right now.
It wasn't me this time.
It's never you, Kane. I'm not worried about
it. When Men ended, when the final stand of Men was? You talk about middle school and high school? Is when you had that big comb in your back pocket. And you had the
I love that shit.
Hair.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last.
I used to have the feather. I didn't know it was a roach clip in 6th grade, but it was a feather. I used to wear that shit.
Oh, you were a freak. Did you have freak fairy boots?
Fairy? I don't know what those are.
They were the suede leather boots that strapped up to your knees.
Oh, yes. I did have those, actually. I did have those. And I had the DoorDash jeans.
Okay.
I had the DoorDash jeans.
Did you have to put them on with clothes hanger?
I sure did, to zip it up. Absolutely.
That's, the Vanderbilt family is, if you ever watch the Men Who Made America series on PBS,
mm-hmm.
The background with the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the Guggenheims and all that is just so great. Every single one of those is a learning experience. But anyway, I digress. What were we talking about?
That's right. I kind of got off topic. I mean, because I can't deal with drama bullshit. You can't tell I'm a very direct person. And I was being neglectful of my chat, so I felt kind of bad. There were a few questions that people had. So let's just go over here and see. I'm just posting what people are saying. The 3 names, I asked for 3 names. And if your name is on there, I'm not bullying you. I'm just asking you to consider to go within yourself and ask yourself why a group of people are calling you out in this chat. I don't want to block people. I don't want to censor people. But if you're irritating people or you're overbearing or you're calling names, that's one reason why people might not like you or might be upset with you. Okay? So it's important to just be respectful and not, just don't go after people personally. I'd rather not block people. But if your name is on there where I'm putting this up here, I'm just calling you out and asking you to do some inner work, inner reflection on why this might be happening. Okay. So let's just go to some of these questions here. There was something about Hudson Lindell. Somebody had asked that I had up here earlier. Do you guys have any information? Like, what do you guys think about Hudson Lindell? Do you think, I have here, Heather says he was on probation for a DUI and had intent to deliver charges, with charges being withheld when he passed. It seems like there's a lot of drugs going on in this town, right? He's the one that was found by the creek, that was he was just left there, and they say he wandered off and died. Do you believe that story?
I don't believe that one.
I don't believe it.
And I looked up. Hudson lived, believe it or not, at Linda Lane Apartments. So he lived right close to the 1122 house, and they have pictures of him. He was friends with the Idaho 4. So this is just getting.
What's going on over there, Kane? Is that like?
Oh, what?
It just sounded like some kind of fan or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, my air conditioner. I had to turn my air conditioner on. I was getting hot.
Okay.
I turned my mic up a little bit because it keeps attenuating. But yeah, so Hudson Lindau, let's look at it this way. A fraternity is made up of what? Brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a brother that either you got drunk or got drunk with you and we're partying with you and you're part of this brotherhood. You're just going to let him wander off in the dark of night, totally wasted. And then you're going to tell me that he drowned in was it an inch of water? They even made up a term, I believe, for him drowning called dry drowning, which is you can't dry drown. You can't dry drown. You can't do it.
It requires water to drown.
You can drown on a teaspoon of water, but it's not dry drowning. I mean, this goes to show you that the extent that they will go to cover things up, and it goes from the law enforcement to the media are 1 and 1. They're 1 and 1. A great example I can give you was during the Gabby Petito, when Brian Laundrie was being searched for here in the woods by their house or whatever. They had a drone flying over, or a helicopter flying over a van with agents about to launch this big drone that was clearly the size of the van. And they had to put it to get reassembled, you know what I mean? And so, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, I'll turn the AC out.
No, it's fine now. It was just like the initial burst.
Yeah, no, I turned it up for a second, and then because my mic keeps lowering the volume every time I talk. Anyway, so the news channel 8, hashtag Hey JB, that channel.
Yeah.
He was talking about, we got some action down here finally, because he's been flying around for an hour in his helicopter looking for anything to happen. Here, these agents pull up in this gray van, primer gray, with this giant drone, and he's like, oh, there they are. I'm going to circle around. He's waving to him, and they look up to him and they give him the cutthroat symbol. And within a second, he changed mid-sentence what he was talking about, flew away from the scene, and they'd already unloaded the drone, so we know what they're doing. But it was technology that they don't want us to know that they have. And so the media was just like, okay, I get it. If we want to, we got to be part of what the cops say. And I just felt it was a good example. I don't know if I made the point.
No, I hear what you're saying. No, I'm down with it. I mean, it's kind of like we were talking about before, these people that work for media are just like the people who are on the police force or some part of they're answering to a higher God, right? Like they're answering to the controller. And if they don't stay in line and they don't say what they're supposed to say and they don't have the right opinion, then they're going to get fired. I mean, Megyn Kelly, perfect example, but good for her because she's got a more popular show and gets more views on YouTube than she ever did probably in mainstream media. Who listens to Don Lemon? I don't know. He finally got fired, I think. I mean, it's yeah, I think he finally got fired.
Well,
but I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they're all saying the same thing. It's like that commercial where
yeah,
they're all
50 across the country.
Yeah, and they just
Yep.
echo it because that's what they do. Even the local news stations are taking over at this point. They're not giving any actual, and that's why you have all of us out here doing this because and watching each other because we'd much rather do actual investigative and find truth and have some integrity about it than just spout the state-sponsored bullshit because that's what it is.
That's exactly right. And they don't have the opportunity to do journalism, which is their job. And when we see good journalism, we instantly recognize it because everything else is BS. And after you eat BS for 10 years, you start to smell it all the time. You can smell it a mile away. And then you
Wait
finally
a second. What's up? Sorry, I just got it. Sorry, this is so crazy that a group of adults can't chat politely with one another. But I get it. When you're behind a screen, it's really easy to like talk shit, until it goes real life and somebody challenges you to a boxing match. Apparently, what do you mean? Threaten me?
That's where it goes.
Who's threat? I mean, threats is an automatic block. If somebody actually made a threat to anyone, whether it's me or anyone else,
bullying is like weird.
Out of here, okay? Just like get the fuck out of here. And then this other person, I have to say something about because it just keeps coming up, and I'm sorry. God bless you, Tamara Terry, but I'm just going to tell you like it is right now. You can block Tamara Terry, and here's why. She emails people incessantly. I've seen the proof. I don't know what's up with Tamara Terry, but this is why I haven't given out my email. We don't want this stuff. We don't want to be harassed with this shit. Okay. I don't want to be harassed with it. People in the chat don't want to be harassed with it. So can you block Tamara Terry, please? Okay. And then if somebody's threatening me or anyone else, you can block them too. All right. So, all right, let's move on.
I'm sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Couple things about Hudson Lindau. I kind of smelled BS around that story when I looked into it just about 6 or 8 months ago. I'd been kind of ignoring it because of there's so much to focus on. I like how you said they came up with a term. He was on the swim team. He was a college swimmer, and he drowned in a half an inch of water. I just don't believe it. And when I found out that he lived right over by the house, because people kept saying on TikTok that he was friends with Xana and then by extension, Maddie and Kaylee. So they have pictures of him partying at 1122 King. So, and we don't have to talk about it tonight, but some of that overlay footage, which I really do feel comes from the Twitch stream filming of the evening, the events of the evening. There's all these little like figurines that are popping up in that overlay. They're like people, and I don't know what that is, but sometimes I see it now on major news media, especially about stuff in the Pacific Northwest. So I think we need to do some harder, deeper research, figure out what messaging could you be putting out, on MSM. We know that they construct, verbal messaging, but are they also doing?
Oh, they're asking you to speak up a little bit, Michael.
Oh, are they doing video, do you think? Are they adding stuff to the video on mainstream media? That's my central question. Are they like here's the footage of the 1122 house? Is there look at the trees around 1122? Have you seen like little figures in the trees, or is it just me?
Video, adding stuff to video on I'm sorry because I was distracted with the chat. Can you
is it possible if you're in control of Idaho, can you, when the news comes and films stuff, can you change that when it goes out over the news without being a part of the press, or does it come back to the relationship and symbiosis that?
Well, I mean, they can in real time alter media in real time now. So to what degree they're doing it in the Idaho case, I don't know, but they're positively doing it like in other stuff with other stuff, like they can in real time alter stuff like this. The technology to do that is there and it's real. And we know that, I've mentioned this a few times on my channel, but we know the Smith-Mundt Act, thanks to President Obama, what the way that they changed it, or I don't know if they changed it or I forget, but it has to do with the Smith-Mundt Act, that the government is now allowed to use propaganda on its own citizens, meaning us, which means they can lie, and that's okay.
They call that the Smith-Mundt Act?
Smith-Mundt. I'm going to write it here.
I heard you. I was just kidding.
Oh, sorry. See that? I love it. I need a straight man because I'm definitely good night, Gracie. Good night. Hi, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. That's me. You always get me on those, because sometimes they're just too earnest. But yeah, is it possible? Yeah, I think it's possible. I do. It's really dark. And I don't know if they're doing it here in this case, but they for sure do it on national news for different things.
Well, I started asking all of the people that I thought were thinking people on TikTok. I'm like, what are these little figurines popping up everywhere? Because you can see them in the reflections at Linda Lane. You can see them at the food truck. They're all over the trees and bushes.
That's interesting. I haven't seen that. That's really interesting.
Yeah. It's crazy. I tried to talk to Herman about it, but he has them. He's taken some of the footage, I think, and put it in his Act 1, 2, and 3. So he's doing some overlaying himself, I think, but I think he's doing it as a form of art to show what they are doing. And then when I was talking to him a lot in the beginning, they were showing some Idaho original stuff. It might have been the 1 year anniversary, but I was like, I can see all those little figurines everywhere on these news clips. And he said, well, it's Sam Hain. Like,
interesting.
They were doing it around that holiday. So I don't know what that is.
See, this gets super dark too. Like when you start thinking about it in that way, it can get really dark because the subliminal messages that can come through. I just remember some of the first ones I learned about way back when, which was, when you would go to the drive-in movie theater and in between the ads or whatever, they'd flash like a popcorn or like a Coca-Cola or you're thirsty, buy a drink type shit. And it's all goes back to that MK Ultra from the Nazis and stuff like that. And it's so much more sophisticated even now.
Do you know how that started? That came out?
What's that?
The subliminal messaging?
They got caught. They got caught
in the movie The Exorcist.
Okay, I didn't know it was that. I knew that they got caught, though. I knew that it was like something that was like, and I knew it had to do with like a movie from way back when, because I remember learning this in college, and and they do this with all kinds of images, like the camel, the guy on the camel pack, he's standing there with his arms back and his dick is out, and it's all like masculinity or whatever. And, it's just so much more advanced at this point with sound too. They do it with sound. It's just, and you don't even realize that these images are getting into your brain and they change the way you think, the way you feel. And the best example I can give in real life, and this had nothing to do with propaganda, but I was riding down the road and I was like, oh, I love that Beatles song, Obla Di, Obla Da, Life Goes On, right? In my mind, it just popped in my mind. I'm like, I haven't heard that in a long time. So I put it on. And then I drove around, we call it a jug handle in Jersey. I turned the jug handle and right in front of me was a car and its license plate said it said Obla Di, and then it said 88. And I was like, that's so weird. I just thought about that song and now there's this license plate. And then my friend said to me, that car was in front of us like the past 5 miles. So I I got it backwards. I thought I put the song on, and then the synchronicity was this license plate showed up in front of me, right? But what really happened is subliminally that license plate went into my mind, made me think of the song. I played it and didn't even remember I saw the license plate. You follow what I'm saying?
I'm following what you're saying. That's interesting, actually.
Right. It was flipped. And so it was yeah. So it was the first time I caught it, like consciously, right? Like being awake and conscious of it. But that's got to happen to us like thousands of times a day.
I wanted to comment. Tinsel is saying something on the screen from chat about YouTube is using trauma images. I mean, that's pretty horrific because they're trying to be the anti-trauma people, but they're using trauma images. I mean,
yeah.
Ugh. Well, I wondered for a while if the Moscow police and the FBI were putting out some of the horror film images from that night on their own broadcasts. You know, that was one avenue of thought that I had. Like they know that something hideous went down.
Have any of you ever followed Lady Digging on Twitter?
I think I followed her back in the day. She's still
or
around.
Quaker Lady? I forget what the other. I've conversed with her like on DMs, and I followed her like from the very beginning. I followed her, and she was dropping all this crazy information about how she had been hired by some agency to gather OSINT in that area. And she starts like dropping all this stuff. It was wild. She's come up with all these like connections and theories and stuff too that I'm way too tired to get into right now. But I was just wondering if anybody else had read any of her stuff or followed her at all.
I have not. No. That's interesting. It's interesting that you say that again. I think sometimes we share half the same brain. That it's all about connections.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong.
Yeah.
It is your fraternity brothers, your now if you look at another fraternity, is the Fraternal Order of Police, okay? They have a very secret gatherings every month, whatever it is, you know, it's all the top brass guys. Mm-hmm. Look at the symbol, and if you ask anybody that's in it, oh, they do good, they work on getting us better hours and better pay and whatever. But it is the symbol is an upside down pentagram for the Fraternal Order of Police, which is the same as the Masons. And guess where it's also found? The Church of Latter-day Saints and the Mormons. And it's because the prettier the face, the more evil the mind. And that's a great point.
Well, that reminds me of, I think it's Texas. It might be a town in Texas. If you look at the badge, it's got a pedophilia symbol on it.
I hadn't heard that. Wow.
Yeah, well, I've seen it. Like, I don't know if you remember a while back when the FBI, this was back when Pizzagate came out and stuff, which that's a whole other thing I've gone into, but I'm not going to comment on it right now. But I swear that noise comes on whenever like this, they're trying to tap us. I don't know. Anyway, the FBI released a bunch of symbols that pedophiles use to kind of identify each other. And Comet Pizza had one of the symbols, okay? But this badge in Texas also had one of the symbols.
Wow.
But there's a lot of that stuff too. I mean, you know, damn.
Well, there's a lot of people at the border that literally go missing coming in because the parents would rather give over the children to the government agency than none of them get in. At least the child gets in. And they
have no idea what they're doing with those kids.
They have no idea where those children go, where they disappear to. So there's possible maybe private companies or factions within our own government. And if you saw that movie about the sex trafficking and shit, then you know what I'm talking about. And still today, people go to see those movies and the something will be put in the middle of the aisle, or the lights will go out, or whatever. There's still, so it's such a large group of people trying to protect that I only think most of the time when you see like police officers arrested for it, firemen arrested for it, that a lot of times it's just blackmail.
Yeah.
Because they want either the ivory tower over their heads, or they did something wrong. And if you think about it, at this stage in our lives, you can put child stuff on anybody's computer and then say in the press, hey, he had this and that and 1,000 pictures.
Yeah, that's what Alex Jones said. Remember, Alex Jones said when they and I think he's controlled opposition. All right, he's a fucking character, Alex Jones. But regardless, he said that when they take him down, they're just going to plant pedophilia on his computer, which they didn't do. But if you remember, they said that he was looking at some pornography or something on his phone that was a little unusual, but yeah, it's that and COVID are the two things that even your own family not only aren't able to investigate, but wouldn't even want to. Once they hear that about you, there's a disassociation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's horrifying, because who checks out the people that passed away from COVID? You know what I mean? Nobody's getting up in there.
Don't even get me started on that whole thing. Because if you remember, I told you I'm a PA, and that broke me. That broke my whole, not that I was under a complete spell that like the medical system in our country is all wonderful and all this other stuff. I had all kinds of ideas about it to begin with, but I was able to function within the system until that. And that was, I refused to give anybody a vaccine, and I wouldn't take it. And I'm just saying, now I'm definitely going to get banned, but whatever. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, and so they have all these ways of getting rid of you or shutting you down that, like heart attack, car accident. You see it over and over, like the Rolling Stone guy and plane crash, and they'll do anything.
How about that other guy who was in the middle of a deposition the other day, tattling on something, and he legit died. He had a heart attack during the deposition when he was a whistleblower. Did you see that? Are you
serious? No.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh man! Wow. Yeah, I'd like to read that article. Put a link somewhere. If you
I'll find it. It was crazy. It was crazy.
That is just.
And don't
it could
forget
have been natural causes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Could have. Absolutely. It's possible.
Down in the chat.
Coincidentally, it's the exact moment that he's like revealing some really. And what about the Boeing whistleblowers that all died after they, you know what I mean? It's
unbelievable.
Like, trying to hide this shit anymore. And remember, I don't know if you remember, but right before COVID, there was a CDC. There was a man who worked for the CDC. He lived in Maryland, and he showed up dead in a creek. And he said something to his next door neighbor about vaccinations before he died. And he said, if I end up, he said something, it was something crazy, but I'm just like, I just can't,
Well, I mean, it might come to the point where all of us have to be careful too. And you wonder.
Oh, you know what? No fear here. No fear.
Well, I mean, you have to look at what happened to Thought Riot podcasts.
What happened to them? I didn't know.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that they were intent on making that their full-time career. And I believe they both had pretty good jobs. But they were spending $10,000 a month to do their advertising to grow their channel. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, they quit with no goodbye to all their fans they'd grown. I mean, 10,000 people or whatever it is. That's a lot of people, especially in this small community. So there's a post on their Facebook about Thought Riot Podcast went to Miami, and then there's one right next to it, Thought Riot Podcast went to New York. And that
Oh,
is,
wait, what are you trying to say? They were exposing shit and like we're talking about? I mean, I don't feel like we're a threat to really anybody, to be honest with
right?
you.
No, I know. I'm playing around. But
Yeah,
well,
and I'll say
we
it
don't
again.
need that.
I'm not afraid. I'm gonna say
We
it
don't
again.
need the outside people. We got it right here inside the YouTube community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I've got protection, if you know what I mean, and I'm not afraid. But it's not even about
No,
that.
well, you remember the YouTube
Spiritually,
couple that
I'm
was taken
protected.
out in their own house. Sorry to interrupt you, but you remember that not too long ago? The YouTube couple, some guy stalked them and took them out at their own house.
Jesus
Did you not
Christ,
hear about that?
Dean. You're just full of good news. No, I didn't hear about
Well,
that.
yeah, I don't mean to scare everybody as usual. But yeah, that was a scary thing. They found out because they, if somebody's good enough at hacking stuff or whatever,
Absolutely.
they can easily use your
they
IP
can
to find you.
Yeah, I always mask mine when I go on here because I'm like, fuck this. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Well,
And
I wanted to make a quick comment. I think her name's Ginger Peoples down in the chat. She was talking about the, I can't remember how to say their name. Is it Uten? The Uten case? Up near Moscow, or it's over on the Washington side. So there's been some really good coverage of how that might be related because the date again, the 13th, in the middle of the
and the stabbing, and one victim was left alive.
Yeah,
Luton, and there was somebody in the house, a friend, because they were leaving on vacation the next day. I mean, so similar. And but yeah, and then she asked a question 5 minutes ago about who drove them home. There is a guy whose wife is in administration for Moscow police, and he knows the Gonzaleses. He is supposedly the private car driver, and they misspelled his name, probably intentionally, in the PCA. But he is the guy who he actually went on Crime Network and was interviewed because he's one of the last people to see the girls. But he brought them home. He's the guy who dropped them off at 156. But he didn't see anything.
Speak up, Wimmer. They want you. They like what you're saying, but they can't hear you.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Get a little closer, man. We want to hear you.
He was a friend of the Gonzaleses, and he had a private car service that he took students home sometimes on the weekends primarily. And he worked for the University of Idaho. And his wife worked for Moscow Police Department in administration. So he
Grower or something.
Grower.
Eric. Yeah,
Eric is the guy who is designated as the private drive ride home for Maddie and Kaylee, like she was asking. And so yeah, he's very an interesting character, and he moved from Moscow over to Pullman and lived right down the street from Bryan Kohberger, and apparently is one of the people who identified the white Elantra.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so he's pretty heavily involved.
I remember there was controversy with his name and where he lived. I just remember all that back when I first started looking at it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. It is a little controversial. It's a little scary. He involved himself, and he's so involved. But the Gonzaleses said, "Hey, we know this guy. He's kind of a friend of the family." So you think they would have known more, because of that. But it was just weird thinking about him driving up past that camera that you talked about and showed tonight, and then, did he pull? He didn't really pull in the driveway. He doesn't. He said in the interview that he didn't always go into people's driveways and watch them actually walk in their door.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So we got him failing in his primary duty, the safety of those two. And then we got Jack Showalter remember Jack S was supposed to be like an escort of the girls and watch out.
Yeah, they were saying he was kind of like keeping a lookout for him or something, but they kind of ditched him though,
Yeah, and poor Jack. I mean, hopefully.
And then he got blamed by like everybody, and he's forever known as the hoodie guy.
I know, man. Even the police call him that. hoodie guy. I
This is a good. I'm sorry, I gotta be. This is hilarious. I love it. BK is the least shady person in this case.
That's true. That's absolutely 100% facts right there.
Brian's sitting around eating his vegan snacks and separating his trash.
He's probably just like intellectualizing all of this. You know what I mean? Like he's not even bothered. He's just like, journaling and like, just, hopefully. I mean, I'm just joking, but this is hilarious.
The SWAT team has a helicopter, kicks in his parents' front door.
Yeah, that was wild. Like, why? Why do you really need all that shit? I mean, that must have given his parents, like, I can't even imagine.
It's drama, yo. It's drama.
Yeah.
And they, with what you have to admit about Showalter, like it or not, is all of the drama surrounding him that night on camera. What did you tell Adam?
Yeah.
His reaction to when they bailed on his ass or whatever they did.
Mm-hmm.
That and him running, literally, okay, now I'm running. I wasn't really, and so it's so much drama that you have to figure that possibly he has an inkling.
Yeah.
Okay. Of what was going on now. That, that's not to say he did it or anything like that. But well, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to what you were saying. He was asked by Maddie's boyfriend to look out for them because they knew everyone said there was a shakedown going to happen over the drugs. So, he warned them on video. He's watching out for them when we've got murder street theater all around them on the grub truck video. And then they're wasted and they kind of blow him off once they get their food. And he's like shrugging his shoulders, putting his hands up in the air in exasperation.
Yeah, he was frustrated because he wasn't able to, they were like eluding him or whatever it was. So
yeah, so he lived 12 feet from them. That 1122 camera is right next door, but it's on the parking lot side of that house. He lived catty corner to that camera, like another 7 feet. So he lived right there, but he said he went to his parents' hunting cabin. And he might have got out of town because he knew something bad was going to happen, and he couldn't get any traction.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, why didn't Maddie and Kaylee go, oh, we better be careful? He said they're going to get you for that. Why didn't they smarten up?
And what did she tell Adam? My Lord, what did she tell Adam?
What did she tell Adam? Indeed. But you wonder, okay, something in that house told police, either a person, the crime scene itself, was it some kind of ritual thing or writing on the wall, whatever it may be, told police that they could instantly clear 100 people right off the gate. Now, how was Jack Decor in an interview with the police on Sunday if he was at the Gonzalez's house? Now, that's from Jen Criminal Confidential.
Mm-hmm.
She noticed that the times don't match, where it's like a long drive to their house in Rathdrum, and all of a sudden he appears there in shorts in freezing weather when in the same time span he's supposed to be being interviewed by police. So there's a reason. A, they're lying, or they're covering up, whatever you want to call it. Or B, something in the house, whether it's a person or the house itself, told them that it wasn't the frat guys, or it was the frat guys, and they had to cover it up. And so it just goes to show you, that like she said, man, BK is the most innocent bird in this whole act, no question.
Brian's eating kale snacks.
He's eating his porridge. He's just chewing on some hibiscus leaves.
He can't sleep because he's a grad student and he's got OCD.
They found nothing in the car. They found nothing. They're listing brown stains in the microwave. I mean, if I could count how many brown stains, in my microwave right now, I haven't microwaved any torsos or cabezas or anything. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's very telling right there. Where instead of listening, we should be looking at everything, because it seems like everything that we hear is either another dead end, no matter what, or just something that we'd be able to disprove. Now they have all this gigabytes of information, and also now you have this weird prosecution who's holding out the discovery, which is completely illegal. And I was hoping that when it moved to Ada County, that Hitler would decide to just release the gag order. Let's get on with the trial.
Well, that's what I was saying, though, with that most recent order. He's directing people how to request sealed documents. And I don't think that that's in vain. I think in order for if you look at the sealed documents, they've expired based on the time frame for many of them. And then it says, or under a judge's order, and he's the judge. So I think that relates back to what Steve G said recently in some video about he wants them to sign off on something or other. I don't know if the crime scene photos. And so when you send these requests in, he'll then assess it and say, yeah, we can release this now. We can release this now. That's what I think. But I don't know.
Sense. That way he doesn't flood the whole world with everything. I still think we should have went in the back door ourselves.
Yeah. In
November of 22, because
I know.
Who would have thought they would have tore the house down?
That was crazy. JLR has some really good coverage of like a lot of that,
Well, I'm dying to know if there was a cultic symbol on the wall. I'm dying to know if there was blood all over the place. I'm dying to know.
I feel like they would have told us, though, if there was some kind of a cult symbol, just because of the sensationalism of it. I mean,
that's a good point. Right. If it was their cult.
Yeah. Well,
if it was their cult
proof of that, the only proof that we had is that somebody from the regular news said that there is something on the wall.
Oh, see, I never even heard that. So that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
They only want us to know if there's an occult symbol, if this is a play they're putting on, like the Manson murders. Yeah, then they'll tell us all about it. But if it's actually an occult symbol, they don't want us to know, right?
Listen, post woke and Michael, when they have this case that's not all a bunch of lies, they grandstand. So you have here in Polk County, Florida, you might remember Grady Judd. And every time that something happens, he has to show you how great his department handled it.
Yeah.
With the mug shots of all 100 people. And he's grandstanding in front of his podium and talking about how this officer was good at this.
Yeah, why does he do that? He's like the only person I know that does that.
But that's what they do. They all do it when they have this a normal case. When it's something they're hiding, they don't say squat, and they
fair enough.
And and when they open their mouth too much, like Chief Fry did, and the coroner, then they literally have to put a gag order and shut it down, which is the complete opposite of normality, tearing down a house.
Yeah.
Whether the prosecution and defense agreed or not, that doesn't mean the jury doesn't want to see it.
Yeah, and also
when they get there,
it's like when Democrats and Republicans vote a bill through really fast, like $1 billion to Ukraine or Israel. It's never a good thing when they're both agreeing. So if the prosecution and defense agree on it,
that's when you really got to watch out.
Exactly.
But now you got me started thinking about the money that needs to go to hurricane victims, man. Damn.
FEMA's broke, but we have to send more money.
Lord in heaven, right?
Why would Ann Taylor agree to let the house come down if there was blood evidence and other stuff all over the place.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's good for the defense that the house is brought down. I mean, in theory, in general, if a crime's committed and you're defending yourself, right, you're glad that all the evidence is technically gone. There's nothing that can go back and be found again. It's more likely, I would suspect, the prosecution would be wanting the house to stay up, but they wanted it brought down too. And that just makes it seem more like a cover up as well, right?
Yes.
Well, one of the things I was thinking, and if I'm going overboard with this little figurines concept, I was wondering because Rollo Mato on his dissection of the Banfield stuff, the police body cam, you can actually see some of those figures in the bushes.
I'm gonna have to go look for these figurines now because I'm fascinated.
I do
this.
too. Yeah.
And watch them on your computer screen or a laptop, because I was watching them on my phone for months, and that's what I was saying last night to you, Post, that I started watching his stuff on my laptop, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can see so much more. And
Okay.
so, but you can see different police officers. So I thought, oh my God, is that like Chief Fry? It means he's involved for real? So
That's weird. Oh, wait, that just reminded me of something. So I was I got to get going here soon because I just got to shut it down. But I just wanted to say a couple of things, one thing, and I'll let you guys talk for a minute. In the early days on 4chan, I was going through stuff, and there's always bullshit on there. But there were some really weird photos that people put up, and I screenshot them. And there was one photo that was really weird, and I added filters, to clarify it and do that. I didn't doctor it in any way. I just added different filters, and it's such a disturbing picture, and I don't know where it's from or if it's real, and all the disclaimers I'm going to give. But what I see in the picture is a man who is, I can see the features in his face outlined like very clearly it's weird. But anyway, he's bald, he's got a little mustache, and he's like this, and he's got a patch on his arm, and the patch looks like a cross, and he's holding a person in his arms. It's a girl, and her face is like, it's like she's got something stuck in her mouth, and then in his other arm is a dead person. I'm not going to say who they look like. And then in the background in the picture is a person looking on with tape over their mouth.
oh my God.
And it's really freaky. And I've it's one of those things where
I've seen those pics.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. It's creepy. I don't know if they were vetted very well. I don't think those stood the test of time.
Yeah, I mean, I had no, like, I just held on to it because it was just such an odd photo. And who knows, people put all kinds of weird shit on 4chan and stuff like that. But it was just one of those like photo dumps that they were putting on early on. Mm. And one of the first people they put on 4chan was I think her name, it wasn't Bridget. It was another girl who's an OnlyFans, and she's a sorority member. And she was on a different post altogether, and they posted it at 3:09 a.m. And then when you go over to the Idaho post on 4chan, she showed up. She's sitting on a toilet. It's a weird picture, but it's weird because it's like out of the blue. They're just, I don't know. The 4chan stuff, some of it is, I mean, sometimes the killers are on there, and they're telling you what's going on. So
that's a great point. Go ahead, Mike.
4chan politically incorrect. I thought, because I was reading that from the beginning, the idea from some of them was that it was a police officer that did it. I mean, they were adamant about that.
Well, when they said, it's okay, I'm here to help you, my immediate thought was, that's what cops say.
That is what cops say. And I had a video the other day of them saying it in the worst situations, and you hear it all the time. Yeah. I'm here to help. It's a way of calming a perpetrator.
It's okay. Like, I'm not a killer, you know, like, because somebody's wild and out, and it's like, oh my, it's okay. I'm here to help you. That's what they say. And that was the first thing I thought when I heard that. So
I at that time wasn't familiar with it, but now I'm obviously heard it over and over. And but what does your dog have to go for a walk? Do you want to take him for a walk real quick?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I gotta go.
I was gonna say, me and Mike can talk if you want us to wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out for a minute.
Going here.
Yeah, no problem.
All the rock stars are up here. Me and Mike can back and forth. But I was saying on the one point that I hoped that Hitler would release the gag order, but as criminal confidential Jen found out, he is related. It's like I said, when the prosecution, the defense, the judge have a triad that they work with on a daily basis, convicting criminals, keeping the system moving. His LLC, Eagle Holdings, I believe it's called, it was part of the real estate transaction for the properties surrounding
his
1122.
His law firm. He was a partner in the law firm.
Thank you. Yes. So, and
there's a connection there, but I didn't see that as a conflict of interest.
Well, it's not. I'm not saying necessarily it's a conflict of interest, but it does hint towards the fact that he is a part of the inner structure. It's not like, oh, we moved it to Ada County, now we're out of the old boy network.
Oh yeah,
kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? And so go ahead.
Resounding to what you said about Masonic ritual in the FOP, the founder of Mormonism was a Mason. It's Smith.
Joseph Smith?
Yeah.
He was 14 years old, right? When he came, he had these dreams. And he told these elder people about his dreams, and he's changed. The story has changed like 4,000 times, and they have their own Mormon Jesus. I hope if you get the chance, you can go back and watch one of my lives. They're kind of long, I'll be honest with you. Some of my lives, I know you've been in there before, but we do get to conclusions, I think, and we find out crazy stuff as we plot along. And so that's tended to be one of the reasons that the chats they run so long and they're full the whole time, is because we're just constantly stumbling on crazy stuff. And then Jen will be whipping stuff out of her head, but that was one of them. And also Lucifer Morning Star was the notary public on the documents for the I forgot what the wording of what the transfer of the properties were, but it was, you can tell it's within that circle that Hitler was on. The Morning Star and Hitler were on the same document. And so, yeah, it hasn't done any favors for them moving down there. Well, and she knows that.
That would suck if Bryan is out of the frying pan and into the fire, so to speak.
I lost you.
You lost me?
Sorry, there you are.
I said it would be terrible if Bryan is out of the frying pan and into the fire.
That would be I hadn't even considered that. That's I keep hoping for a softer side. Yeah, no, I always hope for the best, prepare for the worst, right? I always say be careful what you wish for, Ann, because you get down there in big town city, and you start getting hanging judges, and this thing could railroad through the way they planned to do it all along, or finally they'll admit they got shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing I found funny about Hitler was he is a Mormon.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah. When you guys were doing that research, and I watched some of it on Eagle, I started looking into his background a little. But that could be a good thing. He could be. Well, actually, all I know is that he went to I think it was college or law school. He went to, either Utah or, BYU, Idaho or something. I mean,
Yeah, I forgot the name of the other big school there. But yeah, Brigham Young and probably actually, I think I remember reading it was something. It was a different one, like Dome something. I want to say. I don't know. But yeah, I know we can sit here and argue the merits and benefits of the Mormon religion and faith and whatever. The fact is, if you caught the one with the LDS, one of the last ones we did with the LDS Church, is that they have a lot of power, a lot of money, and they have members. She's back. How'd it go? Was it a successful business trip? You got a snack? You even got a snack? Did you get to use the restroom? That's the question.
No, I just got a snack.
Go ahead. I'm still babbling. They have the ability from their own mouths to cover anything up or protect some incident at any given time. And they have people from low-level janitors and cops and whatever, all the way up to FBI, state senators, and this type of thing. Now you're always going to get opposing people. And that's the case you have. I think it's the guy who's fighting the University of Idaho's purchase of the Phoenix University.
Oh, really?
And he took the opposite side on that as far as the funds being used. But I believe he's also behind legislation that is acknowledging the schleppy, literally like this is the wording almost, disgustingly inappropriate, out of procedure operation of the coroner's department, specifically referring to the largest homicidal event that's ever happened in the state, possibly.
Yeah. Well, Kathy Maybutt gives me the creeps.
What's that? I can barely hear you, bro.
I'm sorry, Kathy Maybutt, the coroner. She gives me the creeps.
Yeah, she's not even like a true a mortician. She is just someone that will do what is told to her. Look at the fear in her eyes when she was in that interview. I believe that she was more scared of something else than what she saw at that crime scene.
Oh, she has to know.
I agree. When you look at the Kathy Mabbitt interview, you can see there's someone else in the room, and she's looking over to them several times before she answers some of the questions. Did you notice that?
No kidding. No, I might have seen that at one point, but it slipped my mind. With all these hurricanes and stuff. But
she's not a coroner. Apparently, like, to be a coroner, they're not the same as like a pathologist or whatever. You don't have to be a medical doctor or anything. Although I think she is a nurse and a lawyer. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah,
she was
she was a nurse, and she went to law school there at University of Idaho, and then she's been reelected as coroner a few times. So, but you're right, it's just sort of a nurse coroner.
What a strange thing to have an election for coroner.
Yeah,
I don't remember voting for coroner in my town. I'm just like,
Well, do you think that she knows the truth?
Well, she didn't get there until purportedly 5 p.m. that day.
I wonder if she was even there, honestly. I wonder if she was even there.
I question that myself. And you have to question, you made a good point that probably they didn't mind the house going down with all the evidence, because look at the record, the possible track record, with already somebody has planted a knife sheath in the house. Yeah, oddly enough. So they don't want that. Oh, we had this piece of drywall that we didn't show anybody that had Brian's name written on it and a picture of his family on it, or something, like something stupid, right. And this was the cross. This was the locket he held when he unalived all his victims or whatever, That's where they would go. I feel, and so that may be a good thing. I think it's the strangest thing I've ever freaking seen, and I can only tell you from what few cases I've looked at. Like with you guys, I wanted to talk more about Delphi, which I don't ever talk about, but you guys had some great stuff. And does that trial start tomorrow? Is that true, or is it just a hearing?
The jury starts getting picked tomorrow.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's underway.
Yeah, but it's not going to be televised. So if you want the deets, Andrea Burkhart she's a lawyer. She's excellent in my opinion. And she's going to be there and she wants to witness the whole thing. And she did a great video today explaining why she feels it's important for her to go. So
I'm glad somebody will be there to bring something. Wow. Yeah, the revolution will not be televised.
That's right.
Well, do you think it's worth it? I think I heard you say last night post that you thought about visiting Idaho or maybe even Boise during the trial. Do you think it's worth going, or will the average person just get shut out of?
I mean, the Karen Reed trial was like one of those things where the courtroom was like the size of a stamp, and it's where they held the witches. I don't know. That was weird. But in general, I think, the courtroom in Boise would be pretty large. And I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a ton of people, but there wouldn't be any reason why you couldn't just go in and sit. You might have to get there early or something. But yeah, I think it would be 100% worth it to like really see this in person. And I mean, to me, I'd love to do that if I had the opportunity.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I know the least of these about these cases is Delphi for me. That's the one I know least of. But I thought about driving over there and seeing what I could do. But I figure
if they're close, I would honestly. If I lived close to that area, that's one that I would want to, because I think if you just watch that Andrea Burkhart video, you'll be sold on it, just because it's important to witness this stuff, and the fact that it's not televised and a lot of the other things. For example, in the Delphi case, the prosecuting attorney is shady AF. Okay. And his own father was, I think he was arrested and imprisoned for arson, on top of which there's this other thing going on in that town, where I think it was like 3 or 4 little black children were burned to death in a town. They still haven't prosecuted anyone on it. And whenever they try to get the 911 call and stuff like that, they had this like huge like town meeting, like a Canton town meeting in Massachusetts. It's just very shady, and there's a lot of stuff that's being covered up there. And so that's why, when they don't televise it on top of it, it just makes it scarier. Because if it's any one of us, we don't want it to be in the dark either, No,
not at all. Well, so you were saying that Delphi is where the 4 African American kids were?
That town, yeah. I don't know if I know we keep calling it Delphi. I haven't really. I've kind of like loosely followed the case. I've dove in a little bit, but not crazy.
It's a neighboring town that the girls were lost in the fire. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that prosecutor has some tie-in with that prosecutor. I can't. They've just been really shitty about, like, no one's been prosecuted for it. It's just and I think it's sort of, there's a racial issue there,
It's scary. The difference being with the Delphi, and you have people that are vested in the Delphi, just like we are with Idaho 4. But the difference being is like it's a circus. It's more, you know what I mean? It's
and this isn't.
Well, it is. But it's more of a. It's a maze. It's a giant jigsaw puzzle, and that's why I say
this is too. Though I can't believe you're saying this. You really think?
Okay,
that?
But also in the case of Delphi, and believe me, I was following it from 5 years before they arrested Richard Allen.
Okay.
So the bridge guy to me was like, oh my gosh, one day all of a sudden the news drop on arrest. Here I am right back there. And
Did
I
you
always
say
say,
it's Richard Allen though? Do you believe that Richard Allen did this?
I don't think he did it at
No
all.
way. Me neither. No way.
I don't know who though. And so what you have is, look at why people have more interest in this case. They have a villain here. With Richard Allen now, it's spread out in so many directions with this cult of Odin, and it's things that people just can't understand.
Yeah.
Because if you know a lot of just regular folk that aren't true crimers or whatever, and you talk their ear off every time and they don't want to hear it, then you're like me. But
You're like me, but
the what was I saying? A lot of them post-woke don't even watch the news. They don't want to. Okay, so they haven't witnessed this fall, this on this side of society, to the elite or whatever it meant, that is behind all of this bullshit, as Jeff H or Heather says. And so they'll say, you call them, oh, you've been watching too much YouTube, or you're a conspiracy theorist. What was it? Rollamano the other day was like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a shit don't add up theorist.
yeah.
And you couldn't put it any better. That in those words, because that's all it is now at this point. So many things, and with Alex Jones was wrong on the kids thing, Sandy Hook, but almost 99% of everything else is what people overlook came true.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely. I mean, Alex Jones speaks a lot of truth, but we have to have somebody like Alex Jones out there, or else it's going to pop. The pressure is too tight. Just like we need people like Tucker Carlson. Like, we have to feel like there's somebody at least out there that kind of we can relate to in the TV land. And, and if we don't have them, that it's really just to prevent a revolution.
What was I gonna say? Damn it! That's a whole nother thing now. Yeah, you are definitely well informed.
Well, how could we get information? Like, let's use Delphi as an example. How could you get some facts about Delphi, or maybe just one fact?
That thing is so under lock and key now, especially after those pictures were leaked and all that. It is.
Yeah, there's like a whole story with the pictures. That was horrible. And then the guy killed himself. The one guy killed himself.
I think that if you investigate too hard in that case, they'll probably accuse you of being a domestic terrorist or something. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, well, the people that do investigate it get a lot of shit online. Like the people that are fighting for his innocence, those podcasters get harassed relentlessly. And that's why I'm just saying,
there's a lot of emotion also in that case, though. There's a lot of emotion too. And
what is Burkhart? What is Burkhart going to do when she goes out there? Well,
she's an attorney, and because she knows the law, and she's been involved in defense case, et cetera, is she's going to sit in the courtroom. And because there's also no electronic devices allowed, she's not going to be able to live tweet or anything. And she said she's just going to take her legal notebooks and fill them up like she always does. Because if you ever watch Emily D. Baker's another law tuber, she's always just legal lawyers are used to just constantly writing notes and taking notes. So she's going to be taking notes all day. And at the end of the day, she's going to come home and she's going to do a little, live about like what happened that day in court. And so that's super valuable, because otherwise we're not going to have any idea of what's happening in that court. And somebody who's objective, which she is, I believe. But also she's more of a defense minded person, which I realized over time that if I was an attorney, I would definitely be a defense attorney.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, I wanted to mention the Stephen Avery case. I don't want to talk about it at length or anything, but when we were talking about the coroner, when I watched that show a few years ago, I noticed that the female coroner, who also was not a physician, they actually called her and told her to stand down.
Really?
Yes, that was one of the woman who has taken up the the appeal for Stephen is like undefeated or something in these cases, and she's
That's
just
interesting.
so they did a documentary, and it was
Mhm.
on Netflix or something, and so these two filmmakers from LA contacted her. So they went through kind of like we're doing in their amateur sort of way,
Mhm.
went through all of the facts and cases and measurements and blood splatter. But I mean, it was pretty clear to me that the cops basically set Steven up, and they had done it before, and it's the same cops.
Mhm.
She even makes that point, like in episode 7. She goes, "What gets me is it's the same cop."
Mhm.
And I
That's
was
like
like,
so horrible, right? I mean,
"Yeah, yes,
well,
it's horrible." You know, poor Steven is just this high school dropout whose parents owned a junkyard, and he was
it's
just a
karma for some people, I think, not from this life, but another. I don't know. I try to wrap my head around why some of these things happen to people that seemingly don't deserve it,
well,
because
they
I want to believe in a just world, right? But it's not.
yeah,
It's not a just world.
yeah. Well, they I think a lot of people in positions of power are just understanding of both sides of something. So they try to play judge and jury, you
Yeah.
know. You
And
can't even
speaking of judges, they have so much power. Judges have way too much power, in my opinion. Like, it's ridiculous.
yeah. Yeah, or they're like the passive aggressive cowboy like Judge John Judge. What a ridiculous courtroom.
I think he was more, to me, he seemed more like a dodo brain. I don't know. That's as a looking at him, that's what I got, like a dodo brain. Like, and I'm probably being fooled or something, but he just had like it was too goofy to me. And I didn't like the little boys club they had going on there until they got called out by Eliza Mazoth, and then suddenly decided to treat Anne like an actual attorney and not like the secretary.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it seemed like to me that their court appearances were like graduate school. You know, like they're all getting their JD and they're showing up and they're having. I mean, it was really immature for a
Yeah.
federal court, you know, or a county court that does felonies, you know,
Hmm.
whatever that's called.
Wait, so I want to get back to that because we were talking about the federal and the state grand juries because I missed all of that memo when that happened. And so that's super interesting to me. So there were two grand juries, there was a federal and a state, and the federal grand jury was not able to indict Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah, that's what I was told was that it didn't go. And out of that is where comes some of the information about the FBI telling them not to use certain things. Um, so
Okay. And so in the beginning of my live, I had gone off on this whole thing about if it's a federal indictment, it has to be prosecuted by a U.S. district attorney. But this was not brought by a federal indictment. This was brought by a state indictment. But what's interesting is in that article I was reading earlier about it that came out in May of this year, they were talking about, the 71 subpoenas, yada, yada, yada. So they brought 71 people in to try to indict him federally and they couldn't do it. That's crazy because from what we all hear, grand juries will indict a ham sandwich. So like, that's insane to me. And so then the state went ahead and indicted. And to your point, you said that they wouldn't give the state some of the evidence. And, the defense was trying to get it and the state was like, they won't even give it to us.
oh wow, yeah. So doesn't that kind of lead you to believe that it really is a circumstantial case? They don't really have anything. They just
Yeah.
have some storytelling, some bad eyewitness, video, cell phone cast that's all falling apart.
Yeah.
DNA that's just a big bag of shit. Excuse my
If
French.
you take away the Bryan incel theory, which is not I don't believe. I never believed, honestly. He never struck me. Honestly, I don't believe anybody when any of this shit they say on the news anyway. But that one was really far fetched to me. So you take away that, you take away the stalking, and then all you have is this touch DNA and bushy eyebrows.
The touch DNA that came from a planted sheath hours later.
Yeah, I mean, touch DNA, you can have DNA on an object. You don't know when the object showed up or how it got there. So that's very flimsy evidence. If that's all you have.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
And it disintegrates, right? DNA disintegrates, it evaporates.
Well, Jeff
whatever.
H has made a point that he talked to the manufacturers of the Kabar, and that on that knife sheet, yes, it's brass, which brass will not hold DNA, which is apparently why the royal family only uses pure brass on all their doorknobs, so their DNA isn't retractable. But they have a coating on the knife sheet snap, like a plastic epoxy coating that would hold the DNA. But you have to question this.
Hey, wait. We got to say hi here. We got AR Hayes in the house. Welcome.
What's up, AR? How you doing, bud?
Welcome.
How you feeling, brother? It's good to see you. Do you have to question the why are two things under the Gagger? First of all, the autopsy, and second of all, the 911 call. What's on that 911
I
call?
know that makes me insane.
Of
That
any
makes me
case I could think of, like in the O.J. Simpson case, Nicole Brown Simpson's 911 call got inadmissible as evidence. That was the best thing they pulled off. As soon as they pulled off, the case was almost over. All they had to do was turn the jury against Furman, and they did that magically. But they removed it from the case, and it was literally her saying, if you're not familiar, my husband, O.J. Simpson, is outside right now with a knife threatening to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's on this 911 call that it has to be under a gag, and we're never going to hear it. You know that?
Really?
We're never going to hear it. So whether there's something there or not, we don't know. But then also the coroner's report. How is that so important to the investigation and all the totality?
We can't leak it because it might harm, it puts people in danger,
that we can't see it. And that would be just another stake on the plate of the evidence, that the tiny crumbs we have. But there is just oddities in every single corner. And I
have an idea of what's on that 911 call.
Yeah,
it's Hunter Johnson going, "Oh my God, fucking, he's in Santa." He's like panicking. Like, oh, they're not fucking moving in. There's blood everywhere.
You can work up a whole stand-up or two with that one, Michael. I like it.
Well, the thing about the 911 call, right? If they
only I know 4 people would get his joke, though. You know what I mean? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's if you think about the 911 call and you think about what you were talking about earlier about there's no way nothing got discovered till noon. Maybe it's the time that the 911 call was placed or something. I don't know. I mean, I know they have a report on the Idaho.
Postweb, check out pin up Heather Forrest comment there. I had not heard that either. And she says the only reason they're not releasing the autopsy report is probably because it would be obvious that it didn't happen their way it's saying it was did. And then right before that, A.R. Hayes or somebody
wait, I'm sorry. I'm looking for it. Sorry.
It is Heather Forrest. She says, Rollo, have you seen the article that okay, yeah, this is the one. It's Heather Forrest, basically her last one.
Her most, okay, let me say. That's not the one then. Wait a minute, hold on.
Right.
Wait, here it is. This one?
You were highlighted on. No, the one above that. You had it. One right above Meanie.
Okay,
Meanie
all right,
Weenie.
hold on. All right.
What's up, Meanie Weenie? She helped me push the hurricane down so it didn't come to Tampa directly, by the way. We controlled the water molecules. I'll read what she says.
Okay, yeah, because I'm having technical.
It's okay, yeah. It's Heather.
Oh, here it is.
It's right above
Here.
Mimi. The next one up.
Oh,
You're good. Okay, so it says, Rolo, have you seen the article that shows they first reported finding the sheath in the dumpster outside? Blamed it on an editing error.
That seems
and updated
so
to say it was actually found inside the victims, between the victims. Whoa. Heather and Ford and I have always been compatriots in Lana's chat. I don't go into that chat anymore, but she's always on point.
Heather, I've had conversations. Heather's great. She's filled with a lot of great perspective and information. So I remember this is one of those like memory hole things where you're like going way back into the cave of the mind and pulling it out. I remember this vaguely. Just like the news report that said 4 victims dead and 1 at the hospital in Idaho. Right.
And everybody's like, "Oh, I wonder if that was Kaylee or whatever." There's so many. And then they paid the security so much money to protect that house and had it locked down. Yet somehow there's reports of fraternity members going over there and peeing on the house afterwards.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then you had also, thank you at Criminal Confidential, Jen, again, the 4 lambs and that voodoo doll in the memorial out front on the driveway to the house. You guys have seen that?
No, I didn't see the voodoo doll.
Yeah, it's right next to the lambs because it's taken from a different perspective. Mm-hmm. With the camera. It's facing away from the house. Mm-hmm. And we're like, what? It looks like a shrunken head.
Oh, my God.
It's disgusting.
That number 9 in the Grub Truck video, number 9, you can hear him say, "My voodoo," when he puts his hands in the air and steps.
Oh, yeah. That's a good connection. See, and it's literally, I say this whole case right now is like the Neanderthals and Australopithecus and the hominids and Homo sapiens, is that it's just got that right now. We're missing a genome. We are in that DNA strand. You know what I'm talking about? The double helix. Mm-hmm. You got it going up. We're going up in it, and there's no room for any of these guys who all of them respect in various ways to be infighting right now and wasting their time with boxing matches. We need them at the front lines because every little bit helps. If you haven't seen my second Kopaka eye video, I did a Photoshop look at that, mm-hmm. and a lot of people have agreed with what I saw. If you get the chance to look at that, okay. But I don't have a lot of sleuthing skills like a lot of the people, Heather with the and Lana, and they're very good at what they do. But I feel like I can contribute in my own ways, and I do notice stuff. I align myself with like Robert, True Crime Podcast, mm-hmm. That we kind of go about things in the same way. Whereas he does it before his shows, I just do it live, and we look at whatever the latest thing is, and they show it to me, and I'm like, oh, look at that, and that's how it happens. You know what I mean?
I would love to see that Kopaka eye, both of yours, because I felt actually Brent's eye is kind of what drew me in, because that was on 4chan and politically incorrect channel of 4chan, and I thought Brent was saying a message. I thought he was like a lot.
He had coordinates too. Remember, he had those coordinates.
I do, and I looked them all up.
I looked it up too, and on Google Earth, there's a picture of a guy with a backpack on. He's like hiking, and it's somebody was saying it was near Bohemian Grove, but I don't know. But it was more or less near like Silicon Valley or something in California, but it was some kind of park. And I like looked around and I saw a guy with a backpack on, but I screenshot it, but I didn't recognize who it was. It was weird though.
One of the other ones, and I don't know if it was Brent who put the ones that were closer to Moscow, but I looked at those, and there were these 2 big brown trash bags on the side of the road. And I think what they were trying to say is that's the, things from the crime, like clothes and stuff. But it was probably fake. But
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's a lot of people that just troll, because they just, I don't know why they troll. I guess they want attention, or I'm not sure. That drives me crazy though when I go down these things and I'm like, this is bullshit. Why am I following this right now?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you saw those phony pictures that somebody sent me, and I passed them on to a couple people, but they were trying to say it was the Idaho 4 crime scene, and I forgot who the creator was, but it was from TikTok, and it was a picture of a guy lying in the woods that I swear to you looked just like Ethan, but it was clearly not the 112, little wooded area that they had there. It was a flat, long field sort of thing, much deeper woods. But they were trying to say that these were from the crime scene, and it's just leaked. And I'm like, man, it takes a really sick mind to not to not only clickbait something in this case, which I mean we're all guilty of a little bit, but for something that disgusting is and
it's
then
sociopathic. I mean, just call it what it is.
And honestly, and then to go to the extent of photoshopping a picture or finding another picture on the line and presenting it as fact against your reputation, then that's a whole nother level of sick to me.
Yeah. Well, in journalism, they say, like the old rule in journalism, not that they even follow it anymore, is that you need two sources to verify before you report, essentially, like two separate sources. If you can find this from two separate sources, then you can trust it, type thing, I think is what it is, right?
Yeah, well, look at what Cheryl Butler says. Hi, Cheryl Butler. Is that the judge, remember the Freudian slip where he said Brent Kopaka instead of BK? So that both Ann Taylor and Mr. Thompson toured the house, right?
Yeah.
It was that weekend by the end of the day, right? And there's the video of them walking and they don't want to answer any question. So when you say that what I wonder is I think that everybody involved on the inside knows everything. And like I say, it's a very big deal. And AR will tell you if he's still here that, what's up, Jeff H? It's a miracle of modern science that the public defender would break rank to go out on a limb and defend this guy. And where was I going with that? That I had something. Words. What was I saying?
This is what happens when I get tired. I slowly start to zone out, and then I just completely forget the rabbit hole I was going down.
I kept my live going until 5 a.m. last night. That's what I'm trying to do to you tonight. Oh, there's Heather Fitzgerald. What's up?
I was going to interject that Sydney Norton digging out some things is pretty bold and unique. I think that I think since it's a 911 service over in Pullman that does, it shouldn't be that difficult to get a hold of a 911 call. I don't think it's illegal. As a journalist, you can get leaks.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting about 911 calls. It used to be that they had to give them, like, it's 100%, like it was against the law to withhold them until recently. Like I swear it's like within the past 3 years, like right before the Idaho 4 case, where they passed this law that states like they can technically withhold it for various reasons. No joke. Like they literally changed that law recently.
Well, and they have to do it in the Idaho case because they don't want their policeman friends to get in trouble that were there. I mean, maybe that's what Hunter Johnson says. He goes, "Oh my gosh, Rosendahl was over here. He killed my friend."
There might have been a slip up in it. That's why I say we will probably never hear the damn thing.
Yeah, it's like
No, you know when we'll find out? We'll find out 50 years from now when nobody gives a fuck anymore.
That's when this case gets solved. Is the cold case 30 years down the road?
Look,
And I
we
hate
can't
to
even
break
get
it
all the
to you.
JFK documents, okay? Like how
Right.
long ago was that shit? We can't even get all that. All right. So
oh
like
my god, like I'm just thinking about next year. Like next fall, we're going to be on here going, "Oh my God, can you believe they bumped the trial another year?" And Judge Hitler, he's a Mormon plant, and
That's so cool that you found out he's a Mormon. And I think Jen might have mentioned that.
yeah, it's like I just freaked out because I actually grew up in upstate New York, right by where Mormonism was founded. I've been to the pageant. They don't have it anymore, but they had a Hill Cumorah pageant, and they used to proselytize my parents. So we would go in the summer, in the station wagon and drive out there and watch the Mormon pageant. And it was fabulous. I mean, and we had, I'm not kidding, 4 or 5 copies of the Book of Mormon in our library. We had a big library in my house when I was growing up. I'm the youngest of 5. So as like a 4-year-old, I was going into the library and looking at the pictures in the different versions of the Book of Mormon. They have their artwork is in the book itself. So I couldn't really read yet, so I was just looking at the pictures. So I can pick out Mormon art a mile away. Like if I go to your house, like get invited to a cookout and they're Mormons and they haven't told anyone, I can
you're
walk
like, are
in the
you
house
low key Mormon? Because I think you are.
I'm like, you guys are LDS. Yeah.
That okay, so I Heather or Cheryl Butler reminded me what I was talking about was that everyone involved in that circle that it's inside the gag order knows what happened, more or less fully, whether they got the real story at first or not. Somewhere down that pipeline, they've got enough somebody, a friend here and a person there, where they find out the real deal. Okay, so what I question is, and I want to ask him, of course, but what does Cy Ray know? Because Cy Ray was also at the house.
He was.
Yes.
When was he at the house? Wait. When was Cy Ray at the house?
Before it was torn down. I can't remember if it was like the same day. Somebody brought it up, I think Jen at Criminal Confidential or Heather Fitzgerald. Please check out their channels if you get the chance. But I believe it was within the week of the tragedy.
Oh wow!
I want to say it. So I know that here we have Cy Ray right there in our face, within arm's reach. It feels like with the TVs, with the high resolution monitors that we have, and we can't ask him any questions, but he more or less may know. And if you know Cy Ray, he has that kind of like whatever kind of attitude, like you don't know. And I feel like sometimes it kind of comes out in his body gesture of whether you're kind of on the right track or not, kind of thing. Like he's a very amicable guy, and Carrie, his wife, is absolutely amazing. They're both brilliant, for sure. But as far as we have him right here, like a plate served up, and we can't ask him a same question. And I'm 100% sure that with all his ties and his experience, he's hired to do this type of thing all the time. He's the go-to guy, right? And so he's in the circuit. It's not out of the question to think, here's Cy Ray right here in front of us, and he knows every damn thing.
Yeah. We got to get some information then.
I wish we could, dude.
Didn't Lana from Truth and Transparency interview them somewhere?
Yeah, she did at CrimeCon or some kind of conference.
So she's also over at Delphi. If I go over there, I think I can squeeze something out of her that she learned from Cy Ray. She's probably got some goods.
I think she's very good. I follow her all the time. She uncovered another. She's following that Brian Drake case, and it has to do. There's a lot of the same cops involved there as in the Moscow, because they move around, and some of them are state police, and that's a fucked up case too. So it's
a little
bit of that.
You know why they moved them around?
Yeah, because they probably had some kind of mark on their.
It's just
a lot
like
of time.
in the clergy, where the church gets fed up with the problem preacher or the pastor and moves them to another state, to another clergy, to not have to deal with the problem.
Yeah, that's what happens with a lot of law enforcement. If they have some kind of record, they quit and they go to another police force, or they go to another state sometimes, and and sometimes they don't even have to disclose it. But now they have, thankfully, that Brady list where you can go on and they expose, some of these people, and they're on.
Yeah, that's a career ender, that Brady list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you get one of those slaps, it's usually a death sentence for your career.
Well, isn't Thompson on it now? I mean, didn't he have some?
That's different. He is in the lawyer realm. It's just another.
He's a member of the bar, and if you're a member of the bar, you can get away with a hell of a lot.
Well, you can get disbarred, but it's not as big of a thing as for police with that. It's just like a one and done with the police. With I don't know how many Brady violations you can rack up as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, but that remains to be seen. That's a really good point.
By the way, in Wisconsin, they disbarred the prosecutor in the Stephen Avery case.
And what's that?
Say again.
That Stephen Avery case I mentioned. Again, I don't want to open up a whole discussion on it, but they disbarred the prosecutor. He was from the next county over, and they had him come in, and then they played, call that county for 2 years, and then they set the guy up and set up his nephew too. His nephew was 15 and learning disabled, and they went to his school and got him to confess to some stuff.
I'm sorry, I have to pull this up. Jeff H. I just grilled ChatGPT about Cyril visiting 1122 house. Nothing indicating he ever visited.
Is that his girlfriend, ChatGPT?
I'm gonna tell you something. ChatGPT is hilarious. Go on there and start asking it questions about 9/11.
Did he really grill it? Did he waterboard it to try to get the answers out of it?
No. That's what you have to do. I've waterboarded ChatGPT
at the house, 100% at the house.
No, he's clearly sketching. I mean, like he's obviously sketching. But no, there is a really interesting ChatGPT is fun to fuck with things like 9/11. Go in there and start asking questions about Building 7 and the Israelis that got arrested on the George Washington Bridge. It's really fun. You should try it sometime.
Well, we need to.
I don't do AI and drones and robots, man. That's the first. I'll tell you what. The first robot I see, I'm going to take an axe to it if I can do any damage. They're about to roll out an army of these things, and if you watch any of my videos, you'll see that now they're weaponizing them, and so they have these robots, and everything they do with these things, they present it as cute. Like with the little robot dog from Boston Dynamic, they roll it out as this dog that pisses out beer for guys at a party and blah, blah, blah. But here's the real facts of that is that dog robot can move so fast that you can only see it with a strobe light.
That just reminds me of the Black Mirror episodes. And I'm glad you're bringing this up, because here's my point. All these people that wanted to defund the police, do they honestly think that we're not going to have something else take the police's place? They just want to get rid of the local police and federalize the police. And then in California, they already have these robots. Like, you're worried about a police making bad decision, but you think a robot's going to do any better?
Right. Like it's the thing is the point you made earlier is that this case that we are all
okay. Who's this? What is this bullshit right here? Nigger. This guy right here.
This
Paul
is
Danino.
the
you can fuck off.
L.
He's
in love with L.
I don't care who he is. If he's going to use that language in my chat, he can fuck
Bye
off.
bye.
Can you block
Bye
him?
bye. Okay, thanks for playing.
Yeah, I wanted to say about robots. Towards the end of Act 3, I don't know if you've watched Herman at all, but
Watch what?
There's a guy 1122 King Road Clue, and he made.
I have not yet.
Yeah, he made some musical documentaries, and Act 3 is on Rumble right now. But
oh, cool.
He's so clever. He has these staticky interludes in between scenes. So I started slowing that down and taking snapshots, and there's a robot, and it's clearly in the back of the 1122 house.
Wow.
It's this robot, and I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. So when you said robots, I'd forgotten.
That's a great add to what I did last night about the FBI planes that are constantly circling over or flying in straight lines over cities. Let me finish. What was I talking about? The robots, words, people, real people. What were we talking about a minute ago? I'm sorry.
Well, Heather is reminding you, Kane, that you literally watched it with her. So 1122 King Road Clue.
Oh yeah, I did do that. Okay, so yeah, that's why she's there. She's like my memory bank, and I'll be like, I'm just a pretty face of this channel. Those two girls, you would not believe a combined IQ of well over like 80. And I'm down here at a 40. So I'm like, girl, you're smart. No, but what were we saying? I was going somewhere, darn it. Do you remember, Mike? We're talking about the robots. What?
You said that they always make them cute, but it's really
and then I had somewhere
the dog. You were talking about the dog.
And the dog, and they weaponize them.
And you can't even see it.
And then Demetrius Robinson. I was saying that we're also vested in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we think it is the cat's pajamas, that it's the big bug, it's the big hubba bubba of cases that once we knock this out, and look at everybody that's in these chats, dedicated, all these people that are creators that more or less have given up something in their life for this case, want the answers, and thousands of people are dying around us in hurricanes and floods and earthquakes and fires, and we're like lions and tigers in Moscow. Oh my, that's all we see. We have those blinders on now. The thing is, this hill that we're dying on is a pissant, because this is only a microcosm of what's happening across the USA. So I say it's a fist fight in the nuclear war that we have ahead of us.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the world is crashing down around us, right? And to be honest with you, when I started my channel, one of the things I said was, I'm so tired of following like what's happening right now in the world, that let me like follow something else. And I started following true crime. And of course, this is the first. I thought it would be more straightforward. Obviously not. And this is the first case that caught my attention because of all, that's the way my mind works, whatever. But it's really just a distraction, right, for me, of what's happening all around me, which is like shit is falling apart and imploding. And we're kind of like in the middle of like during the Industrial Revolution, we're in the middle of another revolution or evolution in our stage of being as people, because of all this AI and robots and stuff. Like we're right on the cusp of that. And that's partly why everything seems to be imploding, right? In my opinion.
Absolutely. Here's the fallacy of their logic as far as these companies go, is that they think they're going to replace everybody with robots. Nobody will call in sick. They don't need no insurance policies, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? You don't have any people out in the economy that have any money to buy anything anymore. So you're not going to make any money anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You got to spread it around to make it. And they sprinkle just a little bit. You have to understand how much that these companies make. Rockefeller, back in the 1800s, and this was part of that PBS special that I was telling you about, The Men Who Made America. His father, John D., was always, they saved every dinner scrap that they ever had because he was terrified because he survived the Great Depression, or he was always terrified that they were going to lose their money, not the Great Depression, but they were going to go back to being poor like he was when he was a kid. So you were never able to even throw your table scraps. But they were at the time, 1800s, making $1 million a minute. So there's all untold wealth, and you have Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, richest man in the world, and then you have the Saudi guys. Oh, yeah, richest man, sure, he's the richest guy. You go, guy, because they just have uncalculable trillions and trillions and trillions, right? And so the scary part, Post Woke and Mike, is that we woke up from the Matrix, and whether it's like the movie The Matrix, or if it's just the fact that we're just we don't realize what pissants we are, or peons we are in the bigger picture, because you never even, most people anyway in here have never even seen $1 million. Maybe if you're my age, you've spent $1 million, or you had $1 million and you spent it all, right? For all your paychecks, who knows? But other than that, you got to think these companies are making that, and they get upset if they make any less than $1 million a minute or whatever it may be. Okay, the really scary part of this whole thing, I'll wrap up my soapbox, is that the prosecution and first off, the law enforcement, back to Idaho 4, put up such a shoddy, sloppy, garbage case and presented it as this will get the job done. And then you have the prosecution who was literally shocked. Look at Heather Fitzgerald's video of Bill Thompson blowing steam out his ears. That's the moment right there when we knew that they are doing it so much, unquestioned, unchallenged, that they literally lose their freaking minds when somebody questions it, and somebody literally has to go
that's happening a lot though, right? But that's happening a lot right now. Like overall, a lot of these power structures are being challenged. They're losing control over people and things like that. And a lot of it has to do, I believe, with technology, the way that we're able to do this right now and connect with people from all over the world and talk about different things and find out things very quickly that's happening in other parts of the world. We don't have to wait for the newspaper to come in the morning or hear it on the nightly news, right? It's like 24/7 cycle. And so we have all this knowledge that's been hidden from us, and that's why they're losing more and more control, and they know it. It's not like we know it and they don't. They absolutely know it, which is why they're becoming more authoritarian, more tyrannical, and all these other things. But this can only go on for so long. It can only go on for so long.
It can go on forever, because look, we might have woke up to see it, but what we woke up to was we're powerless. They have all the money.
Here's the thing, though. Here's where I'll disagree. Here's where I'll just challenge it, though.
But hold on. First, let me make this point. Is that companies like Disney and Coca-Cola and all the big companies that we know and love are corrupt to the core.
Yeah.
And their only mission is the dollar, just like the University of Idaho. But have you stopped buying Coca-Colas?
I don't drink Coca-Cola, but I understand your point. There's not much we can do, because the bottom line is we're weak. We can't hunt for ourselves. We don't farm for ourselves. We don't get our own food. We go to the store. We DoorDash. We're completely dependent on this system. So yeah, I understand your point, right? But here's the thing. I don't agree that we're powerless, because I think we can't fix anything outside, like what's going on, because shit's happening that's beyond our control and even beyond their control. Solar weather, geomagnetic storms, the cycle of the sun, the extreme weather, the shit's going to continue to get worse and worse. And so we can't control any of that. We can only control like ourselves, right? Like how we're reacting to it and working on ourselves. And so in that sense, it's really a spiritual journey. If you ask me, at this point, it really just comes down to a spiritual journey for each person. That's my opinion on it.
Well, if you look at the big picture, though, just to interject, sidebar, the it's not getting any worse. It's getting way better for these wealthy elite, because what they want to do is they want to fly over their 15-minute city in their fancy drone yacht and look down and spit on all the peasants, us
They've
down
been
here.
doing that though, but they've been doing that for years.
Exactly, and that's the aspiration in the mind of a greedy, because money, it is never enough. You either do good or you do evil, and so the people that only follow money, they don't help us. They don't do anything to help us, and so
No.
what they're doing is eliminating us.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
absolutely.
the less of us there
100%.
are, and they have robots to perform their menial tasks, and they don't have to worry about sick days anymore. They're gonna
Well,
have
that's why the port, the port workers are on strike, which is going to cause major problems for us pretty soon. They've shut down the whole
supply chain.
eastern
Yeah.
because they don't want automation. They're not getting paid properly, and they know what's coming. This revolution is coming, whether people want it or not. You can't stop it, right?
No,
We can't
even
stop
in
it.
Hollywood, they have the AI law that they just passed to protect the actor's image from being used recklessly.
But they'll just make an AI actor. It's soon enough you'll be able to make these people. They're already able to do it.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
No question.
And so it starts to spin out of control. And my whole thing is like the money aspect, right? The money aspect to me, and I've said this before, and some people get what I'm saying, and other people think it's weird. But personally, to me, like money is the problem, because we don't need money, right? Here's the problem. This is where everything breaks down. You're giving a piece of paper or a coin or even crypto, because crypto is no different than money, even though people want to say it's a scam. It's not. It's just an evolution of money. And so the bottom line is we don't need money. Once we had money, right, then we collect. It gives somebody, it creates these like people who have and have not, versus when you live in a society where you barter. That you can live in a society where you barter, because those kind of societies work where, like, okay, I know how to heal someone, or I know how to build a house. Like the Amish people have been doing this for centuries. You can live that way and work as a community, and everyone's valued. It doesn't matter if you're a barber or you're a doctor or whatever it is. Your skill is needed and valued in the society. There's no need for money, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, the reality of life is that we all need money.
Well, that's the system,
and they're
that's been
not ever going to
created.
give it to us. The people that you hear about winning the lottery are more likely just somebody involved with the lottery. Where'd all the money? And they even have an ad here in Florida right now. Oh, this much millions and billions of dollars we gave to the education system. Our education system here in Tampa, especially, is falling apart. It's so overcrowded, and the teachers are no longer allowed to intervene if there's a fight. And so these bullying is just, this generation uses the R word.
If
You
I
can
wasn't,
talk about this woke stuff all you want, but it is it's the Wild West, like you're saying.
yeah, I mean, they've created division, and that's what they want. It's like the Bob Marley. They want us fussing and fighting with each other so that we don't look at them and what the real problem is. And, the thing about the money aspect, it's really just about, assets. It's really not even so much about the money. It's about the control, what they're controlling. They're controlling the water supply, the land, like these kind of things. And so, even somebody like Jeff Bezos or whatever, he's got people above him that have more it's just the power dynamic that it creates in my mind, that the whole money and interest. I mean, interest is a joke. Like you buy a house, you get a mortgage. The minute you apply for that mortgage, the bank already got paid from the Federal Reserve. So you're paying them back twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no need for that. Like, it's just greed, but it's more, I don't even think it's greed. I think it's a mechanism of control to keep people getting up, going to work, doing their job, doing what they're, quote, supposed to do. And it's just a mechanism of control. That's why I think money is like, of course we all need it. That's a system that we've grown up in and that's been created around us. But it really is, it really is, if you step out of that mindset, it's not needed. You know, if you have a society that's functioning and everybody is taught a skill and their talents are honed from a young age, and you teach them properly. I mean, it sounds like utopia, but I mean, it's something that could happen, but not right now. It's too, at this point, it's too out of control.
Well, do you know that a very good portion of the workforce in China has put down working, especially from after COVID? They literally locked them in their cubicles, so they would sleep at their little desks, because the buildings were quarantine off, surrounded. You weren't allowed to even leave. So what the result of that is, this next generation of Chinese is now not working the traditional jobs, and the birth rate is down hugely. And so this whole workforce has literally, I forgot what they called it, but it's like the big walking away. And
Wow.
it's freaking people out because they have nothing to do with their families. They're disattached from society completely, which is so untraditional for Chinese.
It's creepy, actually, but I think the birth rate is down all over the world.
Well, in Japan, especially hit hard by that, and here, remind me to say admissions, and I'll remember. But in Japan, you have like I forgot what the percentage is. That's mostly like over 65, and they're not even having sex. Japanese people, young people, they will do like online chatterbait kind of
Yeah,
thing,
that's so
or
people don't realize how bad porn is for them. All joking aside, I mean, you can crack jokes about it or whatever.
no, I know for I firsthand, not what that didn't sound right, but you know what I mean.
No, I get
Uh,
it. No, people don't realize the energy that sex has, and why you should conserve it, and you should only be using it, in a loving way, and not in these ways that people like these OnlyFans. I read a statistic, there's more young women that are OnlyFans than school teachers. It's so sad to me. They think it's liberation, it's feminism. I can use my body however I want, but they're destroying their spirit. The people don't understand how bad this pornography shit is. It's really just.
yeah, and they don't even show the male genitalia in the Japanese porn. It's pixelated out.
Hey, back to the Idaho thing. You guys
back to the Idaho thing.
You guys think?
No, we're talking about child trafficking in porn. 90% of the actors in that are trafficked.
Oh yeah, a lot of the actresses are prostitutes. They go over to Saudi
Pornhub
Arabia.
went down for that. Yeah, and then guess what happens after their career is over? They pass away from drug overdose, car accident, or suicide. It's like the only three things, and it's like every day.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
And the hub of these places is Phoenix, and Moscow, Idaho is like the capital of human trafficking.
You're kidding me, Moscow? Well, that's kind of where I was going. Do you think that the house was involved in human trafficking or porn?
There you go. Was the target the house or the
that was the weirdest shit ever? What did that mean? I still don't understand.
What is that? So cryptic, right? And when would the target be the house? If you were to, like, say, if you were a hitman.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is what I think
gang, of. A rival something is the house.
Well, let's think about it. Let's think about that statement, though, right? Let's think about this. Was the target the house? Well, after the crimes, the house was demolished. Oh, and before it was even demolished, it was gifted to the University of Idaho.
Right.
Oh,
But
and
and
by
then
the way, Scott Green, talk about lineage and generations. Scott Green's family, the president, just happened to have a family that owned that plot of land way back when.
well, he grew up in that house.
Yeah, he lived there.
I was under okay. I have a different recollection of it, but I'll defer to you guys on
And
that.
that house is within view, eye shot of where he lives now in the black house on the hill.
So the 1122 house, he lived there when he was little, and then his parents got divorced. Is what I
Was
heard.
it divorce? Okay.
And then
So
they
the
used it as a rental for a little while, and they probably had satanic offerings in the basement underneath.
So and the other thing about Scott Green is when he went to University of Idaho, he made them build him that new house. That house was not there. The prior president lived in a more it was still a very nice house, but it wasn't the house that he lives in now. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, that house was built when he went there. That was part of his deal.
Well, there was so many. You have to figure that there was quite a large number of incentives for him to leave his $6 million a year job. Was it a stock broker company that he worked for, investment company?
Yeah, he's like some kind of banker.
And for him to come and step down to a mere $1 million or a $500,000 salary of a college president would have required stuff like, yeah, we'll give you a property and we'll put you on the board of directors.
He's probably going to run for some political office at some point, is my guess, because that's the trajectory. I mean, you don't go work at a university when you're in banking unless you have a plan beyond that. Like he's going to end up running.
With all his caring love, did he donate any of the proceeds from the sale of his book about the tragedy and how well he performed go to the victims' families?
No, I mean, he doesn't care about the victims' families.
That's obvious.
So but yeah, I mean, I think, just his whole idea when he went there, his plan, if you looked at like when he got hired, his whole thing was all about safety on campus.
Right.
Then this happens, right? And other things too.
But he talks more, all you'll hear out of his mouth is numbers. And he talks about they're terrified of this cliff that's coming because of the lower birth rate in the United States, that from 2008 when the mortgage crash, there was the birth rate dropped tremendously. So what does that mean for enrollment in colleges now, 18 years later, coming up on, it's already affecting many.
And also the illusion, the American dream, the illusion that you have to go to college to be successful. And now people realizing that like a lot of these degrees are bullshit. Like you're not going
like
to
the
get
University of Phoenix. The degrees that they offer aren't transferable to any other schools. They're not accredited by businesses. And they basically get like a 90% dropout rate. So people will incur, $100,000 in debt and not even complete the program.
Criminal Confidential. Yes, thank you. We were talking a little bit earlier about the families in this area. Mike Wimmer and I, because we had both been sort of following a creator that's not around much anymore, 1122 King Road Clue. And I had done actually a lot of research with him in the beginning of this case regarding these families and the feuds and the land and stuff like that. So 100% I agree with this statement. It's really interesting.
Well,
I've smoked newspapers. What's that?
What she's referring to, and Heather Fitzgerald dropped a link if you want to check it out. But what she's referring to is the DuPont family. Would be the most, I guess you'd call it, prestigious family. Now, there's a
lot of DuPonts in Delaware, so they have them in Idaho as well.
They're in Moscow, Idaho, yes. And I believe they appear on some of the real estate doc. They're connected with the whole. They're in the circle. Anyway, so DuPont, if you watch The Men Who Made America on PBS, it's starting to sound like I'm a walking billboard for them, but the DuPont family is the ones who made weapons, chemical weapons, especially missiles, bombs, for World War One. The father who started it died doing experimentation. His son used to do it with him. One day he was out there in the shed working on some formula and blew himself up. After that, the son no longer wanted anything to do with weapons. But then World War II came up, and they were the only company that could handle it. So the American government forced them back into it. It's like you pull me out.
You're talking about the DuPonts?
The DuPont family, yes.
Yeah, I know. I only know a lot about them because I grew up near, I was right across the border from Delaware. So I know a lot. I mean, they own a lot of Delaware, but I had no idea that they were in Moscow as well. So that's interesting.
Well, you also have in Idaho, I can't say Moscow in particular, but I don't see why not, is the Heinz family, which if you're from the East Coast, you're familiar with the Heinzes, right? And
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
that's John Kerry married one of the heiresses or something.
And guess who else has a bunch of money in Idaho? Take a wild guess. The potato people, Orida. Okay, and so I forgot the name of that family. And then you have a lot of people that have pretty much fled there from California. Well, if you look at some of the houses on those lakes in Idaho, it's not trailer park people that fled out of LA and San Diego and San Francisco. It's these people with big bucks, like
yeah,
like the McDonald's family, or like I said, the Heinz ketchup, and one after the other. Okay, that is their haven. They love it there.
So is Montana is the same way. If you look up the average, if you try to get a house in Montana, it's like over $1 million starting, or you're building like all the like water supply for the street before you get there. And a lot of the billionaires have their bunkers and stuff there. And that has everything to do with the cataclysm that's coming probably in the next 20 years. But that's a different story.
Didn't Ethan's mom, Stacy Chapin, didn't she work for DuPont?
Well, she is a very high level Freemason, and it's a women's sect of the Freemasons, because Freemasons are only for men. We know that.
Yeah,
right?
it's Eastern Star for women.
Eastern Star, and if you look at the sign, and this is from Jen None Your Business at Criminal Confidential, she had a picture, and I have it in the intro to my videos, my first intro that I used to do. A picture of the sign when you like, welcome to Moscow, now go home, or whatever, the Moscow sign with the bricks, and it looks like a gate. And so the Northern Star is one of the organizations with their own little badge on when you enter Moscow. What they're telling you when you enter Moscow is these are the players. These are the big, because they didn't take what's his name? Tyler out of the trailer park and put a picture of him on that welcome to Moscow sign, right? It's the people with the mad bucks. And so you were saying that's a family with some money right there. I don't know where I was going. Words.
Sorry. Charles Koch. I know I used to date this guy who I don't want to get into it, but the bottom line is he stayed at the Koch brothers, one of their estates, and he said that there was cameras in every room, including the bathroom.
Oh, absolutely. A
lot of these millionaires do that, or billionaires, really. At this point, millionaires are not even the word anymore.
Yeah, there was a Saturday Night Live news. I love the news updates sometimes, but the guy says, and today Jeff Bezos released plans to start a a lunar shuttle service for civilians. And then he's like, and to answer your question, no, the divorce isn't going well. The money they spend stuff on could do so much good when all of us out here keep getting gouged and inflation and prices getting blitzkrieg, and they're just spending on ridiculous, stupid stuff like the money.
Let's talk about. You've got children in Africa, or people in Africa that still have to walk to get water and die of dehydration. And then we're rich compared to the rest of the world.
Who did that is the oil companies. They were the ones who caused all of the guerrilla fighting in Africa, because they hired the governments to let them come and totally environmentally shit can the land. And they left it completely destroyed, where the water supplies are completely contaminated, and nobody, and so after they left, you have these big bands of gangsters, and so they didn't have the money coming from the oil company anymore, so they started taking over each other. And
it's terrible what they did to that country, because it's filled with a lot of resources and natural resources.
And now they're starting to hack places like in Ohio with these train accidents, and Maui and North Carolina. These places have lithium resources, all kinds of resources, and they've wanted these areas unquestionably totally vetted for long periods of time. And it's always BlackRock, Vanguard, boom, boom, boom. And they take out these areas and make them unlivable. Now they can build their facility there. Mm-hmm. And they acquired it, and
it's a low-key purge is what it is. They're not doing anything high-key because people would panic, so they're doing low-key purges.
It's like an environmental purge, and they want to say, oh, it's because Trump deregulated the railroad industry. That's why the trains are crashing. No, if you have a business, your number one priority better be safety, because that's going to cost you the most. You keep up your trains responsibly on your own. There's no way that, because they've let so many of the conductors go and all that stuff, that there's no regulation, that you're not going to keep stuff top notch, because those guys are like, dude, this train ain't safe. It hasn't had the quadro trip wheel flip done yet, and how many times are you gonna have to tell somebody that? But nobody's coming out and saying, oh, this is what they're doing, because they have the closed circle. They have it from the conductor to the cop, to the FBI, to the legislator, everywhere. And we keep thinking like, oh, I see it now, but we can't do anything about it. And we're too stuck to the teeth.
So who wants to all go to Montana, chip in, and start farming and like living off the land? I mean, honestly, you can't expect the government to save us. They're killing us.
It was Woke Up 1984 said she wanted to start the M. Kane Ultra Cult or something like that. Or I said we could be the Kane Kong cult.
There are people that are already doing this. I mean, there are people that are ahead of us that have already created these communities. One of them being, if you follow the channel Suspicious Observers, and he has, I think it's called Sky Ranch. It's in Colorado. What he did was he looked at the likelihood of places in the world that will survive the polar shift. And Colorado is high enough. And then he went I actually looked into buying property there. But anyway, and then the other place, Africa can laugh at the world, because Africa will survive the polar shift. So, there are people that are already creating these communities, because they realize that, this system that we're in is failing miserably and rapidly and quickly. And it's just, it's easy to sit around. It's kind of like if you're in a movie theater and somebody smells smoke and they don't say anything, and everybody just sits there while it's starting to get on fire. And but then once you recognize the fire, you run out. Like we need to smell the smoke. Like we need to, in my opinion, like it's just, that's where it's going. And it's not to be a doomsday or anything like that. It's just that there's not, I mean, we go in these loops in history, and, then they erase everything from the past, the mud floods, if you've looked into that,
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. It's just a loop. And we're at the end of one of those loops right now, unfortunately.
I think it was actually Meanie that brought up the mud floods, and I think she was popping up some good stuff in the chat on that. I had not heard of that, but I do know that there was electricity used, like as far back as probably the 1300s when they first.
Oh my God! Before that, I mean, they have lied to us in every.
Well, they changed history. They literally changed it right in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
and it's because the winner writes the history book.
Yes.
And so I think, as far back as I think the biggest coup is, if you ever saw that now scrubbed from the internet thing, from it goes from all the way from the Knights Templar all the way through the Kennedy thing, all the way through 9/11.
Is it a rich man's trick?
No, you may or may not have seen it. It was only on for a while, and my mom saw it. And I what I'm saying is the Kennedy assassination was a coup. That was big takeover, and my mom watched it with me, and she's 93 now. God bless her, and she said at the time after we watched it, I'm like, what do you think? And she said, we knew at the time that something wasn't right, but guess what? We couldn't do anything about it. That was the words out of her own mouth. What can we do about it?
Remember, right after the Kennedy assassination, right after they shot to, what did they shoot to? They shot to a Sanka commercial where they were doing a pendulum. They were hypnotizing the entire country.
Are you serious? I have not seen that. No way.
100% real.
That is cuckoo bonkers.
But back to this whole thing about electricity. I mean, I don't know if you know, but in the pyramids in Egypt and some of the lesser known ones, they have engraved in their airplanes and a helicopter and stuff like that. And then the whole thing about free energy. I mean, there used to be free energy. It's been buried, but all of this stuff they've buried our past. And that's why I love to read like books from, if a book isn't at least 100 years old, typically it's been whitewashed or it's bullshit. Like this whole ancient alien bullshit, they've got the timelines wrong. And if you want to know a lot about this stuff, Archaics, I talk about it all the time. This guy is like one of he's one of the greatest minds of our time. But essentially, he to make it quick, he was in prison when he was like 19 years old. He admits to it. He had been involved in some kind of kidnapping of a young woman. There was no sexual assault, but he was dumb and stupid and just fell in with the wrong crowd. But while he was in prison, he kept getting in more and more trouble and didn't get any like leniency. So he was in there for like 30 years or something. But while he was in there, because he's such a genius, he had access in the prison system to books from all over the country, from libraries. So he started reading all these old books, not new books. And when he went in, he was hardcore like Baptist Christian. And his whole thing was he wanted to prove the story of Jesus Christ in the Bible. But what he found the more he went back was this story was retold from this religion and that religion, and all the religions had similar theories. And then he went back and even further. And this guy, it's ridiculous. His mental energy is beyond, like, he's so ridiculous what he's put together. He's written tons of books. When he was in prison, he was a published author. His name's Jason Brashears, and he talks about all of this stuff and he's even, it's crazy. It sounds crazy, but you got to watch him to understand. And it's phenomenal, like what this guy's put together. He's put a timeline together of the world history, and he goes back and he has proof in books. He cites every single one of his books. Back in the day, remember when you'd have a bibliography when you read a book, and nowadays nobody has a bibliography. In every book he puts out, he has like 300 references, and they're all books from like the 18 and 1900s from the greatest minds, like Belikovsky, if you know who he is, and these scientists that have just gotten pushed down like giants. He has a whole book I have on giants and how this, we know the Smithsonian hid the giant skeletons from us. They don't want us to know that there were giants. And he talks about the mud fossils. He had a guy on there the other day from Mud Fossil University. This guy was he sees in the mountains and in certain artifacts, things, giants. And this guy literally took, he cut this thing in half. I think it was like a tree. It was supposed to be like an old tree trunk. And you could see the veins. He sent it to a lab, the DNA at Yale, and it came back as human DNA. And everybody else just thought it was like a stone. And this Yale professor stole his research and published it himself. I'm telling you, shit is wild. And that's what I'm saying by like the awakening. Like this information is all out there for people to find now. And it's 100% verifiable. But nobody really wants to hear it or talk about it because it's so scary. You know what I mean?
Yep. I don't want to clear the waiting room. But
Sorry.
I forgot with my story. I mean, that was great. The guy who found Noah's Ark in the Surat Mountains in Turkey, I believe.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So here's another story. He was kind of a crusader in that way, and he claims to have found the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant, I believe. Or he knows where the Ark of the Covenant is.
Who is this author? Who is this?
He's not an author. He was a 1980s. He was already kind of an old man, like a grizzled kind of. Who's James Bond? What's that guy's name? I'm sure.
I know the guy who I know who you're talking about.
Indiana Jones. We call the dog Indiana.
Yeah.
But anyway, he was an American guy, and he's a preacher, right? And so he found in the Surat Mountains in Turkey, he found Noah's Ark, and Christians believe it. And of course, science always wants to explain it away or whatever, or the press explains it away. And then, there's debate on that and the crash shot turret, where anybody informed is familiar with all that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, but what he did is he had his family involved after that. And, I guess it was such a big discovery that he did other stuff, and he would film it with one of those old TV camera looking VHS cameras kind of thing in the 80s. And so his other quest was to go to Israel. To look at this one, what do they call it? Like a mausoleum. It was a cave. And so he'd heard about stuff about it, and the locals know about it. And they take him there. And it is it's exactly below. It's like a cave hole, but it's exactly below where Pontius Pilate killed Jesus on the cross.
Wow.
Okay. And so what he said is that he went into the cave part. They had to dig it, like they excavated. I'm not talking about he was led to the general area, and people, it's like that history show where they're looking for the Blackbeard's treasure in Canada.
Yeah.
What's the name of that show?
I don't know the name of it, but I know what you're talking
I knew you'd ask me, damn it. But it's he gets there and has to dig around. And so what he found, and it apparently, I hate to say it at this point, I've already cleared the waiting room. But
who cares?
The
good people are here listening.
Oh, dude, the best of the people are here. And I went and I opened I started streaming on my channel, the thing, and I looked and I'm like, holy macaroni. Everybody, like 1 billion people are in my chat. I'm like, oh, I'm just sharing her chat. But anyways, it's like, it's definitely who's who. Okay. So anyway, So he says, and he has video of it, but it was left with a friend and a copy, and somehow it never surfaced.
Mm-hmm.
When he finally finds the cave hole, it is the burial place of Christ, and that blood had drizzled, or no, yeah, the burial place of Christ, and blood, or I'm sorry, it is the place underneath where Christ was killed. I'm sorry, I got confused a second. There's another story with it. Anyway, it's the place, it's a cave below where Christ was killed, and he heard about it, and so the legend goes that that Christ's blood flowed through the ground into this cave, and that was on the walls or whatever, and he took it to an Israeli DNA expert, and you know what they found?
What?
Is it had, the blood had 23 chromosomes.
That's interesting.
Think about that. I believe normally we have 46.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's whatever it is, it's half, but I believe that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
The one half was female. The people at the lab didn't even want to do the DNA test, and then when they did it, they'd never seen anything like that.
Is there
it doesn't exist? So the implication being, it's the blood of Christ. He had a mother. His father was the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? Are you follow?
Yeah, no, I am.
But it was a scientific. But here's the thing. Now, when he goes, so that was one amazing thing. What did you want to say about that? I'm sorry.
You said. I'm sorry because I'm starting to get tired. So I'm like.
Oh, I saw you yawning there. I was like, she ready to shut it down.
No, I'm not yawning. I'm just like spacing out a little.
We having a chat party up in here. It's all right. You can just kind of doze off and pet your dog. And I'll just keep rambling.
What I wanted to find a picture for you guys. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to find this picture.
Okay.
Because I want to show you something that kind of.
Then you go night, and the kids have a good time.
Yeah. All right.
Woo! Roll the motto up in here. Rolo, call some of the girls, bro. Get the ladies up in here. Now that's promoting child trafficking side stuff. That's like too soon. Anyway, whose picture can I put up now?
Okay, this is what I want to show you. Hold on. Hopefully this will work.
Look, I'm interested.
All right, tell me what you think of this. Do you see that?
Let me go to my high resolution monitor. Hold on. I thought I was looking like a wolf's face or something. Is that a big giant mountain butthole, or is it somebody's like feed me?
It's a vagina. It's a vagina. Hold on, let me get a better picture.
Is this the Nephilim mountains that look? Oh, I see the hand. Okay, yeah, I've seen some of these. These are good ones, though. I've never seen that. Is this the one where it's the lady from the Disney movie, and she's laying sideways across the mountain?
No, it blocked me. It doesn't want me to look at vaginal canals, and no, this is a cave. I think it's in Turkey. Hold on for a minute. And it looked. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't deny what this is. Hold on for a minute. Let me find a better picture.
I never met a vagina I could deny.
Well, this is one big enough that you can walk into. So
yeah, that's not my style. Rolo.
It's called the Womb Cave. Okay, I'm sorry. It's in Bulgaria. Okay,
where the fuck is Bulgaria? Like by Poland?
Yeah, I think it's like Eastern Europe or something.
Eastern Blockish.
Okay. Of course, I can't get the whole picture. If you just Google vagina cave or something, it'll come up. I'm telling you, everything is in here. It's got a urethra. You can't see it in here, but you've got the urethra.
Only
the clitoris,
you. Wow, where did you pull this?
It's crazy. And
If Mike was here, he'd be like, and about the Idaho 4?
Yeah, I know, right? How did we get over here, right? Like,
How did we get to
happen?
this giant vagina? Oh my gosh,
This
sorry.
is what happens when you hang out with me, because this is where my mind
I think now all you Idaho 4 girls, you know how they say when you hang around other females for a long period of time, you sync up? Here's your synchronicity theory again.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that one at where it lays. I was saying the guys do too, that they Uncle Milty or Uncle Flo rolling through every couple weeks. It's a little bit more frequent with guys, it's not as bad.
I want to find this one other thing now, if I can hold on for a minute. Because
these jokes aren't free, folks. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe.
The jokes are free.
They don't write themselves. Oh Lord. You know, I've seen YouTube lives they had naked chicks as the thumbnail, and then they'll change it mid-live to I'm not going to put a naked chick pickup. I'm just and to something else, and they get away with it.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm still subscribed. Sure as hell. I don't know if I am. I haven't checked the last couple of minutes. Rob with True Trimecast Pod. Get your butt up here, old man. Get some. I need a shot of Fireball. Send my homeboy a link, man. Robert's always like, hey, Kane. He's that buddy, you know, that's around the corner, like in the Flintstones, like 88 Fingers Louie. Kane, I got one for you today.
All right, wait here. Let me put an invite.
Get Rolo up here too. Shit, I don't care what Rolo's saying. I just want to hear his ass talk. You know what I'm saying? Or what does he say? You know what I mean? He'll be like, you see what I mean? You know what I mean? If I do a documentary on this case, he and Elle are going to be my narrators for sure.
They're going to be what?
And Jen can my narrators for the documentary on Idaho 4. And then Jen can do the you know how they always go like to the main desk. Jen and Heather can be back there like, what do you think, Jen? Well, guilty. Sorry, I get Nancy Graced away sometimes. Were you looking for more porn, more Earth porn?
No,
or
but what I decided
we're waiting here. We're like, oh yeah, she's just now she's
I was looking for a large stone penis somewhere in the world, but I couldn't find. No, I'm just kidding.
World's largest penis. Oh Lord.
There's still like I
made Trish laugh for an hour straight on one of my lives. The whole show was just me trying to talk and everything. I'd be like, trash can. She's like, it was better laughing that.
You're getting out there now, man. This is what happens when King gets tired.
No, I just get funnier. I think on one of my lives I fell asleep for a little while. I dozed off on camera. How's that? Hey, Tex-Mex done a clap.
Wait, it's for you if you want it to be, Robert. I dropped it in. I'm an equal opportunity YouTube
offender.
Host.
Get up here. Why, you guys have a history of fighting? Robert's kind of a tough guy. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I don't have a history of fighting with anybody.
Where'd Rolo go? Is Rolo Mano's the shiz, bro. He'll tell you all about that Tinkerbell shit we were talking about with Mike. He ain't missed nothing. My boy's gangster as fuck.
Yes, it's for you, Robert.
Yeah, you got woke up in here now. This is ridiculous. It's like
awesome.
All-Star. This is like the All-Star base. You can hear my voice. I just realized I was talking out loud and I was thinking words again.
It's the cool kid. It's the cool kids. All right, hold on.
Cool kids. Thank you. I mean,
I'm
not
cool.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, this is Movie Phone. Robert's got AI talking for him tonight. What up, Robert?
What up, man?
How you doing, brother?
Nice to finally meet you, post woke.
Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for coming up.
You're welcome.
Is that the Joker? That's the Joker, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
I had my
Such a dark-
Batman jersey on. Damn it. I literally did. But remember how wonky the chat was? Or the picture?
All
But
I know is
previously in
the
this
first
live,
time
I had my Batman shirt on. Sorry.
the first time you came on my was yesterday or whatever. That shit was wild. That was like I entered the Twilight Zone.
Well, because I stayed in there and I was just like planning on being like, hey, Postbook, what up? Dip out. But then I started like listening and getting all sucked in. And I'm like, I guarantee you I have like probably 6 minutes before my shit starts. And I go over there and look, and like everybody that's here right now almost was there for an hour already. And I'm like, oh my God. And I already pushed it back a half hour. So I'm like, you know what I'll do? I'll include it in the show. And I just I put the headphones of you over the microphone, and then sorry, I found Digitizy right now, but I'm up and down in the volume.
No, but when I tried to kick you off, I kicked you off, and you were still some theme music was still playing on my computer. It was
my theme song. I was opening my show, and you were talking over the theme song. So everybody's in the chat's like some echo thing, but it was you like getting hysterical. I'm like, I can't get rid of Kane. He's off the show. See, Robert, I'm still getting kicked off shows, and I'm on the panel.
I only kicked you off because I was like, this is some like possession shit going on over here. I mean, I thought you were inside my computer for a little while. So.
In the computer.
Yeah.
That's from Zoolander. Remember when they were like,
you've heard of Ghost in the Shell? Kane in the
Shell. Yeah, there you go. Exactly right.
All right, I'll take that. That would be fun if I had my Batman shirt on right now.
Oh, whoa. We got a birthday in here. Happy birthday to my mod, Leslie Vasquez. Hey, guys.
Happy birthday. I should play the Beatles.
With me. You guys ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Leslie.
That's rolling.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. That's too fast for Flea's dog. That's the birthday present for you, Leslie Vasquez. See, I say it right. I say Vasquez. It's like Corinthian leather. You have to say Vasquez. It's a very noble name.
It is.
Vasquez, yeah. Very elite family. But good elite, like the Mexican elite. The strong wealthy Spanish family landowners.
That just reminded me of when newscasters are speaking and they're speaking in English, like regular, like newscasters speak, and then they pronounce a name like Vasquez or what, you know what I'm saying? And then
they'll be talking in English, and then all of a sudden they come across shopping cart. You're like, what in the world? You're like, okay.
They pronounce the name like spot on, like they're dead ass on with this like really complicated.
Yeah. But then you have like, I could do Japanese too. I'd be like, konnichiwa.
Oh my God.
Konnichiwa.
It's gone over the purge line now. That's funny that you said the purge too, by the way. He said it's like a purge going on. It's like right in front of, but it's in our faces too. But also remember something else that Heather Fitzgerald on her channel said was that a lot of, I think it was like, people, real people that said that 2024 was like the year of the dragon. If you're in all that shit,
like legit,
that all things would be revealed this year.
Cat Williams said that too.
Cat Williams was one, okay. And
well,
then
I mean, he did say it. I don't know, but it is the year of the dragon. It is.
And what they're very good at now is changing the story, right? In general. I forgot, Robert, I haven't even let you get a word in edgeway. What's good with you, bro?
Oh, it's going okay. I just looked over and saw my brother AR in the chat.
AR's up in here?
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys were brothers.
Hey,
Are
Ari,
you
come on up
twins?
if you want. I'll drop another link. You're welcome. You don't have to, no pressure, but if anybody really, but I'm just going to drop another link here.
Yeah, I think it's the point now where, what was I saying again? Where it's real people chat. What were they talking about, Robert? You were supposed to, you had something up your sleeve you were going to bust out for me. Because you always like,
He had a card up his sleeve.
hey, kid, you got the Joker up his sleeve. Or go ahead. Go ahead. I know you do.
Yeah, tell us a story, Robert. Tell us a story.
Okay, AR said, no, I'm passing on panels for a while. LOL, thank you, though.
No worries. No worries, friend.
Wait, so you guys heard it here. Breaking news. AR made a pass at me.
Stop it. Stop.
Now, I've been following the whole, GoFundMe thing with the Gonzalez's and Ben Mogan.
Okay.
I support Ben Mogan's GoFundMe because his bio in it kind of touched my heart a little bit. He stated that any any money left over from the trial next year, he's going to donate it to the memorial fund for the victims.
Yeah.
But the Gonzalez's GoFundMe doesn't state that at all.
I'm sorry. The way you just said that was in the nicest possible way. I appreciate that.
What did he say?
He said, oh, we got the birthday girl coming up.
Hi guys.
Hey, girl.
So I don't know how to
Vasquez.
I don't know how to put, huh?
Oh, go ahead, Leslie.
No, I don't know how to turn off my camera and just have a random picture up. So I'm just doing it in the dark.
That's all good, girl. It's all right.
But anyway, I just came to join in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, this is what Robert said in the nicest possible way, which I appreciate, was that Ben Mogan now has a GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying that when he reaches what he's requested, 15 grand, I think it is, that the any remainder money that isn't used or whatever on this trial trip, that he'll donate to the memorial. And then he said, but the Gonsalves family, he doesn't see that anywhere on theirs. So
No, they keep asking for more. Now they want to do fun things with their family members while they're in, literally. Part of their request is so they could do fun things together.
What do you guys think about that?
Well, Leslie, hasn't the GoFundMe goal now been adjusted to being able to retire and enjoy the rest
incredible.
Of life to $1 million?
Oh yeah, it's just,
Okay.
and as Steve says, why not?
I say why not too, because if somebody in this world could get $1 million out of this quarter pinching so hard the eagle screams elite, God bless them. But they're not getting it from them. They're getting it from the people that care at the bottom. The only people that have any heart left is the beaten down.
And I have no problem with them getting money at all, at all. And I hope they sue the shit out of everybody. I really hope they do. But it's just, I get frustrated with, you guys know, all the stuff that we hear and said. I get frustrated because I don't want Bryan Kohberger to be killed by the state of Idaho,
That's the plan.
I know.
Well, Leslie, you know how I feel about the whole Gonsalves thing. I mean, I did a video on it, and that's why, I mean, if people can't tell that I'm willing to listen to other opinions, I've got my mod who has her own feelings about it, and I respect them. I guess, so I'll ask a question, and that doesn't have to be directed to you, but to anyone. I did listen to Harsh's video and Jules, and they made those things. So have they actually said those things? Like, are those things that are actually on your page? Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked, so I should probably go look.
Yeah.
Now we've got The Shining up there. The red rum girls. Do you see him? I have to figure out how to make cute little well, I know how to do it. I just don't know if I feel like doing it right now. But anyway, back to Ben Mogan. It's kind of interesting because Ben Mogan, we don't really hear anything from him, and we haven't heard anything from Madison's mother either. It's just Ben Mogan GoFundMe. And I'm glad that he created GoFundMe, you know.
I think he should have reached it by now, because earlier today it was like around 12,000. So
yeah, I just checked it about an hour ago. It was at 12,747.
That's
And
great.
I did a premiere earlier, and I put his GoFundMe link in the description of my video.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I gave to his page. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I gave to the guns offices too. I've done that, you know? So, you know, I mean, money is not the thing. It's kind of like just the attitude that, you know, is just kind of getting to me. Now, you know, Post, you were going to have me on panel another time and I was going to talk about it, but, you know, I know what it's like, you know? So, I don't know. I just hope they get over their complete anger and revenge stage so they can actually get to the healing, because even if they get what they want, they're not going to be okay. That's not going to fix it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, because I think right now Steve is stuck on wrath. Yeah, wrath towards Bryan.
And it's just not healthy. I mean, he looks terrible. Like, I feel for him because you can see he's going through it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I like the harsh comment earlier. This feels like celebrity death match between Steve and Bryan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what it would be like, you know, to have a child brutally murdered, and I don't know how I would respond, you know, like, I don't know what that looks like, but you hope that you're acting in a way that's with integrity and all these other things. But I think what we're seeing is a family that's just really hurt and venged, like you said, full of wrath. And it's hard to watch it, really.
It is. But, you know, my other point goes to the thing that frustrates me the most is that I just believe in my heart, and I could be wrong. I believe in my heart that Steve knows everything that really happened, and he knows the truth. That's my feeling I get. He's not stupid. He's heard enough. He's investigated enough. You know, there's just, I don't know. It just boggles my mind how he can keep pushing that when it just doesn't make sense. You would think he'd want, I mean, maybe he knows something we don't know, you know? That would be the only way to explain it.
Well, that's kind of why I was going through those court documents earlier, all the ones that have been sealed and can potentially be unsealed. I mean, it could be as quick as, like, we get these unsealing things and we see a bunch of stuff that proves all of these theories wrong and shows that there's a lot more evidence pointing to Bryan Kohberger. I'm not saying that's the case, and I'm sure that's not a popular thought, but it is a possibility, you know, like, you can't discount that as a possibility. But I don't know. Or it could just continue this way. I don't know how rational you can be or objective. What do you guys think? Like, at this point, 2 years out after something like this, how rational is your mind?
They're going through hell, I'll tell you that.
You see, you know, when they implemented the gag order, it was supposed to help with the integrity of the case. To get Bryan.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the icon. Sorry. Yeah, it was supposed to help with the integrity of the case. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Robert. I'm listening.
Yeah, but now the same gag order is causing the downward spiral of descent into hell with everything going on in the case. The whole reason why they did the gag order was to keep people from getting a hold of everything. Well, at the same time, now the gag order is the instrument in the demise of the case.
Right, because our imaginations are all running amok, right? Like, and looking for something to fill that void, to give us explanations, to make sense of this tragedy.
Because it is so horrific. We're like, make it make sense, please. Even though none of us could be in the mind of a killer, you know, we still just somebody, this is so crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, I watched the Nancy Disgrace
Oh yeah.
interview with Steve Gonzalez,
Hmm.
and the entire interview was just nothing but attack after attack after attack on Brian.
Yes. Yes. And the far reaching, well, now we think he planned it from Pennsylvania. I
Yes,
mean, he's going to drive himself crazy trying to stretch his mind far and wide.
yeah, and what got me laughing at this interview was when Steve said he'd been studying criminology for centuries.
I know. I know. That was wild because my response to that was, what is Brian, a vampire? Like
That
what?
was my first thought.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I didn't mean to just interrupt you or cut you off. Sorry.
That's
Um,
okay.
no, I was gonna say I feel like that Steve has been taken advantage a lot by the media too, and they know he's the one to talk to, and they know that he's the one to push the narrative, and he just looks exhausted. I
Yeah,
don't know.
and what this has become is a media parade.
Yeah.
You have Nancy Grace out front, you have Ashley Banfield, and whoever else. This has become a mainstream media driven parade.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's sad.
Steve talks in riddles. Yes, he definitely does. And then I just wanted to read this one up here, that Cassidy had said. My mom, I'm sorry to hear that. But my mom died when I was young. I was insane for about 7 years before I started to realize I was crazy. Well, we're all
Mhm.
crazy. At least I'm crazy
Yeah.
here. So, but regardless, Cassidy, first of all, I appreciate you sharing that. And secondly, I think it's just a point to be made. I'm just going to play devil's advocate that, like, not only is a family going through something like this, they're going through it dragging being and willingly, granted, they're going out in the media and doing this, but in a public way, right? It's not even like a private way, it's a very public way, and he's the
Mhm.
only person that really talks about it.
Mhm.
Remember when in the beginning when the Chapins were like, yeah, we're checking out, like, we don't want anything to do with this, and people were shitting on them for it. Like,
Mhm.
maybe they were probably smart to just, like, what I'm saying? What do you guys think about that?
Well, you have the Gonzaleses. They are on the forefront of this case. Jeff Kernodle, Jasmine Kernodle, they're not saying nothing. The Chapins ain't saying nothing. The Laramies, Ben Mogan and his wife ain't saying nothing. Yeah, all you see on your TV plastered is Steve and Christy Gonzalez.
Yeah. I mean, oof.
And I was on Twitter most of the day today, and I found, yeah, and I was reading some posts. Apparently the Gonzaleses are now spamming their GoFundMe
Mhm.
like four times in an hour after they found out that Ben Mogan had a GoFundMe.
Yep. This is
And
true.
even though Ben Mogan's GoFundMe is posted on their family page, it's only posted once. You can go through thread after thread after thread, and their GoFundMe is just like dominant on that page.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. That is true. That is true. It just doesn't look good. I mean, maybe there's a conflict between them, but still, they both lost a child, you know? And Ben Mogan is her father.
Yeah, yeah. Kaylee wasn't the only one who passed on that night.
Right,
Maddie did,
exactly.
Xana did, Ethan did, but it feels like the Gonzaleses are just making this all about Kaylee.
Yeah.
Well, I would just interject this piece about it. I agree
Mm.
that they are making it all about Kaylee, but the other families have the opportunity to come forward and talk, and they're not. And so I feel like they're making it about Kaylee because that's their daughter, which I think anybody would if their child died. it's probably hard to have any kind of generosity in your heart towards anything else after that. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so like the Mogans could do interviews, people that they would love to have them on there. Anybody related to this case, they would love to get up and talk about it. They're just not doing it. They're grieving privately. And so what we're watching is a family that's grieving publicly, and they're not doing it perfectly according to a lot of people. And so
Nobody
I guess that's all I
does.
keep trying to say. That's all I keep trying to say, guys. I'm not saying that
No,
like
we
the
hear
laws
you.
aren't,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, when you say people would love to have them on and interview them, would they really? Because when you're talking about the big media, do they really want to just sit and ask Ben, about his daughter and how he feels, or do they want to talk about, well, what are we gonna do about this and who's going down?
Right. No, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I feel like any family member in that case, if they called up Ashley Banfield or Nancy Grace
Mm-hmm.
and said, I'd like to come on, that they would gladly have them on. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I
No,
could be.
you
I
might be
know.
right. You might
I
be
mean,
right.
just think like, would you want to hear from them? Because I would. So if like we
Oh
all want to hear
yeah,
from them,
yeah.
then that means it's something that's, the public is interested in. And
Mm-hmm.
so they're just choosing to grieve privately, whereas the Gonzalez are grieving very, very publicly, even though it might not look like grief. It looks more like anger or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's
No,
just,
don't. My heart goes out to him too. It really does, and so I flip flop between frustration and just total like I just want to hug him.
it's valid. I mean, it's valid. Whatever your feelings are about
Mm-hmm.
them or anybody, is a valid feeling. I mean, that's how you feel. It's not a bad feeling or a wrong feeling. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what is it that's so frustrating? Because you feel like they're being greedy or they're being
I
narcissistic.
think
Like, what is it that you're
mm,
seeing? It's so
it's
frustrating.
the main thing for me. Like I said, the money is kind of like I feel like they're being snarky on purpose about it, but
Hmm.
because they're probably sick of the crap they hear, right?
Hmm.
And that, and then that's not even the big part though. I was already frustrated before because the reasons why I believe Steve has the right information,
Hmm.
and for him to take that all in and then all of a sudden his whole thing flipped. And I feel for them so much, but I also feel for Brian's parents.
Okay, so
And
that's
yeah,
okay. All right, I think I under. I think that makes sense. Like I'm under. I and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like maybe it's your empathy for Brian in the position
yeah,
he's in, because your belief that he is innocent,
yeah,
that and so when you see them out here, doing these things, it makes you upset because they're sort of villainizing Brian in every chance that they get. And
right.
so I guess maybe if they came out, and I'm just wondering if this is the case, if they came out and they were at, just talking about Kaylee and her life and the case in a generic way, but not like discussing Brian as a perpetrator, would you feel less frustrated by them?
Absolutely 1,000,000%. Because Brian could be the one. I don't believe so at this point. I haven't seen anything that says so, but you know, what if he's not? And then that man's life is ruined, but that not by Steve, but by media and all of this
Yeah.
stuff. But I'm just saying, like, has anybody considered how his parents feel? In fact, I mean, no. I think his parents are probably afraid to show their face. You know,
Yeah. Well, his sisters got fired, right? Both of his sisters got fired from their jobs, which is,
is that true, guys? I wasn't sure if that was true.
Yeah, I think I heard that his sisters got fired.
Hmm.
they're therapists, and they got fired.
That's
And
so
they're,
horrible.
they're in hiding, so, and they would definitely be interviewed if they came forward, but they would get so much grief, and uh,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be helpful for them in any way. I don't believe,
Mm-mm.
to come forward right now and discuss anything. And their note to the public, I thought, was very thoughtful. You
Mm-hmm.
remember that note that the lawyer put out for them in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember it well. You guys might.
It was just blessing all the families, the victims, and just it was a pretty much overall just kind of a politically correct note that was apropos at the time. I have a Robert question.
What?
Or a Robert fact. I mean, but we could turn it into a question if you want to swing that way, Robert. But where's the fireball? First of all,
It's gone.
it's gone. I was drinking whiskey yesterday. I was thinking about you. We were drinking some smooth Kentucky Gentleman. Anyway, so what was it? What was the question?
You were asking it.
I asked it.
We were talking about the Kohbergers putting out a letter, a statement.
Oh, sorry. That was my. Yeah, I was just asking. Yeah.
Oh, Robert question. Do you know that the since we're talking about the families and their non-involvement, that this is from Heather Fitzgerald and at Criminal Confidential, Jen, Criminal Confidential.
Yeah.
They awarded 33 scholarships. Do you know the significance of the number 33?
Oh yeah,
I
that's
do.
a Freemason number.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember anymore.
Well, she is in that
Freemason.
Eastern Star or whatever, North.
Oh yeah, that's right. 33rd degree Mason.
Right. Yeah, no, Robert knows. And I wondered, did you know that they had done that, Robert?
Yeah, I knew that they had they'd set up scholarships in the name of the Idaho 4, in the name of Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. But I know Ethan's was more prominent. I mean, even his brother and sister got one of his scholarships.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you guys, I'm going to get off here, but I wanted to throw this in real quick because nobody ever listens to me when I bring this up. You guys know about like the Freemasons and numbers and how all that stuff works. You guys, Bryan Kohberger's apartment number was 201. And if you look up the significance of the number 201, with all that stuff and ritualistic stuff, it's a very, very important number. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Leslie. Happy birthday.
You guys have been awesome. This has been a great night.
Thank you. That's great.
All right.
Well, make sure you check out Heather Fitzgerald's channel too if you haven't.
I'm subscribed to her. I'm subscribed to her.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to Heather Fitzgerald. I have to subscribe to Criminal Confidential. I haven't.
We're all
bye. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Thanks for coming up, Leslie.
Thanks.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Guys, I'm actually gonna peace out too. I'm sorry, but I'm really tired.
Yeah, no,
I understand that.
I still haven't eaten, and you know how when fat kids don't get their cake, it's over.
Was that T-Rev that you had up there? No, that was Daniel. That was Daniel's face from the Drunk Turkey, right?
Yeah. What if I was Daniel the whole time?
Oh, shut up!
No, please no.
I would have found out before then. I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah, somebody's gonna call him out though. So don't you think, Robert? Like for one of the pre-bout matches.
Good night.
Yeah, what I was thinking about earlier, and I expressed it in a video that I'd released about an hour and a half ago, is the fact that it seems like we all believe that Bryan is innocent, and is innocent until proven guilty. And that's how the Constitution has set it up, innocent until proven guilty. Bryan deserves the right to face his accusers. And it just seems like it's coming off as the Gonzalez family just want him gone, just want him dead, just, this and that. And I posed this question to my viewers. There's two scenarios. If he's guilty, does he walk? Or if he's innocent, will he be put to death? Because how corrupt our system is now because of mainstream media narratives, could an innocent man actually be put to death?
Oh, they have been. I mean, if you look at the statistics for death, people that have been put to death. There, I don't know what the number is, but it's higher than one. It's higher than none. Absolutely, and that's, I'm against the death penalty. I've said it many times on my channel. I just don't think that we should ever put that power into the government's hands. The government, we should not be giving the government any kind of control over killing the citizens like that. And we're one of the last countries in the world, that actually does death penalty. Like, most countries have moved beyond that and realized that.
Oh, well, China sure stepped it up on the death. See, you gotta realize that with me and Robert, when you say, okay, I gotta go close down the show, you're gonna get it. Okay, that's a good 20-minute goodbye to everybody. Robert's got a story, then you're gonna say something and think you're wrapping it up, and then I jump in, and then Heather drops another link, and we're like, oh my good Lord, it's far in the morning.
You guys are killing me.
But what was Robert talking about?
We were talking about the death penalty, and he posed a good point, right? Yeah. About, innocent and being put to death.
Literally, and I don't think anybody really even cares. Outside of, because I did a very investigative bike ride in my town, and I interviewed people about the if they've heard of the Idaho 4. And believe it or not, I actually came across a couple people that knew the name Bryan Kohberger. I couldn't believe it. But here in Florida, for the most part, you ask, and then you tell them all the details, and they're like, oh, I kind of remember that 4 college kid. It was a couple of years ago. They got the guy, right? And he was a stalker. Guess what they remember? He was stalking them. And now you even have, your grandma and mom love old Nancy Grace. But she's the one. So she's the one still feeding the what I call the last generation that has any kind of power control of reality, where as soon as the reins are handed over to us, it's just all going to go to hell in a handbasket in about 15 seconds, Well,
to be fair, every other day we wake up, there's some other major fucking news breaking. I mean, it's like if they said aliens showed up on the White House lawn, we'd all be like, okay, what's next? Like, shit has been popping off so much in the past couple of years, especially this past year. Like, the news cycle, it's absolutely insane. If this was 10 years ago, this might be more well known in like the general population. Do you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, the way I was kind of looking at it from a different perspective the other day is that you have these corporations that are their life's blood is to feed off the latest story. The more sensational, the better. However, their journalists aren't allowed to journalize, and they can't make their journalism. You know what I mean?
They can't have their own thoughts.
And it's because somebody was telling me the other day, is like, you see those Astapro commercials, like Astapro, it's faster, bro. And then at the end of the commercial, they're like, it's faster, bro. Like, it's all the cheerleaders are all condescending towards you. Well, those commercials, like for like Viagra or one of these other Ozempic, it's not so that your grandpa will know what pill to take at 10:30 at night before he goes to bed. It's so that they are the largest advertiser on CNN, on MSNBC.
Oh yeah, pharmaceuticals,
and they can tell
everything.
What stories they have to shut down. Like, you'll never hear the word Big Pharma on your local news station.
No, but after COVID, if people don't realize that the pharmaceutical companies run the world, right? Like, I don't know what to tell them. Like, the CDC is not a objective, governmental body that's trying to help people, and neither are most organizations.
Just like
the American Pediatric Association condones transgendering children, baby, like 4-year-olds. So, like, if you can't figure out that they're not with, like, scientific things that are good for people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's
they're practically encouraging it, right?
Oh, 100% they encourage it. Yeah. I know that for a
wanted to
fact.
say about China, and then I'll let Robert finish it up. Is when you talk about corporal punishment in China now. This is my second China rant, but they have vans that are the judge, jury, and executioner. So one van comes in and either arrests you or serves you the papers that you're going to be unalive, that you're going to get excremented. Okay? And then the other van pulls up behind it. And that is the gas chamber or the chemical shot to kill you. And then the third van is the damn crematorium. And they're doing this like 500 times a day in every city in China. So there's no and you got to remember, Google is the one that set up their surveillance system that they have with their social point system and all that. Google is the one that set that up, and they're setting the exact same setup here. And you already have
the social credit scores and all that shit.
Right. And so the thing is you have that mentality is going it's going back to Cali. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so, because you already had the reason that they're unaliving so
Don't
many
say unaliving. Oh well, you have
I
your
say
own
it on
stream.
purpose just to rub your skin. The main focus of these people is, what did Trump say? If we could be like China and have the death penalty for drug dealers, then we wouldn't have a drug problem like they don't. And that's
but
what
you know what's bullshit. That's such bullshit though. Anyway, because we don't have a drug problem because of drug dealers. We have a drug problem because the government allows them to import. Then they allow this shit to happen. Don't tell me they can't stop it. They can. They allow. I'm sorry.
It's called open borders.
Yeah. But even before the open borders, they've been peddling this drug shit. First of all, Big Pharma is its own drug company, the OxyContin and all that shit. But on top of it, they allow all this drug shit to come in. Like, you know, they do. They do.
That's the thing about the OxyContin is I don't think there's a family in America that wasn't drastically affected by that epidemic.
I have 3 people that I know personally that died from overdose. And I also started practicing as a PA right when OxyContin was. I remember drug reps coming in promoting OxyContin and telling us that it wasn't addictive. I wasn't stupid enough to believe that, but I could tell you tons and tons and tons of stories about that shit, and it's just unbelievable. And you know, at the end of the day, the company was it Pfizer? I don't remember. I think it might be Pfizer. They paid out however many millions of dollars for their big quote mistake, but it doesn't matter. They knew ahead of time that they'd have to pay it out. They still made billions of dollars. That's what all these drug companies do.
No, they also brought Walgreens in on it. CVS was to blame. And they were
in the very beginning, they could have made a pill that was not crushable. This was like something that we used to talk about back like 15, 20 years ago. But they could have made it so you can't crush it and snort it, but they didn't want to do that because they wanted people to crush it and snort it because they wanted the people to get addicted. And then when they can't afford that, they go to heroin. And it's just a fucking mess.
And then fentanyl and but the thing is, okay, so they have this system, and it's from what it looks like with what Trump's saying, they want to implement more and more. We get more censorship, and they just creep it into our lives a little bit more and more each day. Anybody in YouTube, all of us know.
And that's why I refuse to say unalive or essay or any of those stupid bullshit words, because you're not going to desensitize. And I get it. Some people want to be monetized and stuff. But if you read the terms of service, they're not gonna demonetize you for saying murder. They're just not. You just can't say murder. You know what I mean? It's like,
right? Yeah. No, look at Pete's show was called Murder Metal Mayhem. I mean,
right.
it's like,
I mean,
okay, and
you're allowed to say these words. Like people get, even freaking Vinnie Politan, if I have to hear him say red rum or nug for gun one more time, I lose respect for people that do that shit. It's like, stand for something. You know what I mean? Like, stop talking like a 5-year-old.
Well, another thing, if you notice on YouTube, they call the people who make videos creators. And that's taking away from, it's doing two things. It's taking away from like the holy side of shit with the word creator, because there's one creator, then as opposed to now it's also shining light on the fact that, you know, with a lot of these creators, people worship these creators. And then it's like the false idol kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
but that's like bullshit, man, because we've had false idols forever. Elvis Presley. I mean, all these people, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that they just hate the old guard, you know, the traditional media, whatever you want to call them. They know that they're failing, so they're just haters. You know what I mean? They're just a bunch
well, they
of
still
haters.
have the money though. And I always say they pick our pocket with one hand and push us down with the other with the money.
Yeah.
Okay, but they take our ideas and they'll either use them for their own, like from YouTube, from all the different little crime sleuthy. They call us the crime detective, the internet detectives, so condescending, right?
Yeah.
Whenever we're brought up. But now they're starting to see that the voice is getting out there and that their bullshit is like getting ignored more and more. But they still have the money to be able to put this. They have a more sensational clickbait than we could ever have because it's reaching 35 million people.
Yeah, but if you look at the actual numbers of like, they're definitely, their viewerships are going down. Like more people, at least in term, I don't mean like TV shows or whatever, but like I haven't watched regular TV in like 8 years. Like I watch either YouTube or I'll live, like I'll stream Netflix or something, or documentaries, like that kind of stuff. But like who watches like that shit? Is it just boomers now? I mean, I don't know who watches
Boomers
CNN.
don't even know how to watch TV. They can't open a can with a handheld can opener. They can't tell time on a non-digital clock.
Stop it. There's some cool boomers out there.
Boomers, but millennials.
Oh, millennials.
There's
That's
videos
a story.
you should see this video. It's like a science instructor in the library giving a demonstration, and he cans a handheld, you know, the regular crank kind can opener to a girl. And there's 400 people like surrounding her they're like juniors or sophomores in high school. And they're watching her and she can't figure out how to open the can. And they're all like looking at her like, oh my gosh. It's super
chemicals,
science.
It's the food. It's so much to make us dumber. It's scary.
It's because they've taken our time away, our free time to spend with our families. And so now the children are raising themselves as a rule, as opposed to where if you look at Ozzie Harriet kind of mentality you had before, look at that generation. You know, you have the mostly employed, and then you have like Hayden Ashbury. You know what I mean? It's extreme, and it's even more extreme in this younger generation because you have kids that are coming up that are so smart and they know more about history and Jimi Hendrix than I ever
How
could,
about the new babies that are being born? There's a name for them, I forget. But do you see some of these kids on like TikTok where they're like talking and they're 1 year old, or they come out of the womb?
The Einstein babies, they play music for them and have like Audible books and stuff while they're in the womb.
No, but there's a name. There's a name for this generation of kids. It's like
I haven't seen that latest. This will
it's
probably
crazy.
be the
Some of
last
these
generation.
babies, some of these newborns are so insanely smart. It's crazy. But here's a good point here P. Fox makes. Emily Baker will have more people in her chat streaming Court TV than Court TV, and that's a fact. And that's a fucking fact.
I hope so. And
left and right.
They are starting to panic. And look, they are reaching out to the tubes of you to get Chris and whatever on their panel. If you're Nancy Grace, you know, somebody that. And now the problem with the connection is that they're saying what they want, what the Nancy Graces want them to say. And they're coming from our arena as a representative, which they're not.
There was a thing here that I just wanted to, I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
No, I was going to say the town I live in is about 2 miles away from the home of BTK.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
pretty creepy.
I was 2 years old when he started doing those things back in the 70s. I was born in 72. He started up in 74. So I was like 2 years old. And about at 6 years old, my mom started locking the door to the house because, back then you could leave the house and go here, go there, and leave the house unlocked and come home and nothing will be gone out of your house. Nothing bad would happen. And then all of a sudden she started locking the door, I asked her one day, I'm like, why are you locking the door? And she just looks at me. She goes, because Wichita now has a boogeyman.
Wow. Interesting. Your mom was very attuned.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, though. I mean, there's definitely people like that. I mean, my mom's like that. It's kind of weird. I love it, though. It's some people just have that vibration, that frequency. They see things that others don't see. And I personally feel like we are in our current state in this body, in this third dimension, we have governors on our senses. There's a lot of things that can be seen that we aren't seeing because we, like if you have a governor on a car to not speed a certain way, we have governors on our senses to dull them. And there's ways to heighten those senses. But this was kind of what brought me to that is, people always say it's a distraction. This is a distraction. What are they distracting us from? And personally, I think what they're distracting us from is ourselves. They're distracting us with everything in the external world to suck us in, to follow these paths, because it's human nature, the curiosity. You want to figure it out. You want justice. You want these things. But we don't spend, and me included, we don't spend enough time like in and of ourselves, like meditating, thinking about like what's going on internally and focusing on that. Because when you do, then you're able to make better choices. You're able to see things more clearly. This is just my opinion, but I think that's what the distraction is. The distraction is from ourselves, from looking inside. We've got a whole universe inside our bodies, and people, we feel so small when we look at all these problems, all the fear, and it oppresses us and everything. But, there's a channel on YouTube where there's this guy, I think it's in West Virginia or somewhere in down south. He has this retreat that you can go to, and you can go in and it's total darkness. You stay in total darkness. You can choose the amount of days, like 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, whatever it is. And you just stay in there. You're like in this little cave, and 3 times a day, he or his wife will bring you your meal. And people come out from that cave. It's so cool. They come out and they're just like, when they see light again, they're in tears. And then they interview them and they ask them like, what do you think? And they're like, well, I struggled with my demons. There's nothing to distract them. It's just them in a dark cave. Right. And so some people are struggling with different things. They're remembering things. And then people they all make a breakthrough to where they realize there's so much inside. Like there's a whole universe inside of us that we're ignoring every day when we're distracting with all this shit. And it's just like, it's an incredible breakthrough. Right. And so I think that's what the distraction is. They don't want us to recognize that we have inner divinity, that we are spiritual beings, that we can control our lives and we don't have to be afraid. That's what I think they're distracting us from.
Have you ever heard of the NASA room where it's like perfectly quiet? They built this room where it's perfect silence. And they say that you can't stay in there for more than 4 minutes because you'll lose your mind. Think about all the sounds.
Yeah, like the sensory deprivation type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they use that for
extreme,
MK
like
Ultra.
quiet. Like you can hear your ear rustle and, like kind of all this, and it's funny because my family was really poor too. And if I hadn't been born a boy, I never would have had anything to play with. But the thing is you're right. There is a lot to look at, but I'm good with caves. Have you ever watched Slapped Ham before with the rakes and the? I'm straight. I'm like Ace Ventura with the bat coming out of the cave.
The cave is like really. I'm pretty sure they keep the critters out, but I get it. I've contemplated going to do it though. Honestly, But here's the one other thing I wanted to mention about that. That's super interesting. People may or may not know. So DMT. It's people do it to like. It's a drug like they use to like whatever. So our bodies, we personally can make DMT, not in large quantities, but they say that that's one of the hormones that's released when people are dying, and it's one of the things I guess that helps when you're dying. But the point I'm trying to make is that there have been studies, and this is real, where if you deprive yourself from light and you like block out everything like that. I think it takes, for some people it's 2 and other people it's 3 days. Your brain, it's coming from your pineal gland. It starts to produce some of that DMT. And so you start to, you basically are giving yourself a trip in a sense. Do you know what I'm saying? But it also is a spiritual awakening, but it's a natural one. You're not taking an external drug. So it's pretty interesting.
That's why I never chase women, because they always be tripping.
Bitches be tripping.
I got a question for you too. Do you guys feel that in this Idaho 4 case, that the Gonzalez family being out front and on TV is a distraction?
I mean, they clearly give a lot to think about, because he's always dropping these like cryptic things, that make you wonder, like, what is he talking about? He does as much as he can. So, but I mean, I don't think it's more of a distraction than anything else. I don't know if that's what you mean by that question, but I don't know if that helped. What do you think, Kane?
Well, it's like Heather Fitzgerald always says. That I made the point earlier about the Olivia Gonzalez interview, when she literally says Kaylee was a fighter, and it's one of her videos on her channel at Heather Fitzgerald, where it's the interview with the Gonzalez family, and they do throw out, and some people call them red hair. Now, just to caveat something that is charcuterie. How about those 2 words being like trendy for like the same time? Anyway, so they always do throw stuff out there. I had a thought and then I made the stupid joke. Darn it. Pete Fox is in my head. What were we talking about again?
I'm zoning out, man. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat now.
Don't get caught up in that chat. It'll suck you in. Don't let them do to you what they did to me. Wait, Robert was talking. That was it. Robert, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, he asked the question if we thought the Gonzalez family was a distraction.
I'm trying to think of what my answer was. It was really good.
You would know.
Well, so she literally puts out there and says it in real words, and you got to watch that video because she says Kaylee was a fighter, and or Heather can put the link in the chat actually, and you can hear it for yourself. And then here now we're approaching closer, where we find out maybe that the reason we have hours unaccounted for with Ethan and Xana was because they were attending some party that was part of some type of ritual or fight club or something along these lines. And it's to me, as we inch closer, it's just starting to look more like it was some type of accident. It was covered up. It happened. They made it look like something else.
Do you remember one of the parents saying that they saw brains on a dumpster nearby the next day?
I remember something about brains. I was like, because
that was one that got memory hold real quick.
Was that it was not vetted, was it?
No, it was not vetted, but it was
That
honestly,
was like a Dot thing, I think. Ray was
no, I never listened to Dot, so anything I'm saying, I honestly never fucking bought into any of the Dot shit.
Well,
Like,
Robert, do you know and Woke, do you know that Justin guy? Do you remember Justin with the trans and all? If you ever watch his video again, his first little video that shocked us all, the video heard around the YouTube world, watch the end of it, because there's some actually interesting things that he says in there. But anyway, do you know that he has been email bullying Bubbly Waters for the last few weeks for some reason?
Bubbly's in chat now.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. This is why I don't give an email out, because I've seen this from other creators where they're getting like that one person that was in the chat earlier where they're sending like these hundreds of emails, and like, I'm not doing it. Like, I didn't
mean to box Bubbly Waters. I usually somebody tells me something, I never say anything, but since we were talking about that, when I first heard it, I'm like, is that true? And then I'm like, who is Justin? And then, so I was like, I was going to send an email and be like, hey, listen, this is Tony Soprano. Okay, gabish. Everything's good. Just let me, well, not wet my beak, but you know what I mean? Like, you got to shut the fuck up, kind of thing. And then somebody told me, oh, no, it's Justin from the trans thing. And I'm like, what? That guy's threatening people? Like, I mean, I guess, okay, but that was the sidebar from what you were talking about.
What's interesting about him, the only thing I know to be true about him is that he is he's like one of the first people in the military to like become trans or something. Like, there was an article about him like way before Idaho 4 about that.
Wow.
I have 7 pages of emails. I've never
seen him. He's been around politicians. Like, I've seen him at some like Democratic conventions and shit. Like, he's politically connected in that way, because I can't remember the exact story, but it had something to do with him being in the military and being transgender. That's all I remember. And it's a true story. Like, you can look it up on Newsweek or whatever. And this was a few years before the whole Idaho 4. So that's a real fact about him. Outside of that, like, he just talks a lot of stuff that just, I just feel like he's attention seeking, so.
Yeah, Post. I have 7 pages of emails from that little group.
Like, I can't. I'm so glad I don't give out my email.
What is the group? Fill me in. I don't know what y'all are referring to.
I'm not going to say the name. I'm just going to go TT and CM. And I got like 7 pages of emails that I have archived, and I'm not ever going to freaking look at it.
Yeah. And I get it. Like, they're passionate or whatever, but like, you'd send an email and that's it. Like, if you have that much information, go to the FBI. Like, that's why I don't give out my email. It's like, if there's anything you want to talk about, like, you should just go to the cops. Like, I'm not the investigator over here, so I can't do it. I just can't do it, so God bless you guys for putting your email out there. And
they got it from my channel page.
Well, I called out one of them in the chat because they were disruptive and causing all kinds of problems. And, they were bullying somebody. I don't know. I was just like, I can't deal with that shit. Like, go play kindergarten somewhere else. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I don't know anybody brave enough to come up in here and try to troll. I can't believe that other one earlier. I won't even say what, but you know what I'm talking about.
That said the racial slur?
Yeah. No, I mean,
yeah, I don't,
like, dude,
I don't know who that person is, but they can fuck right off. Like, I'm not.
It's embarrassing as a human to see that.
It's just stupid. It's probably like some 16-year-old kid for all I know, but I don't care. Like, fuck off. Don't say that word in my chat.
We don't know if it's some 12-year-old. And like, okay, so, and you have the censorship and stuff. My videos aren't made for kids. You know what I mean? It's like, you want tricks? Go to the grocery store.
Yeah, mine aren't either, and I'm all about free speech. But like, what's your point? Like, just stop. Like, I don't have any patience for people like that whatsoever. But I'm gonna probably bounce off, guys. I'm actually like really super tired now, and this is a real goodbye. So, or not a goodbye. It's a see you later.
Thanks for inviting me, Post.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy that you came up, and it was nice meeting you, talking to you, and this was a great chat. Like this was a great live.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed you guys up here in the chat too. I'm glad you've got your mods in there, so they're like paying attention more, which is good because poor Leslie. I have 2 mods, and Leslie was doing her
Heather's
best.
one of my mods too.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I've got a mod army now.
Yeah,
militarized. So I have, but the funny thing is, I've yet to have a single troll, other than like a quarrel here and a quarrel there between me and somebody. So it's literally between me and somebody.
Like I don't even care about people can I welcome disagreements and different opinions because I'm always interested.
Exactly my sentiments. Thank
you. It's just like when people start name calling, and then I'm just like,
there's the extremist ones that are just, I don't know if they're part of this society or whatever it is we have, but anyway, just love each other, children. Everybody get along. I don't know. This fight cannot happen. It's a terrible.
I love you too, Bubbly.
I hadn't heard about it. But thank you for having me on. It was fun. We got everybody to come in here. So if you want to take a little nap, me and Robert can keep it going. Just keep the camera on you so we can
I can't do that. I'll be too freaked out with like this.
The government is watching you. Well, okay. Well, it was a lot of fun. And
it was a lot of fun.
I'll have you. I wanted to have you on the last live, but once I figure out my microphone thing on how to do the guest thing without
I'll come over and see you. I'll come over and see you.
Yeah,
you have a good night, Post.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Mary Ellen.
All right.
Wait a minute, hold on. This was from you earlier when you said, "Am I kicked off the show?" I'm just gonna play some outro music here.
Don't give me copyright strike. Hold on, let me end my live.
Oh no, it's just the StreamYard music.
Yeah, I don't trust you. Who are you?
You don't trust me. Really? Who should not be trusting who over here?
Right, I know. Nobody knows who I am. I could be Daniel for all you know.
Stop.
All
right, I'm just going to end the stream abruptly. Stop. I'm going to end the stream abruptly. Good night, fam.
Good night.
Bye.
We'll keep chatting until it goes away.